After 4 years in the spotlight, Song Yin earned the moniker the Crimson Rose of the mortal realm, a dazzling beauty with an air of sophistication. Following a whirlwind of rumors and a public breakup, she made a dramatic exit from the entertainment industry, disappearing from the limelight. Former collaborators, when speaking of her, exhibited nothing but disdain, claiming her fame was merely a result of hype, devoid of genuine talent, and accusing her of false modesty and sheer pretentiousness. Half a year later, at a lavish banquet, Song Yin made her grand reappearance as the heir to the Song family's staggering fortune, valued in the billions. Those who once spoke ill of her began to sing her praises. Miss Yin is not only beautiful, but also a talented actress. It is truly a pity she left the industry. Song Yin's gaze drifted towards a man standing not far away. He was casually leaning, one hand thrust into the pocket of his light-colored, subtly patterned trousers, without a jacket. Clad in a matching three-piece vest, his white shirt adorned with exquisite sapphire cufflinks, he stood tall and composed in his suit. Though someone beside him was speaking, he appeared indifferent, his calm demeanor concealing a hint of distant aloofness. Song Yin? After calling her name several times without a reply, Jiang Jingnan gently nudged her. Snap back to reality. Song Yin met her gaze quietly. What were you so entranced by? Jiang Jingnan followed her line of sight, noticing only a few guests engaged in conversation, nothing particularly noteworthy. Nothing, Song Yin replied, dismissively, and began to walk away. Wait, Song Yin, Jiang Jingnan hurried after her. That young manager from Yufeng insists on meeting you, claiming to be your fan. You've postponed it several times, at least acknowledge him. Song Yin remained expressionless, her pace unwavering. If I've already declined him multiple times, what difference does one more make? Having been Song Yin's manager for 2 years, Jiang Jingnan understood her temperament well. Unyielding and resolute so, she ceased her insistence. As she trailed behind Song Yin, snippets of conversation reached her ears. Isn't that Song Yin? She's stunning in person. Even as a woman, I can't help but be captivated. She won another award this year, and her worth has skyrocketed, rivaling top-tier actresses. I hear she has a bit of a temper. She must have offended quite a few people. Jiang Jingnan silently thought. Dear girl, be confident. Drop the seems like. Though Song Yin was indeed dubbed the Crimson Rose of the mortal realm after 4 years in the industry, beauty often comes with thorns. The conversation shifted abruptly. By the way, I heard that Mr. Gu is here tonight. Someone boldly speculated. Could Song Yin be here for Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu? Gu Chenxiao? Has she lost her mind? Does she dare to covet that man? What had once been admiration turned to incredulity at the mention of him. A man born into a realm unattainable by most could hardly be a target of desire for a mere actress. Even if her value increased, she could never bridge the chasm of social status. A hint of scorn flickered in Song Yin's beautiful eyes. With her feet encased in scarlet velvet heels, she stepped out, without pausing, directly entering her vehicle and vanishing into the embrace of the night. At the Xianxian mansion, Song Yin had been back for a while. The magazine in her hands had remained unturned for nearly an hour, and the grandfather clock in the living room chimed, marking the hour at 10. Outside, the faint sound of a car engine could be heard. Shortly thereafter, a commotion arose at the door. Song Yin glanced toward the entrance as the fingerprint lock emitted a beep, followed by the sound of the door creaking open. As the door swung ajar, she beheld a tall, striking figure standing at the threshold, the sapphire cufflinks on his shirt gleaming captivatingly. He had returned. Song Yin found herself entranced by his presence. Truth be told, as a boyfriend, he was impeccably perfect in both appearance and status. And as a seasoned admirer of beauty, she could not deny that her initial attraction to him was purely physical. While she pondered, he stepped into the room and approached her directly. Song Yin lifted her gaze to meet his. Before he could speak, she interjected, Gu Chenxiao, let us part ways. Indeed, the man before her was the renowned and aloof Mr. Gu Chenxiao. He was her boyfriend, and now, Song Yin was in the process of transforming him into her ex. As he stood still, a barely perceptible furrow appeared on his brow. The words he intended to voice caught in his throat, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her as he finally spoke, his tone cool and detached. Reason? Reason. Even before she returned, she had contemplated this moment. Then, his magnetic voice broke the silence again. Is it because I didn't inform you of my early return to the country? Originally, Gu Chengxiao's business trip was scheduled for a week, and logically, he should still be negotiating overseas. Had she not encountered him at the gala, she might still be oblivious to his premature return. Recalling the comments made at the gala, a hint of disappointment flickered in Song Yan's eyes as she regarded Gu Qianxiao, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Yet, he remained silent, his brow still furrowed, gazing at her with an air of disdainful indifference. Mr. Gu had always been this way. A woman's sharp voice echoed in her mind, each word resonating with piercing clarity. She had said, "Song Yin, speak up." Gu Qianxiao's deep, magnetic voice drew her thoughts back. She met his gaze directly and replied, "You stepped in with your left foot, Mr. Gu. I prefer men who enter with their right foot first, so let us part ways." "Is that how you ended things with him?" Li Rao exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, her tone involuntarily rising. She then took a deep breath and remarked, "Song Yin, only you could come up with such a bizarre reason. If I were Gu Qianxiao, you would surely drive me to madness." Li Rao was Song Yan's close friend. They had known each other since childhood. Despite their contrasting personalities, they maintained an inseparable bond, as if they were one. "He wouldn't," Song Yan murmured softly. Li Rao, brimming with curiosity, pressed on. What was his reaction? He said nothing. Li Rao fell silent for a moment, then sighed. As expected of Mr. Gu, he truly is a man who has weathered many storms. Such calmness and composure indeed resonate with his character. Song Yin cast a fleeting glance at her. Li Rao cleared her throat and returned to the main topic. "So, what exactly prompted your breakup with him?" Song Yin had been in a relationship with Gu Qianxiao for 2 years. Although their romance remained undisclosed, their bond had always been remarkably stable. Not long ago, Song Yin mentioned discovering a ring in Mr. Gu's study drawer, leading them to believe that an engagement was imminent. Thus, the abrupt end of their relationship came as a shock. The reason Song Yin provided was evidently a mere fabrication. Li Rao understood that if she was aware of such matters, Gu Qianxiao would certainly be as well. When Wei Shiran stole another glance for the 8th time, Gu Qianxiao finally granted him a single word. "Ask. At this hour, shouldn't you be at the negotiation table abroad? Have you returned early?" Wow. Even a workaholic like you has moments of idleness? Don't tell me you've completed an entire week's work 3 days ahead of schedule. Gu Qianxiao's workload was already substantial. Often, what took others 2 weeks or longer, he accomplished in 1. If he were to condense a week's tasks into 4 days, it would be quite extraordinary. Gu Qianxiao replied, "No, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you truly were that abnormal." Wei Shiran exhaled in relief, then continued, "So how is it that you find yourself here at this hour?" This question also puzzled Lu Xian, who sat nearby. With work still underway, how could he have returned so prematurely? Chapter 2 indeed. The man before her is none other than the renowned Mr. Gu Qianxiao, known for his aloof and aristocratic demeanor. He is Song Yan's boyfriend, but at this moment, she is in the process of transforming him into her ex. As the man took his stand, a nearly imperceptible furrow appeared on his brow. The words he intended to voice lingered unspoken, his ink-black eyes fixated upon her. When he finally parted his lips, his tone was devoid of warmth. The reason? The reason. She had contemplated it since her return, well before his arrival. Then his magnetic voice resonated again. "Is it because I didn't inform you of my early return?" Gu Qianxiao had originally planned a week-long business trip. Logically, he should still be at the negotiation table abroad. Had she not encountered him at the gala, she might still be unaware of his premature return. Recalling the words exchanged at the event, a hint of melancholy shadowed Song Yan's features as she regarded Gu Qianxiao, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Yet he remained silent, merely furrowing his brow and gazing at her with indifference. Mr. Gu had always been thus. A woman's sharp voice echoed in Song Yan's mind, each word piercingly profound. "Song Yan, speak." Gu Qianxiao's deep, resonant voice pulled her thoughts back to the present. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and as she spoke, "You stepped in with your left foot, Mr. Gu. I prefer men who enter with their right foot first, so let us part ways." "Thus, you ended your relationship with him?" Li Rao exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, her tone involuntarily rising. After a deep breath, she quipped, "Song Yan, only you could articulate such an absurd reason. If I were Gu Qianxiao, I would surely be infuriated." Li Rao, Song Yan's close confidant since childhood, despite their contrasting personalities, share an unbreakable bond. "He wouldn't tea," Song Yan murmured softly. Li Rao, brimming with curiosity, pressed on. What was his reaction? He said nothing. Li Rao fell silent for a moment before reflecting. Truly, Mr. Gu is composed and unflappable, a testament to his experience in the tumult of life. Song Yin cast her a sidelong glance. Li Rao cleared her throat, redirecting the conversation. So, what truly prompted your decision to break up with him? Having been in a stable relationship with Gu Chanxiao for 2 years, albeit discreetly, they had recently believed that an engagement was imminent after Song Yin discovered a ring in his study drawer. The sudden termination of their relationship was entirely unexpected. Clearly, the reason Song Yin provided was a mere fabrication. When Wei Shiran stole a glance for the 8th time, Gu Chenxiao finally bestowed upon him a single word. Ask. Aren't you supposed to be at the negotiation table abroad? You returned early? Yes. Goodness. Even workaholics must indulge in moments of leisure. Do not claim that you have completed a week's work 3 days in advance. Gu Chenxiao already endures an exceptionally demanding workload. His weekly tasks often require others 2 weeks or even longer to accomplish. If he were to condense that week into just 4 days, it would be utterly preposterous. No. You nearly frightened me. I thought you were truly that extraordinary. Wei Shiran exhaled in relief and then inquired. How is it that you find yourself here at this hour? This question also puzzled Lu Xian, who sat nearby. The workday has yet to conclude. How had he ever returned so early? Chapter 3. What constitutes affection for someone this evening? Wei Shiran had originally planned to meet only with Lu Xian, so both were taken aback upon encountering Gu Chenxiao. They exchanged numerous furtive glances. Not only was Gu Chenxiao expected to be abroad, but he also rarely frequented such gatherings. Even when explicitly invited, he would often decline. Yet today, he arrived unbidden. Gu Chenxiao remained silent, his demeanor more reticent than usual, and even in attendance. He appeared markedly out of place. Wei Shiran exchanged another glance with Lu Xian, both bewildered. Unable to decipher the situation, they opted to change the subject. As the conversation shifted to Wei Shiran's impending marriage, Lu Xian expressed his astonishment, remarking how unexpected it was for such a carefree playboy to consent to an early marriage, especially one arranged by family. I thought someone like you wouldn't settle down before 30, he mused. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Wei Shiran responded nonchalantly, since marriage is inevitable. What's the harm in doing it sooner? Lu Xian shook his head, exhaling dramatically. What a beast. A fine young lady is about to be ruined by you. Such a tragedy. Wei Shiran smirked sarcastically. Let us not use such harsh terms. Since it is an arranged marriage, can we truly expect deep emotional bonds? You are well aware of my family situation. The notion of social standing is deeply ingrained. In any case, for me, it matters little whom I marry. Lu Xian was accustomed to Wei Shiran's carefree attitude. Suddenly, a thought struck Wei Shiran, and with a mischievous grin, he leaned closer to Lu Xian, draping an arm over his shoulder. Don't be too quick to pity me. Truth be told, your family isn't much different from mine. You two may find yourself ensnared in an arranged marriage. I advise you to seize the present opportunity and engage in a romance, regardless of the other person's identity. Otherwise, when you eventually marry and look back, realizing you've never truly loved anyone, how sorrowful that would be. Get away from me. Lu Xian felt the urge to retaliate. Why was he casting such a curse upon him? Wei Shiran chuckled wickedly. Just as he was about to speak again, a deep, magnetic voice unexpectedly intruded upon their conversation, asking, what constitutes affection for someone? Both Wei Shiran and Lu Xian were momentarily stunned, their gazes instinctively shifting to Gu Chenxiao. His question caught them off guard, as such an inquiry seemed utterly incongruous coming from him. Was it merely curiosity? Before Wei Shiran could respond, Lu Xian had already taken out his phone to search for an answer. Like is a Chinese term, also meaning to enjoy. It can refer to feelings of happiness and fondness, indicating a liking or interest in a person or thing. In essence, affection is a feeling that encompasses admiration, adoration, and respect. Stop. Wei Shiran could no longer endure the interruption. Aren't you leading us astray? If you don't understand, then refrain from speaking nonsense. Lu Xian retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. Do you even know? Wei Shiran proudly huffed, of course. Having traversed the realm of romance for numerous years, how could you possibly be unaware of what it truly means to like someone? Gu Chenxiao's gaze settled upon his face, disinterested in his incessant chatter. Indeed, Wei Shiran had been involved in numerous relationships, with a different woman by his side almost every month, thus amassing a wealth of romantic experience. Wei Shiran remarked, "If you find yourself enamored with someone, you might engage in peculiar and foolish acts prompted by a mere phrase from her. When she is absent, thoughts of her will linger incessantly in your mind. Her words will frequently resurface, and in every endeavor, she will be at the forefront of your thoughts." For it often lingers in my thoughts, her words. Only after Gu Chenxiao departed did Lu Xian dare to speculate could it be that Chenxiao has experienced a heartbreak. Wei Shiran promptly spewed out a mouthful of wine, exclaiming, "Are you attempting to murder me? I'm serious. Don't you find his behavior tonight rather peculiar?" Connecting the various dots, he surprisingly deemed that possibility quite substantial. Wei Shiran, however, remained unconvinced. He stifled a yawn and remarked, "Even if one were to believe that pigs can climb trees, let us not absurdly assert that Gu Chenxiao has a girlfriend, shall we? Who would be so foolish as to become Gu Chenxiao's girlfriend, unless they have a penchant for self-torment?" In the car, the driver inquired, "Mr. Gu, you missed your flight. Shall I arrange another ticket?" Gu Chenxiao gazed out the window, responding, "No need." Initially, he had a flight scheduled for 1 a.m. to go abroad. His work was not yet concluded. He merely returned briefly. That day, when Song Yin mentioned she had something to discuss over the phone, he instructed his assistant to procure a ticket, enduring a 6-hour flight back. He informed her in advance, originally intending to share dinner with her. However, due to a delay exceeding 2 hours, he had already missed dinner time. By the time he arrived at the gathering, it was already quite late, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. Later, he learned that she had left and returned home, and by then, it was already 10 o'clock. Consequently, he received such a result. "Gu Chenxiao, let us part ways." Thus, when she said she had something to tell him on the phone, was it merely to convey this? Gu Chenxiao found himself in a fog. It was abrupt and utterly nonsensical. Reflecting on Wei Shiran's recent words, "I often recall what she said. Everything I do reminds me of her." The haunting echo of Song Yan's voice returned to him. "When you entered, you stepped with your left foot, Mr. Gu. I prefer men who step in with their right foot first. So, let us part ways." Gu Chenxiao. Truly, what a curse. Under the blazing sun, Song Yin felt as though she were being melted away. Finally, the director called for a wrap. Her assistant swiftly provided her with an umbrella, refreshing water, and a handheld fan to cool her down. Some actors' talents seemed to be exaggerated. For how could this single scene take over 2 hours to film? It left her utterly bewildered. A voice of disdain and mockery drifted from beside her. It was Chun Man, who had shared the screen with Song Yin today. Although Song Yin was indeed out of sorts, it was directly linked to Chun Man as well. She had arrived over an hour late, forcing the shoot to occur during the hottest part of the afternoon. Throughout, she repeatedly claimed to be suffering from heat stroke and requested breaks, yet put on a fa-ade of dedication, insisting on continuing to film despite her condition. However, each time Song Yin began to find her rhythm, she would need to rest again. Regardless of Song Yin's resilient mindset, she was ultimately exasperated. Some individuals may falter in their acting, yet in reality, they perform vividly. Song Yin's assistant retaliated without hesitation. Chun Man glared, "What are you saying? If you have something to say, be direct." Song Yin pressed her assistant down, casting a cool glance at Chun Man. She indeed harbors no affection for beating around the bush. Parting her lips, her melodious voice resonated, stating that not only for 2 hours, but even if it were to extend to 20, this supporting actress must remain compliant throughout the shoot. Until they departed, the assistant could hardly suppress her exhilaration. It was truly formidable. One could hardly describe the dismal expression that adorned Chun Man's face at that moment. Such as Song Yin, she confronts any grievances head-on without hesitation. Just as she was about to enter the vehicle, a voice called out from afar, "Miss Song." She halted her movements, turning to gaze at the scene before her. A Rolls-Royce stood idling across the way, with the driver positioned beside the car, waving in her direction. Chapter 5. You truly are growing old and unashamed. The vehicle navigated onto a secluded road, flanked by towering poplar trees, now more majestic than they were a few years prior. After a gentle bend, The car finally halted before an imposing estate. The entrance's identification device recognized the license plate, and the grand iron gate slowly swung open, allowing the vehicle to proceed. It glided past a fountain and came to a stop in the courtyard of the residence. The driver exited first, opening the rear door, from which a foot adorned in high heels elegantly emerged. The lady stood beside the car, clad in a flowing black gown, her silhouette tall and graceful. She surveyed her surroundings. The mansion had undergone renovations, yet retained its familiar visage. The fountain at the entrance cast a rainbow in the sunset's glow, while the garden and swing in the front yard were bathed in the warm hues of twilight. Also reminiscent, Song Yin withdrew her gaze, placing the black lace veil atop her head, and ascended the steps into the grand abode. As she walked, the servants lined the path, their silence disrupted only when the elderly butler, having received word of her arrival, hastened to greet her. "Miss, the young lady has returned." The servants promptly echoed, "Miss." It was not surprising that the majority of the staff had been replaced. They were unfamiliar with her. Song Yin beamed as she recognized the elder approaching her, calling out warmly, "Uncle Bai." "Miss, let me take a good look at you." "Juve Gruntayir." Now almost as tall as I am. The butler's excitement was palpable, yet his gaze gradually shifted to one of concern. "Miss, you seem so thin. Have you not been eating well?" Nowadays, the youth are always talking about dieting. You mustn't starve yourself for the sake of it. Remember, food is the essence of life. Don't deprive yourself. Song Yin chuckled. "Uncle Bai, I take good care of myself." The butler shook his head with a sigh. The master must be worried. Speaking of the master, Uncle Bai suddenly recalled something important and promptly said, "Ah, miss, the master is waiting for you in the study. You should go see him." The butler escorted Song Yin to the study, knocking gently on the door. "Master, the young lady has returned." After a moment, a deep, resonant male voice called from within, "Come in." Uncle Bai opened the door, gesturing for Song Yin to enter. She paused at the threshold for a moment, inhaling deeply, before stepping forward in her high heels. Inside the study, a faint aroma of sandalwood mingled with the scent of ink. A middle-aged man stood at the desk, holding a brush, practicing his calligraphy. As Song Yin approached, her eyes fell upon the large characters inscribed, "A century of bliss." Her previously taut expression darkened instantly. With a sharp motion, she slammed a red invitation onto the desk, the force so great that ink from the inkstone spilled, staining the surface black. The brush in the man's hand faltered, inadvertently adding an errant stroke to the words, "A century of bliss." He furrowed his brow, displeasure evident in his eyes. Setting down the brush, he fixed his gaze upon Song Yin and spoke with an authoritative tone. "After so many years away, have you forgotten how to summon someone? You truly are becoming increasingly undisciplined." Unfazed, Song Yin met his stare and replied in a similar tone, "Song Qingya, it has been years since we last met, yet you seem to have grown ever more shameless with age." Chapter 6. A magnificent lotus in a prosperous era, how dare you? A thunderous bang echoed through the room, the voice filled with rage. "Who taught you to call out your father's name so brazenly?" Song Yin scoffed. "You still remember that you are my father?" The furious middle-aged man before her was none other than Song Qingya, Song Yan's father and the master of the Song residence. She glanced down at the vivid red invitation card that she had just slammed onto the table, finding it glaring and obnoxious. The invitation was delivered right to my hands, as if he believed I would simply wither away. "Do you dare to provoke me further?" Song Qingya, however, was not taken aback. It was as if her reaction was entirely anticipated. His expression softened slightly as he picked up the invitation. After a brief perusal, he closed it, tapping it against his palm. "What is this? I bring you an invitation, and you become upset instead? If I hadn't brought it to you, wouldn't you have caused an uproar?" Song Yan's alluring visage tightened, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Her voice was sharp as she retorted, "I have told you time and again, she should either remain your unacknowledged mistress for life, or leave the Song family. There's no third option." A sound of something heavy hitting the floor resonated from the doorway, and both individuals in the study shifted their gazes toward the entrance. A middle-aged woman stood there awkwardly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. After a moment, She hastily spoke. I apologize. Did I interrupt something? I heard Yin was back. So I came bring you tea, but I didn't tea expect. It's all my fault. I'm so clumsy. I'll clean this up right away. A servant had already approached with a cloth to tidy up, but the woman took it from her and knelt down to clean it herself. Observing this, Song Qingye frowned. Jia, let the servants handle these trivial matters. It's all right. This was my mistake. I will tidy it up immediately. Song Yin averted her gaze, not bothering to look at her any longer. Qingye, Yin has finally come home. You shouldn't be so harsh with her. Just speak calmly. After all, you are father and daughter, not enemies, the woman's gentle voice interjected. Song Qingye remained silent, casting a glance at Song Yin, a silent sigh escaping him. The woman turned her attention back to Song Yin, earnestly advising, Yin, your father has always cared for you. Please don't misunderstand him any longer. And don't hold onto your anger. Now that you're back, why not stay for good? Song Yin regarded her coldly, and after a prolonged silence, she let out a disdainful snort. What a magnificent lotus in a prosperous era. The woman before her was named Jin Jia, the mistress of Song Qingye, and, undoubtedly, the woman Song Yin despised most in this world. Song Yin's departure from the Song family was primarily due to Jin Jia. From the moment she and her daughter stepped into the Song household, Song Yin had left without a backward glance. It had been 6 or 7 years since then. During these years, Song Qingye had sought her out, but her stance remained unwavering. She would not return unless Jin Jia was expelled from the Song family. This time, her return was an exception, driven by an unbearable tolerance. Song Qingye actually ordered someone to deliver the wedding invitation into her hands. This is nothing short of a blatant provocation. He has endured for 6 or 7 years. Although Jin Jia has resided in the Song family during these years, she has never held an official status. However, what astonished Song Yin was that he unexpectedly decided to marry Jin Jia at this very moment. He even set a date and sent out the invitations. Chapter 7. If you dare to marry her. I shall ensure your widowhood had he genuinely wished to wed Jin Jia. He could have done so 6 or 7 years ago when he insisted on bringing her into the Song family. Yet, after the passage of nearly a decade, now approaching 50, unexpectedly resolved to take such a step. If there were no ulterior motives, she would surely not believe it. Song Yin gazed at Jin Jia with a blank expression. I will not leave, she declared. A smile broke on Jin Jia's face. And just as she was about to speak, Song Yin coldly interjected with 2 chilling words. You leave. The smile on Jin Jia's face faltered, her expression stiffening as her joy gradually faded. She cast an awkward glance at Song Qingye before saying, Yin, you have misunderstood my relationship with your father. I have a name, Song Yin interrupted coldly. I am Song Yin, not Yin. Hearing such a name only served to remind her of the foolish and naive past of her childhood. Had it not been for Jin Jia's intrusion, her mother would not have divorced Song Qingye. Her mother had regarded Jin Jia as a close friend, a confidant. Yet who would have thought that her most trusted person would be the architect of her marital ruin? Most revolting of all was the memory of once calling this woman Aunt Jia. In hindsight, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Taking a deep breath, Song Yin's gaze fell once more upon the wedding invitation, and a surge of anger welled up within her. I do not care how you proceed. My one and only bottom line is that your Song matron can only be my mother. Her voice, icy and resolute, echoed within the study. If you dare to marry her, I will ensure your widowhood. Song Qingye instructed Jin Jia to step out first. Once the door closed, only the 2 of them remained in the study. Song Qingye took a seat and gestured for her to join him, but she, seemingly oblivious, crossed her arms and turned her head away, displaying her indifference. In a calm tone, Song Qingye began, Song Yin, I wish to have a conversation with you. We ought to approach this matter with a level head. As father and daughter, we truly need to discuss this. If you intend to persuade me, then there is no need, Song Yin replied coldly. My stance is clear. If you wish to conduct a funeral after the wedding, proceed as you wish. Song Qingye regarded her thoughtfully, noting that her temperament mirrored her mother's. Otherwise, their marriage would not have reached such a dire state. Perhaps I can offer you 2 choices, he proposed. Song Yin turned her gaze towards him, her expression frosty as she awaited his continuation. Either you return to the Song household, and I shall agree not to marry Jia, allowing our original relationship to remain unchanged. Song Yin's brow furrowed slightly. And if I refuse? His expression darkened, and he continued, or you can leave forever, never to return to the Song family again, and I shall marry whomever I choose without your interference. With swift steps, Song Yin descended the stairs. In the living room, Jean Jia awaited her. Upon seeing Song Yin, she rose from the sofa, her hands clasped in front of her, and gazed at her with a complex expression. Song Yin did not linger for even half a second upon her presence, striding past her in her high heels, resolutely walking out without a sideways glance. As she approached the door, she fortuitously encountered another individual hastily making his way home. Upon seeing each other, they both momentarily paused, halting their steps. The man before her stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 2 inches, clad in a crisp white shirt, with his suit jacket held in hand. His short black hair appeared neat and vibrant, and beneath his arched brows, a pair of deep, ink-like eyes were intently fixed upon her. After a prolonged silence, Song Yin took a step forward to continue her exit. As she passed by him, she heard him finally speak. "Are you leaving?" Chapter 8. Can your jealousy be any more obvious? The auction venue on the second floor was in the midst of its final opening ceremony, with many guests lingering at the back, engrossed in conversation around the bar tables. Song Yin arrived just in time. "Miss Song, Miss Song." A male voice called out from behind her, prompting Song Yin to pause momentarily. The voice belonged to Yin Ao, the esteemed manager from Yufeng, whom Jiang Jingnan had mentioned. He had pursued her all the way from the first floor and finally caught up with her. Since he had approached her directly, it would be impolite to dismiss him outright. The auction would commence shortly, and she merely needed to exchange a few pleasantries. During this time, Song Yin suddenly heard a somewhat familiar female voice, laced with sharpness. It was indeed the kind of woman who knew how to entice men, effortlessly drawing attention wherever she went. Turning towards the source of the voice, she was unsurprised to see a familiar face. In her 4 years in the industry, she had crossed paths with numerous adversaries, and Chun Man was undoubtedly one of them. A woman sitting beside Chun Man scoffed disdainfully, bluntly stating, "Can you be any more obviously jealous?" She then cast a glance in Song Yan's direction. Some women, without needing to undress, could simply stand amidst the crowd and attract a throng of men eager to submit. Although her words were coarse, there was no malice in her tone. Chun Man's expression faltered. She had expected solidarity from the women around her, only to be met with a retort. After greeting Yin Ao, Song Yin turned and walked toward Chun Man. The white light illuminated her, making her shine brilliantly. Dressed in a black, delicate spaghetti strap gown, Song Yin resembled a solitary black swan, her aura leaving Chun Man momentarily stunned. Song Yin approached Chun Man directly, who snapped back to reality, eyeing her warily. "What do you want?" With lips slightly parted, Song Yin calmly uttered 2 words, "Give way." Chun Man found it incredulous. "Why should I give way to you?" Without further words, Song Yin simply regarded her with a cold, elevated gaze. The atmosphere grew tense. Ultimately, Chun Man begrudgingly stood up to yield her seat, though her reluctance was palpable, especially as she noticed Yin Ao glancing over frequently in their direction. It was well known that the esteemed manager from Yufeng was fervently pursuing Song Yin. Once seated, Song Yin paid no heed to Chun Man's inner turmoil. She was solely concerned with the outcome. As for everything else, it was of no consequence to her. This Miss Song truly lived up to her reputation, exuding an arrogance that seemed to disregard those around her. The woman beside her exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. Song Yin reciprocated the gesture. After the staff distributed the bidding paddles, the auction commenced in earnest. Approximately 70 to 80 individuals had gathered that evening, primarily business people vying for a plot of land. The bidding for the land was the main event, preceded by a charity auction, with all proceeds slated for donation to charitable organizations. Everyone present was primarily focused on the land. Other items, no matter how exquisite, held little interest, as they were eager to expedite the proceedings. However, when the showcased item was revealed, it proved to be quite unexpected. A nameless philanthropist has generously donated a rare treasure, the blood jade, also known as the love jade. It is characterized by its striking crimson hue and is exceedingly rare, primarily crafted into exquisite jade rings. Once polished and sculpted, it resembles a diminutive red bean, which is why many refer to it as love jade. The flawless transparency of the jade held by the host is nearly extinct in the market. Thus, upon unveiling, the female guests could hardly contain their astonishment, urging the men beside them to capture this piece of love jade for them. Song Yin has also come this evening for it. Chapter 9. Mr. Gu simply wishes to buy it to please a woman. Song Yin observed Chen Man, who had changed seats, playfully appealing to her wealthy boyfriend. Brother, I really adore this. Could you buy it for me? At that moment, the auctioneer announced a modest starting price of 800,000. An elderly man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, sitting in the fourth row, was the first to raise his paddle, exclaiming 90,000. The young woman beside him beamed with delight, leaning against his shoulder and whispering sweet nothings. Chen Man's affluent boyfriend then raised his paddle, bidding 1 million. Other businessmen in the back, unwilling to be outdone, joined in the fray, and the price quickly escalated to 1,800,000. After several rounds of bidding, many businessmen began to retreat. Yet, Chen Man's boyfriend boldly raised the stakes once more, offering 3 million. This amount exceeded the intrinsic value of the blood jade itself, prompting the other bidders to withdraw. At that precise moment, Song Yin, who had been silent until now, finally lifted her paddle, her crimson lips articulating a figure, 3,500,000. Before the crowd could fully register their astonishment, a man seated in the front row called out a number, 5 million. As he raised his paddle, an eerie silence enveloped the guest area. 5 million flashed across the auction screen, his resolute and rugged visage appearing even more austere and regal under the high-definition scrutiny. As he lifted his hand, Song Yin caught a glimpse of a Vacheron Constantine watch adorning his wrist. She hesitated for a moment, then promptly increased her bid by 100,000. 5,100,000. It seemed that once the man in the front row spoke, the others relinquished their bids, leaving only Song Yin in the contest. Chen Man, watching Song Yin, felt a fierce jealousy ignite within her. She turned to her boyfriend, clinging to his arm once more, and whined, "Darling, I truly adore it. Please buy it for me." However, just as she finished speaking, the deep, magnetic voice of the man in front resonated again. 5,500,000. The guests behind erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Chen Man's boyfriend cautiously pointed to the man in the front row and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Chen Man shook her head. Once her boyfriend revealed a name, she fell silent immediately. Meanwhile, Song Yin, fixated on the front, calmly raised her paddle. 5,800,000. 6 million. 6,200,000. The entire banquet hall fell into an eerie quiet, leaving only the alternating voices of Song Yin and the man. As the price reached 7 million, a woman beside Song Yin suddenly interjected, "Stop bidding. You cannot outbid him." Song Yin appeared unfazed, mechanically raising her paddle to declare 7,300,000. Whispers began to circulate nearby. Is Yinxing truly making that much money? A piece of blood jade fetching such a high price? Is it genuine affection or merely a desire to show off? While it was understandable for women to be fond of such treasures, what about Mr. Gu? What rare gems had he not encountered? With no woman by his side, shouldn't he prioritize that plot of land instead? Why was he so intent on competing for this piece of blood jade? Perhaps President Gu intends to purchase it to appease a woman? Song Yin tightened his grip on the bidding paddle. It shouldn't be the case. I have never heard of any woman by President Gu's side. What a farce. The private lives of such eminent figures are not matters one can inquire into at will. Amidst the chatter, the first row paddle was indeed raised once more. This time, it was a decisive bid, 10 million. Chapter 10. Stand tall and be a man. Jiang Jingnan awaited Song Yin on the first floor. Upon seeing Song Yin descend the stairs with a sullen expression, her heart sank, prompting her to hastily place her wine glass down and stride toward her. Who had dared to provoke this formidable figure? Song Yin, what has transpired? Why are you coming down so soon? Has the auction concluded? The evening's bidding primarily revolved around a parcel of land, and most of the invitees were merchants. Although Song Yin was not originally on the guest list and had no particular interest, She had changed her mind upon learning of a charitable item up for auction, taking the initiative to secure an invitation. Yet, given the current atmosphere, Jiang Jing and had already surmised the likely outcome. Tentatively, she inquired, "Did you fail?" Logically, that should not be the case. Over the past few years, Song Yin had taken on numerous roles, earning substantial fees. Coupled with a string of awards, her market value had soared, nearing that of first-tier actresses. She was not in want of money. Besides, it was merely a charitable item. How competitive could it truly be? The merchant's primary focus was the land. Who would genuinely vie against her for a charitable piece? Song Yin inhaled deeply, her anger still bubbling beneath the surface. That goo is utterly insufferable. From a distance, the driver spotted Song Yin and promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for her. However, when he heard her express her desire to drive herself home, a look of alarm washed over his face. "Miss Song, have I done something wrong?" he inquired cautiously. "No, I simply wish to drive," she replied, taking the driver's seat. The driver hesitated before dutifully moving to the passenger side, fastening his seatbelt with a sense of trepidation, gripping it tightly as if bracing for impact. A silence enveloped the car for several moments. The driver, wishing to break the stillness, pointed to a circular button beneath the steering wheel, advising, "Miss Song, the ignition button is here. Roll away." "Understood." The driver, visibly relieved, promptly unbuckled himself and exited the vehicle. As the door closed, the car roared to life, but the driver watched in horror as the wheels veered sharply to the left, sensing impending disaster. Just as he opened his mouth to warn her, the car sped away. As anticipated, a cacophony of screeches erupted. The driver stood aghast, witnessing the long scratch marring the sleek black Bentley, his heart sinking as he empathized with the damage. That mark was not merely paint. It represented a significant financial loss. Song Yin, too, sensed something amiss. She exited the car to assess the situation, guilt creeping into her heart. However, upon catching sight of the familiar license plate, that guilt evaporated in an instant. Next, the driver watched in disbelief as Song Yin delivered a kick to the Bentley. Was she perhaps incensed by the prospect of exorbitant repair costs? Venting her frustration in this manner, he silently resolved that next time he must survey the surroundings before parking, ensuring to position the car beside a less expensive vehicle. One could never predict when this formidable individual might decide to drive herself again. Song Yin lingered for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to address the situation. As the driver was about to speak, he suddenly found her gaze fixed upon him, and with a ruthless command, she instructed, "You handle this." To be candid, if he were the owner of this Bentley, witnessing his cherished vehicle marred in such a manner would undoubtedly provoke him to violence. The white Porsche sped away mercilessly, leaving the driver standing alone, forlorn amidst the wind. A sudden pang of pain gripped his stomach, yet the owner remained absent. After a moment's contemplation, the driver realized he possessed only a pen and no paper. Thus, he hastily picked up a scrap of paper, scribbled his contact information, and tucked the advertisement beneath the windshield wiper before departing in haste. The night deepened. Once the man entered the car, the driver promptly reported, "Mr. Gu, the vehicle has been scratched. It's quite serious." The man's expression remained placid as he inquired, "What of the perpetrator?" "He fled, but he left this for you." The driver cautiously handed the advertisement he had retrieved from the wiper to the man seated in the back. Initially, he assumed it was merely a commonplace flyer to be discarded, but he was fortunate to notice the numbers inscribed upon it. The man in the rear accepted the flyer, observing the clearly printed medication name in the top left corner, an enormous promotional slogan in the center, "Stand tall, be a man." Beside it, in the blank space, was a string of phone numbers. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. In the front, the driver could not suppress a brief chuckle. The man's gaze turned toward him with a faint glimmer, prompting the driver to clear his throat and feign seriousness. He returned the advertisement to the driver, instructing, "Keep it safe." The driver, puzzled, responded, "I feel someone implicated." Chapter 11. That dog a man has another woman in his heart. When Song Yin arrived at the bar named Half Drunk, she found Lu Jing busy subduing a small thug with her fists. "Are you occupied?" Song Yin asked as she settled into her usual seat. She and Lu Jianing had been close friends for many years, and now Lu Jianing was managing this bar, while Ying Ying was her affectionate nickname. Lu Jianing nodded in acknowledgement and assured her to wait a moment as she swiftly concluded her task. Song Yin watched as Lu Jianing forced the thug to kneel on the ground, where he pleaded for mercy, claiming he would never dare to misbehave again, begging the heroine to spare him. A heroine? In Song Yan's eyes, Lu Jianing's terrifying demeanor undoubtedly bordered on that of a female tyrant in certain respects. After the incident was resolved, Lu Jianing returned to the bar to continue her work. The usual? She inquired. Song Yan shook her head. No, I drove here today. Lu Jianing froze momentarily, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized her friend. After a thorough examination, she remarked, to my knowledge, you have only driven 3 times since obtaining your license, right? 4 times. Song Yin corrected her with utmost seriousness. Including today, it makes 4. Lu Jianing retorted. All 3 previous times ended in accidents. And this time? Song Yin had held her driver's license for 3 years, yet had only driven 4 times in total. During her inaugural drive, both Lu Jianing and Li Rao had been present, full of youthful bravado and trust in her capabilities as a novice driver. However, within mere minutes, she had collided with the rear of a luxury car. Ever since that incident, Lu Jianing and Li Rao had sworn never to ride in a car driven by her again. The second time, she had knocked off her own side mirror while parking. The third time, she crashed into a landscaped area, which garnered media attention, and she was even subjected to a breathalyzer test, as they suspected she was driving under the influence. Since then, she had not dared to drive again. Clearing her throat, Song Yin, under Lu Jianing's piercing gaze, reluctantly admitted, just a minor mishap. Lu Jianing was utterly unfazed. As expected of you, you have not disappointed me, maintaining your flawless record. Song Yin felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. Where's Li Rao? She decided to shift the topic. She should be arriving soon. No sooner had she spoken than a familiar figure burst through the door, truly a case of speak of the devil. I'm so furious. I'm livid. Li Rao stormed in, grabbing the lemon water that Lu Jianing had prepared for Song Yin and gulping it down. Song Yin exchanged glances with Lu Jianing. She's here. After setting down the cup, Li Rao expressed her indignation. To think they want me to marry that scoundrel Wei Shirang. I'd rather be done away with. Lu Jianing, being a woman of action, silently produced a fruit knife and offered it to her. Li Rao was momentarily speechless. Song Yin chuckled softly, cautiously pushing the knife back toward Lu Jianing. Sistering, there's truly no need for that. Lu Jianing put away the knife and asked Li Rao, alcohol? Yes, a large glass. Song Yin felt a headache coming on. Li Rao is undeniably recognized as the foremost socialite of Cloud City. Yet, the individual before her hardly embodies the essence of a true socialite. The engagement between Li Rao and Wei Shiran was recently established. One is the epitome of elegance in Cloud City, while the other is its most notorious playboy. Their union has left many astounded. Li Rao has clashed with her family over the marriage. Yet Wei Shiran remains unperturbed, seemingly acquiescing to the arrangement. While one side shows consent, the other finds itself in a more precarious position. After venting her frustrations, Li Rao ultimately declared with clenched teeth, that wretched man harbors feelings for another woman. How can I endure such indignity? This declaration echoed like a spell in Song Yan's mind, reverberating endlessly. Chapter 12 Apologies. He has passed away. The man, who harbors affections for another woman, astonishingly consents to marry her. What else can he be but a cad? Much like that fellow, who, despite having a fiancée, still engages with other women. This is unequivocally the behavior of a scoundrel. Such actions deserve nothing less than scorn and condemnation. Li Rao, with her large, tearful eyes, gazes at Song Yin with a pitiful expression, beseeching, Song, you are the only one here with romantic experience. Please teach me how to extricate myself from this engagement. Just as Ying Ying is their affectionate nickname for Lu Jianing, Song is the diminutive form of Song Yan's name. Lu Jianing, perplexed, questions, what does your romantic experience have to do with your desire to escape this arranged marriage? Are you foolish? Song knows how to make a man fall for her. If I simply do the opposite, wouldn't that suffice? Ah, the logical genius that is Li Zaira leaves one speechless. If I can make Wei Shiran detest me, he will surely propose the dissolution of our engagement. Once he withdraws, this matter will no longer concern me. Song Yin interjects, as far as I know, the Wei family seeks a true lady of refinement. Wei Shiran's current girlfriend, due to her somewhat flawed background, does not garner the approval of the Wei elder. Thus, extricating yourself from this engagement is not insurmountable. You merely need to reveal your hidden, generous side to the world. Impossible, Li Rao replies, shaking her head decisively. Song Yin, unfazed, presents another alternative. With a gentleman like Wei Shiran, the more you resist, the more he revels in the chase. Why not indulge him? Pretend to be utterly enamored with him, cling to him, and continually express your affection. Who knows? He might find it unbearable and decide to call off the marriage himself by the next day. That's a rather clever strategy. Lu Jianing chimes in, unexpectedly supportive. The thought of Li Rao ardently pursuing a man, fervently professing her love, sends a thrill through her. They all know that Li Rao harbors a distaste for men. Li Rao's expression shifts to one of unease as she mentally conjures the image, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Just the thought is enough to make her feel nauseated. Suddenly, Lu Jianing, as if struck by inspiration, casually inquires of Song Yin, "By the way, I haven't heard you mention your boyfriend lately." At this, Li Rao glances at Song Yin. The matter of Song Yin's breakup with Gu Qinxiao was shared only with Li Rao. Lu Jianing remains oblivious. Song Yin, lowering her eyes, replies coldly, "Apologies, he has passed away." Both Lu Jianing and Li Rao are momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of peculiar surprise as they glance behind her. Unperturbed, Song Yin remains oblivious to their reactions, continuing in a languid tone. "So, please refrain from mentioning him before me again. It would delight me to the point of wanting to indulge in another couple of shots of Erguo too." Li Zhao, frantically signaling with her eyes, conveys her urgency. Thankfully, Song Yin is perceptive enough not to miss her cues. As she turns around, she finds a man standing behind her, having appeared unnoticed. He donned a pristine white shirt, one hand casually nestled in the pocket of his tailored trousers, while the understated luxury of a Vacheron Constantine watch adorned his wrist. The cufflinks of his shirt sparkled with a captivating brilliance under the dim, ambiguous lighting. The man's handsome visage bore an expression of aloof indifference, and in this moment, his dark, profound eyes seemed to harbor storms within, exuding an unsettling aura of oppressive intensity. Chapter 13. Enough with the act indeed. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is a reprehensible act. Song Yin now deeply understands this truth and suffers the consequences. She fears that the person might unexpectedly inquire, "Have you heard that I am dead?" In a flash of inspiration, she quickly responds, "He died a most tragic death. He was struck by a car and, on his way to the hospital, encountered a traffic jam. Upon arrival, no one attended to him, causing him to miss the crucial window for rescue. I even attended his funeral. It is truly pitiful that he passed away at such a young age. Although we only dated for a few days, there was some affection, so I contributed double the amount for his memorial." She deliberately raised her voice, as if afraid that someone might not hear her. Li Rao and Lu Jianing exchanged bewildered glances at her. What nonsense is this child speaking? Is she already intoxicated before even having a drink? Song Yin continued her nonsensical monologue. "I will never forget him. He was my favorite among all my boyfriends." "And what was his name?" Lu Jianing inquired. Song Yin, "Well, this fellow was not cooperating and even seemed intent on undermining her." With a heartbroken expression, she sighed and said with a heavy tone, "I'm already quite sorrowful. Please do not bring it up and reopen my wounds." Li Rao could not help but roll her eyes. "All right, enough with the theatrics. The person is already gone." Song Yin, indeed. The spot where that figure once stood was now empty, devoid of any trace. Pathetic, you truly live up to your name. I mean, since you have already broken up, what are you still afraid of? Li Thou Scott, is it that you want him to know that the deceased boyfriend you spoke of is not him, but another man? Li Rao's lips twitched. You're quite the clever little fox. The abundance of comedic elements in her performance leaves one unsure whether to commend her survival instincts or to lament her self-destructive tendencies. Really broken up? Lu Jianing asked, somewhat surprised. Song Yin nodded. Lu Jing stated, I saw him at the bar a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago? The 21st, around midnight. Lu Jianing remarked, possessing an exceptional memory. Although she had not formally met Gu Chunxiao before, a mere glance at his photograph sufficed. That recent encounter further solidified her certainty that the person she had seen was indeed Gu Chunxiao. Song Yin pressed her lips together. That was precisely the night they had broken up. So, he too must be quite pleased, celebrating with drinks right after their separation. How delightful. As night deepened, it was only when she reached her car that Song Yin noticed someone leaning against it, their back turned, obscuring their features. Yet, she recognized that silhouette all too well. Upon hearing the sound of hurried high heels abruptly halt, the man leaning against the car slowly turned to face her. Song Yin beheld a stunningly handsome face. Gu Chunxiao's gaze fell upon her, and as he parted his lips, his melodious, magnetic voice resonated. Hit and run. Song Yin couldn't help but recall the first time she heard his voice. The initial thought that sprang to her mind was a curious desire to know what it would feel like to hear him moan in such a tone. No, what was she thinking? She fervently attempted to banish those chaotic thoughts from her mind. What had he just said? Hit and run? Could it be that he had deliberately pursued her here for that reason? Chapter 14. Am I the kind of irresponsible person? Song Yin silently pondered. Surely not, surely not. It cannot be so. However, Gu Chunxiao pointed to the conspicuous scratches on her car and then gestured toward his own vehicle parked nearby. The evidence was irrefutable. To further reconstruct the scene of the accident, he had even parked his car deliberately beside hers. Unfazed, Song Yin opened her mouth to fabricate a lie. You misunderstand. I was not the one driving. It was my chauffeur who damaged your vehicle. After a brief pause, she continued. Moreover, it was not a hit and run. I specifically instructed my driver to remain in place and wait for the owner. What? Did you not encounter him? Having spoken, she met Gu Chunxiao's gaze with unwavering defiance. He scrutinized her intently for a moment, then tapped on the window of the black Bentley. As the window descended, the driver handed him something. Before long, that item appeared in front of Song Yin. With a hint of skepticism, she accepted it. Confused as to why he would hand her an advertisement, she focused her gaze and was nearly overwhelmed by the bold slogan emblazoned on it. Her lips twitched in annoyance. Like a hot potato, she quickly returned the advertisement. I don't need this, thank you. Just as she was contemplating his intentions, his cool voice resonated above her. So you think I need it? Perhaps you actually. Song Yin almost blurted out a response without thinking, but upon meeting his piercing stare, she managed to stifle her words, forcibly redirecting, I don't need it. Yet, wasn't she just discussing the hit and run? Why had he suddenly begun distributing advertisements on the street? Especially of this. Essential for muscular men? Gu Chunxiao regarded her with an impassive expression and remarked, otherwise. What does it signify that you placed down my car? Song Yin was utterly perplexed. What? I did not. Gu Chunxiao shot her a knowing look. The person who damaged my car was not you. It was me, but I did not place this advertisement on your car. After uttering those words, she finally grasped the depth of Gu Chunxiao's gaze, realizing it was too late. His eyes were frigid, challenging her assertion that it was not a hit and run. Song Yin thought to herself, she had been rash. How could she have been so careless in front of this cunning man? Observing her expression of deep regret, Gu Chunxiao's lips parted slightly. Miss Song, will you not offer an explanation? The vehicle you drove today is not new, and I am quite familiar with its license plate. Even if I were not present at the scene, Miss Song must possess my phone number. Yet you didn't inform me? Song Yin gently pressed her lips together. Then you should call the police. She adopted an attitude of resignation. At that moment, she had indeed recognized it was his car. She was uncertain how her driver had mismanaged the situation, having instructed him to stay there to resolve the matter, only for the owner to confront her directly, accusing her of a hit and run. Very well. Gu Chunxiao dramatically retrieved his phone, as if he genuinely intended to call the authorities. Inwardly, Song Yin cursed under his breath and quickly interjected, asserting that such matters could be resolved privately, without the need to trouble the traffic police. Just call me once your car is repaired, and I shall reimburse you for the repair costs, he insisted, primarily to avoid complications and further unwanted attention on social media regarding the accident. Gu Chunxiao coldly refuted his proposal, stating, no, if you do not answer my calls. How shall I locate you? Song Yin, exasperated, couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Do I strike you as someone irresponsible? Chapter 15. Every encounter with you is a collision. Gu Chunxiao gazed intently into her eyes and countered her question. Are you not? Song Yin was momentarily taken aback, experiencing a peculiar sensation. However, she swiftly regained her composure. No matter how exorbitant the repair costs for his luxury car might be, she would never shirk her responsibility. After all, she had no intention of fleeing the scene. Compensating for the damages was merely a matter of course. It was simply a misunderstanding. Did he truly have to paint her in such a negative light? As she contemplated how to retort, Gu Chunxiao spoke. Leave your car with me for now. When you reimburse me for the repair costs, I shall return it to you. Song Yin wore a look of incredulity. That is utterly unreasonable. What if you decide to abscond with my car? She echoed his earlier tactic against him. Since he doubted her, she naturally questioned him in return. Why should he be allowed to suspect her irresponsibility while she was expected to trust his unreasonable demands unconditionally? Yet in response, he merely offered a nonchalant ultimatum, or you can call the police. Song Yin felt her earlier resolve dissipate at those 4 words. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. She proposed, then I shall pay you the repair costs up front. How much do you estimate the repairs will be? I will give you double that amount. Surely, that would leave him speechless. However, the man remained obstinate. That will not do. I do not profit from this. Aside from the repair costs, I will not take a single extra penny. At that moment, Song Yin was completely convinced that this infuriating man was deliberately seeking to provoke her. Nothing was acceptable. He offered her no alternative. But what could she do? Given her culpability? Damn it. How could he have such complete control over her? Desiring to avoid further complications, she ultimately relinquished the car keys. The vehicle was no longer operational, and it seemed she would need to devise another means of returning home that evening. As she departed, he cast a lingering glance at Song Yin, his tone laced with mockery. Your boyfriend, who had the accident, wouldn't happen to be the one you collided with, would he? Initially, Song Yin did not grasp the implications. By the time she processed his words, he had already entered his vehicle and driven away, leaving her alone, engulfed in a cloud of exhaust fumes. In that moment, she vowed fervently, from now on, every encounter with you will result in a collision. Gu Chunxiao lowered his gaze to his phone, which displayed a video he had just watched for the second time that evening. The footage was extracted from the dash cam while the driver awaited his arrival, capturing the exact moment Song Yin grazed his car. The video revealed a woman in a sleek black dress stepping into her vehicle, shortly followed by her white Porsche forcefully scraping against his car. Gu Chunxiao rubbed his temples, his expression darkening. Excellent. Despite being acutely aware of her own poor driving skills, she insisted on getting behind the wheel, all the while donning a pair of high heels, thus compounding her folly. The recording continued to play. Then, he noticed a woman clad in a black dress stepping out of her vehicle, striding towards his car, and delivering a swift kick to its side. This unexpected action took him completely by surprise. Suddenly, he heard a brief burst of laughter emanating from behind him. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw the man in the back seat turning to gaze out the window. His previously cold and profound profile now betrayed a hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. Chapter 16. Beware of my exposure of your relationship. As Gu Chunxiao exited the vehicle, he entrusted a set of car keys to the driver, instructing, return her car once you're free. The driver accepted the keys with a grin, teasingly remarking, Sir, are you concerned that Miss Song might encounter more trouble while driving herself? Is that why you've deliberately kept her car here? Gu Chunxiao shot him a sidelong glance. The driver chuckled, realizing he had inadvertently spoken the truth. Tonight marked the final scene of Song Yin's filming. In this scene, her character witnessed the tragic demise of her family at the hands of the male lead, coming to the painful realization that she was merely a stepping stone for his ascent to power. The game of imperial authority was drenched in blood. Even after the filming concluded, Song Yin remained enveloped in sorrow, struggling to regain her composure for an extended period. The director generously lavished praise upon her, while the actor portraying the male lead was unable to shake off his emotional turmoil, shedding tears in empathy. Yin Jia, your performance was simply outstanding, exclaimed a teary-eyed assistant, gazing at her with admiration. Qing'er is truly pitiful, sob sob. In the narrative, Song Yan's character, Yin Qing, ultimately leaped from the city walls, ending her life. The male lead, cradling her lifeless body, wept inconsolably, his regret arriving too late, ultimately choosing to abandon the throne and retreat into the mountains for a solitary existence. Song Yin remarked coolly, "If I were to write this script, I would never conclude it in such a manner." The assistant, filled with indignation, concurred, "I think so too. A happy ending would have been so much better. Why must they extract so many tears from us?" Sob sob. Song Yin shot her a glance, thinking it amusing that she had misinterpreted her sentiments. A perfect conclusion was certainly unattainable. Had she been the author, the despicable man who betrayed her, annihilated her family, would have faced complete retribution. However, she recognized that fiction was merely fiction. In reality, she would never allow herself to be subjected to such a fate. If a man wished to exploit her, she would strike first. Declining the invitation to join the crew for a late-night meal, she decided to leave without her assistant. As she stepped outside, she encountered a familiar face. The woman scrutinized Song Yan for a moment before derisively inquiring, "Did you cry because the director reprimanded you for your poor acting?" Song Yan had no desire to engage and attempted to bypass her. Yet, the woman relentlessly pursued her, blocking her path with outstretched arms. With a mocking grin, she declared, "Song Yan, I'm not your rival. Why do you harbor such animosity toward me?" Having been obstructed multiple times, Song Yan's patience waned. Only then did she regard the woman directly. The individual before her was Shi Hui, a wealthy heiress and a former high school classmate of Song Yan. She claimed to be the leader of Song Yan's detractors, always present wherever disparagement of Song Yan occurred. While Song Yan didn't harbor outright disdain for her, she found her incessant need for attention tiresome. With an impassive expression, Song Yan glanced at her and replied, "You consider yourself my rival? Do you believe you are worthy?" Shi Hui's expression faltered as anger and humiliation washed over her. She threatened, "Beware, or I shall expose your relationship." Song Yan displayed an air of indifference as she languidly remarked, "Go ahead, see if I will stop you." The number of individuals privy to her relationship with Gu Chenxiao was exceedingly limited, with even her assistant and agent remaining oblivious. Shi Hui's awareness was purely coincidental. However, had she intended to act on this knowledge, she would have done so long ago, at least 6 months prior, upon learning of the matter. To now wield this as a means of intimidation? How juvenile. Chapter 17. No more relentless pursuit. Shi Hui let out a cold snort. "You think too highly of yourself. I refuse to engage in such mindless antics that would merely elevate your notoriety. Besides, you are destined to be abandoned. I certainly do not wish for Chen Zhao's romantic history to bear the stain of your presence." Song Yin regarded her with a smirk. "Are you so certain? Certain that she will be the one to be cast aside?" In response, Shi Hui triumphantly declared, "Sister Rong has returned. It is only a matter of time before you are discarded." Song Yan's expression momentarily stiffened. "When did that happen?" Shi Hui, taken aback, retorted, "When did what happen? Sister Rong's return means your dismissal is inevitable. Do you need me to calculate the exact timing? How absurd." Furrowing her brows, Song Yin pressed her. "When did she come back?" The Rong mentioned by Shi Hui was none other than Jiang Yinrong, whom Shi Hui claimed to be Gu Chenxiao's childhood friend. They had once shared a romantic relationship, which ended when Jiang Yinrong went abroad. Shi Hui asserted that Gu Chenxiao had loved her deeply and had never truly moved on. Just days ago, Shi Hui had informed her that Jiang Yinrong was returning to the country. But how is it possible that she had returned merely 3 or 4 days later? On the 21st. If I hadn't been preoccupied that day, I would have definitely gone to pick her up. The 21st. The day Gu Chenxiao returned to the country was also the 21st. However, simply relying on Shi Hui's words was insufficient for her belief. She had witnessed many attempts at sowing discord. What did it matter if they were childhood sweethearts or had once dated? Those were events of the past. Song Yin drew her thoughts back. "Never mind. After all, I've already broken up with Gu Chenxiao. As for Jiang Yinrong or anyone else, they are of no concern to me." Hearing her, Shi Hui suddenly burst into laughter. She regarded Song Yin with a peculiar expression. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just thinking that even you didn't go to pick her up? Poor Sister Rong indeed." A suspicion stirred within her, and whether it held truth would depend on Shi Hui's reaction. Shi Hui snorted and confidently asserted, if Chun Xiao weren't abroad, it goes without saying that he would have gone to pick her up. Song Yin raised an eyebrow. This confirmed her suspicion. If Gu Chan Xiao had returned with Jiang Yinrong that day, Shi Hui would have been eager to flaunt it rather than remain silent, as she was now. Shi Hui, irked by her insinuating smile, thought to herself that Song Yin was truly stubborn. But then, she considered that she could still gloat for a few more days. A cold smile crept onto her face as she boasted, once Chan Xiao returns from abroad, you will be of no concern to him. I advise you to be wise and cease your relentless pursuit. It would save you from further embarrassment. Song Yin nodded earnestly, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, as if she were about to clasp Shi Hui's hands in sincere thanks. Thank you for your advice. You are truly a good person. Shi Hui regarded her with a strange look until her figure vanished from view. Unable to suppress a mutter, is she out of her mind? Perhaps a bit tipsy. The same old spot. Lu Zhenying poured a glass of lemonade and pushed it toward Song Yin. You've been coming here quite frequently lately. Although Song Yin would join them for gatherings whenever she had free time, she seldom had holidays in her daily life. With her recent consecutive visits, Lu Zhenying couldn't help but speculate that not only had Song Yin experienced a romantic setback, but perhaps even a professional one. Is this how you conduct business? Do you really have a problem with customers visiting often? Song Yin glanced at the glass, then pushed it back. This evening, I prefer to indulge in wine. Chapter 18. Oh dear, I might be facing unemployment. Lu Zhanqing cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent as she personally poured her a drink. She had certainly noticed Song Yin's reddened eyes. Is Li Rao coming tonight? Lu Zhanqing inquired. Song Yin shook her head. She had made a last-minute decision to come after wrapping up her shoot, and seeing that it was getting late, she hadn't invited Li Rao. Besides, Li Rao had been burdened with a plethora of worries lately. Gathering together would only result in a lamentation convention. Never mind. With a single breath, Song Yin downed a glass, placing it down as she leaned against the bar, softly murmuring, oh dear, I might be facing unemployment. Lu Zhanqing paused momentarily, her expression one of confusion. Unemployment? What could you possibly be losing? She scrutinized Song Yin for a moment before suddenly furrowing her brow and asking in a low voice, is someone bullying you? Otherwise, why would her eyes be red tonight? It was evident she had been crying. Moreover, she had suddenly mentioned unemployment. Song Yin shook her head. With my looks, who would dare bully me? Lu Zhanqing countered, then why are you crying? After a brief pause, Song Yin seemed to come to a realization, explaining, I just wrapped up my shoot. You wouldn't believe it. The screenwriter of my show is utterly nonsensical. The male lead kills the entire family of the female lead and still wants to imprison her to be with him. For heaven's sake, any audience with a modicum of sense would reject such a premise. I truly don't understand why they enjoy torturing the female lead so much. In a romance drama like this, the male lead should be the one suffering for it to be engaging. Moreover, given the current circumstances, this drama might very well be her last project. Lu Zhanqing found herself unable to comprehend the entirety of Song Yan's ramblings. However, as long as she knew that no one was bullying her, that sufficed. Amidst their conversation, Song Yin suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, oh no. Lu Zhanqing thought, here it comes. Whenever Song Yin drank, her propensity to weep would surface. Clutching Lu Zhanqing's arm, she pouted in distress, her eyes glistening with tears. Do you know? Old Song is forcing me to go home. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Lu Zhanqing was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed a rare occurrence to hear Song Yin mention her father, and when she did, it was always in reference to him as Old Song, the old man of the Song family. Lu Zhanqing understood why Song Yin had such a poor relationship with her father, to the extent that she had refused to return home for many years. He said if I don't come back, he'll get a stepmother and let her daughter snatch my inheritance. Song Yin exclaimed indignantly. You've always claimed not to care about the inheritance. If Song Yin truly cared about money, why had she left the Song family in the first place? Song Yin sniffled, her eyes still red. Her pitiful demeanor was almost too much for Lu Zhanqing to bear. Ever since she had met Song Yin, she had questioned her own sexual orientation on more than one occasion. I do care, Song Yin sobbed. Money is a wonderful thing. Besides, Half of the Song family's fortune belongs to my mother. The woman once betrayed her mother, who left with nothing, taking not a single penny from the Song family. Now, why should that woman and her daughter benefit without consequence? Lu Jing found herself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, as she was never adept at expressing herself. Not far away, two tall figures walked side by side. Lucien nudged Wei Shiran and remarked, "Look, doesn't that woman resemble the actress Song Yin?" "Who is Song Yin?" Wei Shiran followed his gaze and wondered, "Is she an actress?" "She does possess a certain charm." Chapter 19. A spectacle awaits from their vantage point. They beheld the captivating profile of Song Yin. Her long, slightly curled black hair cascaded elegantly, adorned in a water-ink hue, and the custom Jimmy Choo heels sparkled under the dim lights. Not far off, her enchanting voice could be heard, reverberating through the air. Lucien, with a playful smirk, remarked, "A beauty drowning her sorrows in a midnight bar. What do you think, young Master Wei?" Wei Shiran's gaze remained fixated on Song Yin for a prolonged moment, lost in contemplation until Lucien's repeated nudges roused him from his reverie. "What? Have you been bewitched by just a glance?" Lucien teased. Indeed, the woman was breathtaking, her every gesture captivating the hearts of those around her. However, Wei Shiran's expression bore no trace of frivolity. He appeared to be in deep thought. It was only upon returning to see Gu Chunxiao that he seemed to recall something vital, exclaiming eagerly, "Chunxiao, where's your phone?" Gu Chunxiao lazily lifted his gaze, his eyes questioning, "What is the matter?" "Quickly, hand me your phone," Wei Shiran urged impatiently. Gu Chunxiao remained unmoved, left with no choice. Wei Shiran fabricated an excuse, "I can't find my phone. Please, use yours to call and see where it might be." Upon hearing this, Lucien readily offered his phone, saying, "Here, use mine." He found it curious that Wei Shiran would first think to borrow from Gu Chunxiao. Though Gu Chunxiao was not averse to sharing, he typically disliked having his belongings handled by others. Wei Shiran cast a lingering glance at Lucien, as if to silently express his gratitude. Lucien, bewildered, noted Gu Chunxiao's reluctance to lend his phone, while he had merely intended to assist. It seemed that being a good Samaritan was indeed a challenging role. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Wei Shiran sank into a chair and lifted his glass for a sip. After a moment's reflection, he purposely elevated his voice towards Lucien Xian, that actress from earlier, the one who was stunningly beautiful. "What was her name again?" Lucien replied, "You mean Song Yin?" Wei Shiran countered, "Let us not forget you're about to be married. Is she truly on your mind?" At the mention of her name, Gu Chunxiao's demeanor subtly stiffened. He discreetly reached for his glass, took a small sip, then set it down, casually directing his gaze into the distance. Wei Shiran continued, "I'm not yet married, after all. I wonder if she's still at the bar. Perhaps I should ask for her contact information." Lucien regarded him with disdain. Listen to that. What a quintessential playboy. How unfortunate for his betrothed, he thought. Wei Shiran added, "Such a stunning beauty, especially in a setting like this. I imagine she has many admirers. I must act quickly, lest I miss my chance." No sooner had he spoken than Gu Chunxiao abruptly stood up. Both Wei Shiran and Lucien turned to him in unison. He left without uttering a single word. Lucien did not dwell on it. He glanced at Wei Shiran and remarked, "He couldn't bear to listen to your incessant chatter." Gu Chunxiao was always like this, and Lucien was accustomed to it. However, Wei Shiran exhibited an entirely different reaction. He fixed his gaze in the direction Gu Chunxiao had departed, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Quick, follow him." Lucien, perplexed, inquired why. There's an intriguing spectacle unfolding. Chapter 20. Take a closer look. Whom is he watching? Song Yin took a sip and became tipsy. Lu Jining quietly replaced her drink with lemonade, and she remained blissfully unaware. The beverage she had been served was already among the lowest in alcohol content. Truly, she was a lightweight, as her reputation suggested. With both hands resting on the bar, Song Yin, eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "Oh, I feel so sad. I want to cry." Lu Jining glanced at her, bemused. Was she not already in tears? "What are you so upset about?" Lu Jining remarked nonchalantly. "Since your father has presented you with conditions, it is clear that he never intended to marry that woman. His actions were merely a ploy to compel you to return home. Such a simple truth should be evident to you." How could Song Yin fail to see it? Song Yin shook her head, pouting, "You don't understand." Lu Zhanaying, she truly did not understand. After all, she did not possess a vast fortune to inherit, nor did she have a father intent on forcing her home. Oh, how sorrowful. So very sorrowful. Thus, Song Yin activated her repetition mode, incessantly echoing her lament of sadness. "What are you truly upset about?" Lu Zhang found her unbearable and speculated. "Is it because of love?" With this thought, she turned to the bartender and made a request. Moments later, the bar's music shifted to the song "Break Up Happy." "Break up happy. Wish you happiness. You can find someone better. Tired of winter's wait. Just fly to tropical islands to swim. Break up happy. Please be joyful. Only by bidding farewell to what is wrong can you embrace what is right. Leaving an old love is like taking a slow train. Once your heart sees clearly, it will be bright." As the song played, the atmosphere in the bar transformed dramatically. Patrons exchanged puzzled glances. Lucien also felt bewildered. Was this what Wei Shiran meant by a good show? To observe how he wooed women? Quite absurd. Lucien gazed at Song Yin, still seated and expressionless, and remarked to Wei Shiran, "Wei, why did you drag me along? Do you want to cheer you on?" It was utterly ridiculous. Wei Shiran sighed. "Xian, it's not that I'm criticizing you. It's just surprising how you become so foolish." Lucien, scowling, gave him a kick. "Get lost." Wei Shiran deftly evaded, his demeanor shifting as he noticed a figure in the distance. "Look over there." Lucien followed his gaze. Initially indifferent, but paused upon seeing Gu Chanxiao, though he did not dwell on it. "What is so strange about that?" Wei Shiran, exuding exasperation, replied, "Xian, your intelligence usually shines through. Why are you acting like a fool now?" Lucien kicked him again. Wei Shiran, unusually serious, said, "Don't you think Chen Xiao has been acting oddly lately?" Lucien pondered this. Indeed, it was true. He and Wei Shiran enjoyed frequenting bars. Yet Gu Chanxiao had little affinity for such pursuits. However, he surmised that perhaps the establishment known as Half-Drunk possessed a remarkable ambience. It was not excessively noisy and exuded a rather pleasant atmosphere. This might explain why Gu Chanxiao chose to return for a second visit after his initial experience. At that moment, Wei Shiran remarked, "Take a closer look, observe whom he is gazing at." Upon hearing this, Lucien became aware of this particular detail. Gu Chanxiao stood there, his gaze fixated directly ahead. Following the direction of his eyes, Lucien beheld a woman adorned in a flowing ink-colored camisole dress. Chapter 21. Was she crying because of a breakup? Lucien turned to Wei Shiran in astonishment, his expression reflecting a silent inquiry. "What is happening?" Wei Shiran patted his shoulder, adopting a serious demeanor. "Brother, it seems your previous speculation may indeed hold some truth." Lucien, puzzled, queried, "Previous?" Hadn't he jested about Gu Chanxiao possibly experiencing a heartbreak the last time? At that moment, he had merely spoken offhandedly, later deeming his conjecture quite absurd. He had not given it much thought afterward, but hearing Wei Shiran's sudden assertion now left him in a state of bewilderment. "Are you implying?" His gaze darted between Song Yin and Gu Chanxiao. "I noticed Chanxiao's phone screen that day," Wei Shiran elaborated. "I didn't pay it much mind until I saw that woman, just now." He had not known Song Yin previously, nor was he certain if the woman he had glimpsed on Gu Chanxiao's phone was indeed her, which prompted him to devise a way to inspect Gu Chanxiao's phone. Unfortunately, he had a rather incompetent ally. He had to resort to other methods to probe, which yielded surprisingly effective results. What on earth is going on? Isn't it rather obvious? Song Yin was personally escorted back by Lu Zhanning, and as Gu Chanxiao prepared to leave, two figures stood resolutely in his path. Lu Xian and Wei Shiran stared at him intently, wordlessly. Gu Chanxiao. After a prolonged standoff, he coldly broke the silence, posing a question. Wei Shiran and Lu Xian exchanged a glance, reaching a silent agreement. Lu Xian, speak. What is your relationship with Song Yin? Wei Shiran. Such a rare opportunity, yet he chooses to ask trivial questions. Is it even necessary? Wei Shiran interjected. When did it begin? How far have you progressed? Gu Chanxiao's expression revealed no excess emotion, his tone detached as he replied. 2 years ago, the final step. Both Lu Xian and Wei Shiran were taken aback. 2 years. Had they truly been so oblivious? After a moment of regaining composure, Wei Shiran inquired, "The final step? Are you planning to marry?" Gu Chenxiao glanced at him with a hint of annoyance. "We have separated." Lu Xian and Wei Shiran. That final step was indeed painfully real. Why? The thought crossed Gu Chenxiao's mind, leading him to frown slightly. A layer of irritation clouded his brow as he uncharacteristically snapped, "There is no reason." This reaction, Wei Shiran's expression turned pale. "Chenxiao, your little girlfriend." "Oh wait," he paused, reconsidering. "Your ex-girlfriend, if I'm not mistaken, seemed to be crying just now? Could it be that you broke up with her, leading her to drown her sorrows in a bar at this late hour?" At this, Gu Chenxiao's frown deepened. "She cried?" Upon reflection, it appears that, just as she departed with her friend, I indeed overheard her companion offering words of solace, urging her not to be disheartened. Gu Chenxiao remarked, "She is the one who ended things with me." Lu Xian. Wei Shiran. Well, that is truly not surprising in the least. Gu Chenxiao cast a cold glare in his direction. Wei Shiran cleared his throat and said, "Even if she is the one who ended it, it does not imply that she is devoid of sorrow." Gu Chenxiao paused contemplatively before inquiring, "Are you suggesting that she wept due to her sadness over the breakup?" Chapter 22. She was so furious she wanted to hit someone as the morning light crept through her window. Song Yin awoke to find her eyes swollen like walnuts. Gazing into the mirror, she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How could a girl of her refinement allow her visage to deteriorate to such a state? Fortunately, her filming had concluded, sparing her the embarrassment of facing others with such unsightly eyes. After completing her morning routine, she donned her athletic attire, ready to embark on a jog. Just then, the sound of her phone ringing interrupted the stillness from the dining table. A fleeting glance at the screen prompted her to dismiss the call. Early morning calls rarely heralded good news. Yet as she stepped outside, an inexplicable compulsion drew her back to check the familiar number. Biting her lip, she ultimately set her phone down again, confirming her suspicions of unwelcome tidings. This time, she left without looking back. As a woman of discerning standards, Song Yin held herself to the highest expectations regarding her physique. Typically, unless rain poured down, she would venture out for her morning run. On inclement days, she would resort to her treadmill at home. A fine figure is a gift from nature, but maintaining it requires diligent effort. When she set out that day, the sky had not yet unleashed its fury, despite its ominous appearance. She assumed the rain would hold off for a while longer, but perhaps fortune was not on her side, for it soon began to pour. Seeking refuge, she hurried to a nearby bus stop. Observing the relentless downpour, she realized it would likely persist for some time. In a moment of dismay, she checked her pockets, only to be struck by the realization that she had forgotten her phone. An inner voice began to chastise the individual who had called her earlier. If not for that interruption, she would have. Yet, even without that call, she would never have taken her phone along for a morning run. As she stood at the bus stop, solitary amidst the ebb and flow of commuters, she gazed blankly at the vehicles streaming by. The rain seemed to lighten slightly, prompting her to consider stepping out to see if she could dash home. However, as she approached the edge, a sleek black car sped past, splashing a deluge of water upon her. Song Yan's eyes widened in shock, and as the realization sank in, her temper flared. Yanking off her cap, she stormed out, shouting at the car, "Do you not know how to drive, or have you simply lost your senses?" How utterly disgraceful, with the accumulation of water so vast. Especially at a bus stop, could they not exercise a modicum of caution? Her mood, already fraught with irritation, plummeted further with this latest affront. Fortunately, she was alone at the bus stop, shielded from the eyes of others who might witness her disheveled state. Looking down at her now drenched, pale athletic wear, she was about to don her cap and make a hasty retreat when, to her astonishment, the same black car backed up right in front of her. Song Yan's heart sank as an ominous premonition gripped her. The car door swung open, and the driver emerged, holding a black umbrella as he approached her. "I am terribly sorry," he said, his voice laced with genuine concern. "I didn't TC you at the bus stop. I was going a bit too fast. Are you all right?" As Song Yan was about to speak, a surge of frustration welled within her, yearning for release. However, upon catching sight of the driver, she was momentarily taken aback. The driver also recognized her, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Miss Song?" he inquired. Song Yin felt her lips twitch involuntarily. So, this was his vehicle? Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards the rear window, unable to discern anything, yet it seemed as if she could feel a searing, penetrating gaze directed at her from within. Chapter 23. I am here to witness the drenched chick. Song Yin instinctively turned her gaze toward the rear window of the car. Although she could see nothing, she felt as though a piercing and intense gaze was directed at her from that very spot. Hastily, she averted her eyes, pulling her hat down to obscure her face. The reality was quite harsh. When misfortune strikes, it seems one encounters an array of unfortunate events. "Miss Song, are you all right?" The driver observed her disheveled appearance, his face betraying a look of guilt as he repeatedly apologized. "I am truly sorry. It is my responsibility. Please forgive me." Waving her hand dismissively, Song Yin replied, "It's fine." Given that he had returned specifically to apologize with such sincerity, she felt it unreasonable to respond with hostility. Moreover, casting a sidelong glance in the direction behind the driver, she added, "It's all right. You may leave now. Please, hurry and depart." The driver hesitated, asking, "Miss Song, do you need me to take you home?" "No need." The driver, after a moment of contemplation, chose not to press the matter further. Just as he was about to turn away, Song Yin called out to him unexpectedly. "Could you lend me your umbrella?" she inquired, pointing at the umbrella he held. The driver glanced at it and replied readily, "Of course." Song Yin's spirits lifted. This could indeed be a silver lining amidst her misfortune. She would no longer have to stand idly waiting for the rain to cease. Just as she reached out to accept the umbrella, the rear window of the car slid down. A cold, indifferent male voice emanated from within. "When did my belongings become yours to lend without my consent?" The driver, startled, quickly retracted the umbrella. Song Yin's hand remained suspended in the air. The driver, with a face full of remorse, apologized again. "I'm so sorry." Miss Song, he had not anticipated that his employer would be so miserly, unwilling even to lend an umbrella. He mused that perhaps the memory of their previous encounter still lingered. Suppressing her irritation, Song Yin gritted her teeth and replied, "It's fine." The driver nodded slightly and returned to the vehicle. However, the car remained stationary for an extended period. The rear window was sealed once more, and Song Yin peered towards it. The tinted glass obscured her view, yet her imagination conjured the visage of a remarkably handsome yet disdainful face. They remained locked in a stalemate, with the other party clearly having no intention of departing. Frustrated, Song Yin withdrew her gaze and abruptly dashed out into the rain from the bus stop. Yet, the downpour seemed to conspire against her, intensifying unexpectedly. After only a few paces, she turned back, retreating to the shelter of the bus stop once more. Damn it, even the weather is in cahoots with that insufferable man. Just as her inner grievances boiled, the rear door of the car swung open. The man stepped out and approached her, his light-colored shirt marked by the traces of rain. His tall figure loomed before her, exuding an unexplainable sense of pressure. Song Yin looked up, their eyes meeting in an intense exchange. It was she who took the initiative to speak, her tone decidedly unfriendly. "What is it?" the man replied. "It seems you are encountering a bit of trouble." Song Yin responded with silence. This particular trouble of hers was one for which he bore an undeniable responsibility. A smile played upon her lips as she thought, "Mr. Gu truly possesses an exquisite taste for leisure. Has he come here to admire the rain as well?" The man raised an eyebrow and, with a languid tone, remarked, "I have come to observe the drenched chickens." Chapter 24. It's not too late for reconciliation, Song Yin mused. If only she possessed a knife at that moment. She would not allow Gu Chanxiao to stand before her so brazenly, engaging in conversation. It seemed that he refrained from involving himself in any matters concerning others. Yet, her greatest regret now was that she had initiated dialogue with this insufferable man. "Have you had enough? If so, be gone. Quickly leave." "No." Scrutinizing her intently, "This is the first time I've seen you like this." Song Yin thought. Does he not realize who is responsible for her current state? Covered in mud, a consequence of his vehicle's malfunction. How could he dare to revel in her misfortune? Disregarding him, Song Yin turned her gaze elsewhere. The car repair invoice had been issued. Upon hearing this, She swiftly turned back to him and inquired, "How much?" "I will transfer it to you." Gu Chenxiao languidly responded, stating a figure, 188,000. Song Yin nodded. For a luxury car valued at 5 to 6 million, the repair costs were within her expectations. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, only to realize her pockets were empty. Tilting her head slightly, she addressed Gu Chenxiao, "I apologize, I left my phone at home. I will transfer the money to you once I return." "No rush," he replied, his tone unhurried. The rain was not likely to cease anytime soon. An awkward silence enveloped the small bus stop as they stood there. The car had parked in front of the bus station, obstructing the bus lane, and when the bus arrived, it began to honk insistently. Yet, Gu Chenxiao showed no intention of yielding. Eventually, the bus had no choice but to change its route and depart via an alternative road, with the faint sound of the driver's curses trailing behind. Song Yin silently lamented, "Where's the traffic police? They ought to apprehend this blight upon the roadway." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she queried, "Surely you don't think I intend to default on the payment?" Gu Chenxiao raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. His demeanor irked Song Yin. "I would never default, Mr. Gu. You can rest assured. As soon as the rain stops and I return home, I will transfer the money to you. It's merely a little under 200,000. I can manage that." Gu Chenxiao regarded her with a knowing smile, his voice deepening in resonance against the backdrop of the rain. "Oh, really? How do you plan to transfer it?" Song Yin faltered, initially caught off guard until realization dawned upon her. She had deleted Gu Chenxiao's WeChat. This was a quirk of hers. Once she made a decision, she would not linger in ambiguity. She severed ties cleanly and completely. She had believed that once they parted ways, they would never cross paths again. Yet unexpectedly, just days later, she had collided with his car. Those unaware might think she was seeking revenge. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Gu." Song Yin feigned calmness, acknowledging her oversight. "The WeChat transfer indeed has its limits. So I kindly ask Mr. Gu to provide me with a car number. This should suffice, shouldn't it?" Regardless of whether he has noticed that she has already deleted him from WeChat. Just then, Gu Chenxiao, observing her earnest demeanor, suddenly called her name. Song Yin slightly raised her gaze, her eyes inquiring. Gu Chenxiao, with his deep, dark eyes fixed upon her, slowly spoke, "It is not too late for you to reconcile with me now. Whether it be borrowing an umbrella or having you escorted back, either is possible." Song Yin. Chapter 25. You seem to harbor significant hostility towards me. Song Yin was utterly perplexed, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at him. What had he just uttered? Was there any kind-hearted soul willing to translate his words for her? Although he spoke in Mandarin, she found herself unable to comprehend his meaning. She blinked at him and inquired, "What did you say?" granting him the opportunity to articulate his thoughts more clearly. Gu Chenxiao fixed his gaze upon her, his lips parting once more as he earnestly declared, "What I mean is, it is not too late for you to reconcile with me now. Whether it be borrowing an umbrella or having me escort you home, either option is available." Song Yin. He had actually repeated himself, verbatim, without omitting a single word. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for suitable words to encapsulate her sentiments. Taking a deep breath, she managed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes and replied, "I must express my gratitude to Mr. Gu for this opportunity, but—" She paused, her expression darkening, her tone laced with barely concealed ire. "Such opportunities should be reserved for other women. I cannot bear it." Gu Chenxiao furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Why did her reaction diverge so starkly from what Wei Shiran had described? He had acted according to Wei Shiran's guidance, yet she appeared anything but pleased. Rather, she seemed infuriated. "Song Yin," he called out again. Song Yin retorted sharply, "What do you want?" His gaze bored deeply into hers, trying to decipher what ailed her. After 2 years of harmonious companionship, he found it perplexing. In his recollection, Song Yin had always possessed a gentle disposition. She neither clung excessively nor distanced herself coldly. Their relationship had maintained a delicate equilibrium. This balance had brought him comfort, a state to which he had grown accustomed. Yet, she had abruptly declared the termination of their relationship, disrupting all his previous steps. Now, standing before him, he found her utterly inscrutable. "You seem to harbor significant hostility towards me," Gu Chenxiao remarked. Song Yin shot him a strange look. He ought to exhibit more confidence and omit the word seem. What did it mean to say she appeared hostile? At that very moment, her resentment towards him was palpable. He ought to listen to the absurdity of his own words. What did he mean by stating that it was not too late to reconcile, to offer her an umbrella or a ride home? Such condescension was hardly appealing. Moreover, she was the one who had initiated the breakup. She was the one who had cast him aside. Even if he were to beg and plead, it was unlikely she would reconsider. Yet here he was, aloof and condescending, attempting to provide her an easy way out. Mr. Gu, are you truly oblivious to your own situation? Song Yin said coolly. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chunxiao began to reflect on what Wei Shiran had advised him. Wei Shiran had asserted that as long as Song Yin harbored resentment towards him, it indicated that she had not truly let go. The deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. Thus, Song Yan's current demeanor towards him is due to. Just as he pondered this, Song Yan's voice resonated once more. It seems the one filled with hostility is you, Mr. Gu. Even a precious blood jade that I hold dear, you are willing to expend a fortune to seize from my grasp. Gu Chenxiao remained silent. So, it is indeed because he snatched that piece of blood jade from her that. Suddenly, the rain diminished. The weather seemed to have been manipulated, as if a switch had been flipped, allowing for effortless control. Such a torrential downpour could cease in an instant. Song Yin stepped off the platform with one foot, only to hesitate and halt. It appeared she was torn over whether to greet him, but ultimately decided against it. Given the nature of their relationship at present, there was no need for such formalities, even in this situation, where a farewell seemed unnecessary. Chapter 26. You are quite dull behind her. Gu Chenxiao's voice resonated once more. This marked the third time he had called her today. As someone who was captivated by sound, she found Gu Chenxiao's voice utterly delightful. She had succumbed the very first time she heard him speak. Not only was his appearance striking, but even his voice was melodious. The way he called her name with such an enchanting timbre. Song Yin. Suddenly, Song Yin halted in her tracks, yet she refrained from turning around. Gu Chunxiao gazed at her silhouette, his eyes profound and contemplative. What was the reason for their breakup? Song Yan's fist clenched slightly as she slowly turned to face him, her tone calm yet resolute. The reason, have I not mentioned it before? The last time had been so abrupt that even she had not fully grasped why it had happened. Ultimately, she had blurted out an absurd rationale, and this time, he did not seem so easily fooled. Confronted by Gu Chenxiao's intense, penetrating gaze, Song Yin felt an intangible pressure enveloping her. It was as if the world around them had fallen silent, creating an isolated realm where only she and Gu Chenxiao existed. Raindrops dripped from the eaves of the platform, one landing on the crown of Song Yan's head, sending a shiver coursing through her. Regaining her composure, she raised her eyes to meet his. You're quite dull. Song Yin fixed her gaze upon his, articulating each word with clarity. Gu Chenxiao, being with you is truly devoid of interest. What? Did she truly say that? See, I told you. Which girl would not feel like she is inflicting self-harm by dating you? You are undeniably exceedingly tedious. Wei Shiran's voice, laced with mockery, echoed in her ears as Gu Chunxiao shot him a cold, piercing glance. Cough. Under the weight of Gu Chenxiao's lethal stare, Wei Shiran subdued his demeanor considerably. What is the point of dating? It would be far better to marry directly, much like I did. Lu Xian cast a disdainful look at him. It was one thing for him to be forced into an early marriage, but to drag others into the grave of matrimony prematurely? Such a heart is worthy of condemnation. You know that Chun Xiao is an advocate against marriage, Lu Xian remarked. Had they not learned of his affair with Song Yin a few days prior, they would have thought he truly detested women. Wei Shiran dismissed this notion. Meeting the right person renders all ideologies irrelevant. However, for every fortunate soul, there exists one who is not. Some truly encounter such individuals, while others may never find someone like that throughout their entire lives. He inquired of Gu Chenxiao, Chunxiao, have you followed my advice? After discovering his affair with Song Yin, Wei Shiran, the sole one among their trio with romantic experience, had taken it upon himself to impart wisdom. He had explained that women are often creatures of contradiction, asserting that when they say no, they often mean yes. He also conveyed that when women threaten to end a relationship, it does not always signify a genuine desire to part ways. Rather, they might merely be seeking to provoke a reaction, hoping to elicit a display of concern from their partner. A scholar like Gu Chanxiao only requires a gentle nudge to grasp the essence. He undoubtedly understands how to apply his knowledge effectively. Meanwhile, Lu Xian sat nearby, indulging in fruit and occasionally casting a glance their way. He mused silently to himself, fearing that only a fool would heed Wei Shiran's analyses of romantic dilemmas. Indeed, while Wei Shiran's experience in matters of the heart is extensive, it is fundamentally tainted with frivolity. To listen to him, it would be to lead the young astray. Chapter 27. She will surely return to reconcile with you, Gu Chunxiao remarked. You urged me to take the initiative and seek her out, and I did. Lu Xian nearly choked on a piece of fruit. There truly are foolish individuals, or rather, there indeed exist those who would consult Wei Shiran on matters of the heart. Gu Chenxiao's gaze flicked in his direction, prompting Lu Xian to clear his throat hastily. Apologies, I swallowed incorrectly. Please, continue as you were. Pay no mind to me. Someone like him, a lifelong singleton, could never comprehend. Wei Shiran waved his hand dismissively, returning to the matter at hand. So, when you approached her, what did you say or do? Gu Chunxiao pondered for a moment, knitting his brows in contemplation. Wei Shiran had advised him to seek reconciliation with Song Yan, asserting that when a woman mentions breaking up, she does not genuinely wish to part ways. Rather, she desires the man to pursue her fervently. On the very day Song Yan broached the subject of their separation, he had not attempted to retain her. It seemed he had never made such an effort. Yet today, upon meeting Song Yan, despite his straightforwardness, her response had been rather unexpected. Gu Chenxiao mused, turning to Wei Shiran. Are you certain she is merely throwing a tantrum with me? Wei Shiran, adopting an air of experience, replied, by your own account, she abruptly suggested breaking up without providing a reason. Does that not indicate a childish display of temper? It must be that your demeanor towards her has been excessively aloof. Or perhaps you have neglected an important anniversary. Gu Chenxiao reflected earnestly, seemingly finding no basis for such claims. From his perspective, his relationship with Song Yan was perfectly balanced. As for anniversaries, they were entirely out of the question. Noticing the furrowed brows of Gu Chenxiao, Wei Shiran intended to provide further counsel. Now that she has deemed you uninteresting, that must indeed be the crux of the issue. He patted Gu Chenxiao's shoulder, speaking earnestly, do not be too disheartened. Your nature is that of a solitary soul. I never expected a girl would be foolish enough to take an interest in you. Gu Chenxiao replied coolly, lowering his gaze to the hand that rested on his shoulder. I do not require your sympathy. I can assist you. Wei Shiran awkwardly withdrew his hand. What a menace. No wonder no girl fancies him. It's no surprise that even with a girlfriend, he faced a breakup. Brother, I can help you. In terms of career, I cannot hold a candle to your prowess, but when it comes to wooing women, I am undoubtedly a master. Trust me, I can surely aid you in winning her back. Wei Shiran declared with fervor. Gu Chenxiao cast him a dispassionate glance, reclining on the sofa in silence. The last time, she had dismissed him with a ludicrous excuse, hence his inquiry this time around. The outcome was already evident, dullness and tedium. Observing this, Wei Shiran quickly leaned closer, saying, Come now, Chenxiao, you cannot possibly be disheartened by this. Have you forgotten? Last time, she wept over the breakup. Gu Chenxiao's eyes warned him. You're being excessively verbose. Wei Shiran fell silent for a moment before suddenly experiencing a moment of clarity. Of course, the esteemed Gu Chenxiao would never take the initiative to pursue a woman. Moreover, it was clear he had been misguided from the very beginning. Between Gu Chenxiao and Song Yan, it is evident that Song Yan is the one who takes the initiative. Otherwise, with Gu Chenxiao's temperament, it is undoubtedly certain that he would lead a solitary life. Thus, Wei Shiran smirked playfully and said, My brother, rest assured, it is clear that she cares deeply for you. Before long, she will undoubtedly return to seek reconciliation. Chapter 28. Perhaps someone is cursing me from behind. Achoo, my nose itches. Song Yan sneezed, and a dark suit jacket slipped on her shoulders. Miss Song, the air conditioning here is rather low. Do take care not to catch a cold. A gentle and considerate male voice resonated beside her. Song Yin cast a glance downward, her expression impassive as she yanked the jacket off and stuffed it back into Yin Ao's hands. With a tone of indifference, she remarked, "Thank you, but my sneezing is merely a reaction to an unpleasant odor, not due to the cold." Yin Ao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once Song Yin departed, he raised his arm and carefully sniffed his own scent. He had always used the most classic cologne. Could it truly be that offensive? Suddenly, someone slapped him vigorously on the back, startling Yin Ao, who had been lost in thought, nearly causing him to falter. "Yin Xiao, what are you up to?" It was Lin Dong, Yin Ao's close friend. Yin Ao's expression darkened slightly, and he remained silent, his gaze once again drifting towards the direction Song Yin had taken. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. He couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Noticing his demeanor, Lin Dong teased, "Yin Xiao, are you still pursuing that little star? I never imagined you could be so infatuated." Irritated, Yin Ao had no intention of engaging with him. Lin Dong continued, "How long do you intend to chase her? Shall I lend a hand?" Yin Ao shot him a glance, his brow slightly furrowed. "Your idea of helping me wound tea involved those unsophisticated methods, would it? If so, I do prefer you refrain. I genuinely like her and am willing to pursue her wholeheartedly." Lin Dong scoffed dismissively. "Is it really worth it? She's just a little star, constantly showing you disdain. Yet, you willingly endure it. Who knows how many men she has been with behind the scenes? The entertainment industry." "Enough," Yin Ao interrupted sharply, his voice rising and his glare fierce. "Do not force my hand against you." Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged. "It's merely a little star. Is it really worth severing our friendship over?" They had always shared joys and hardships together. Now, for a woman, he was threatening to end their camaraderie? "Achoo! Achoo!" Song Yin sneezed again, rubbing her itchy nose, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Are you all right, Yin Yin? Are you coming down with something?" Jiang Jingnan inquired with concern. Song Yin shook her head. "Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me from behind." Jiang Jingnan chuckled. "You still believe in such things?" If that were the case, Song Yin would be sneezing all day long without respite, given how many people she has offended. A single curse from each would keep her occupied all day. Of course, that was merely her internal monologue. "Sister Nan, I happen to have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "After this film wraps up, I would like to." "ISNT that Song Yin?" An incongruous female voice suddenly interrupted Song Yin's words. The two individuals simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, and there appeared Chun Man, swaying her slender waist as she approached, her demeanor exuding an air of artifice. Song Yin averted her gaze, disinterested in observing her any further. "Sister Nan, did you not mention that today as soir he had certain prerequisites?" Upon hearing this voice, I realized I had been deceived. Chun Man glared at Song Yin and exclaimed to Jiang Jingnan, "Sister Nan, do you not oversee your artist? Her tongue is rather sharp." Jiang Jingnan offered an awkward smile and replied, "Do not mind her. My Song Yin is simply forthright, always speaking the truth." Chapter 29. Even withered roses once bloomed. Chun Man's expression darkened instantly. Although she and Song Yin were both signed under the same agency, their treatment was markedly disparate. Despite having debuted earlier and possessing a certain degree of fame, the company shifted its focus entirely to Song Yin upon her signing, even assigning the best resources and management to her. While it was one thing for Chun Man to have lesser opportunities than Song Yin, she was still considered a senior to her. Yet, in every circumstance, be it within the company or beyond, she was perpetually overshadowed by Song Yin. Jiang Jingnan retracted her smile and continued to gaze intently at Chun Man, saying, "Furthermore, if you struggle with your words, I would be more than willing to teach you a thing or two on behalf of Brother Qian." Such overt favoritism was palpable. Yet, Jiang Jingnan held a position of significantly higher status within the company than Chun Man's manager, leaving Chun Man with no choice but to grit her teeth in silence. She cast another glance at Song Yin, her eyes betraying a flicker of resentment and jealousy. This evening, Song Yin donned a strikingly vibrant gown, bold and flamboyant, capturing the attention of all present. Despite its aesthetic appeal, the dress was notoriously difficult to wear, One misstep could render it a fashion disaster. Yet, Song Yin appeared effortlessly in command, showcasing its beauty to the fullest, enhancing her already stunning presence. Tonight, she seemed poised to embody the title of Earthly Red Rose in its entirety. Chenman took a couple of steps closer to Song Yin, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she remarked, "Song Yin, your fortune will not always be so untroubled. I am certain that before long, you shall find yourself buried in the dirt. After all, the ultimate fate of a rose is to wither." Song Yan's eyes were cool and detached as a mocking smile graced her lips. "Even if a rose withers, it once bloomed," she replied haughtily, tilting her chin defiantly at Chunman. "And dirt will forever remain just that." The interruption from Chunman caused the word Song Yin had intended to share with Jiang Jingnan to slip her mind entirely. Noticing the time, she decided to take her leave. A few affluent young men approached her, jovially engaging in conversation. Just as Jiang Jingnan was about to intervene, her phone rang urgently. She pulled out, intending to dismiss the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, she furrowed her brow and glanced at Song Yin before stepping aside to answer. "Miss Song, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. We are all admirers of your work, and seeing you in person, I must say, you are even more stunning," one of the young men said. Song Yin cast a brief, indifferent glance at him, her eyes revealing a profound coldness. These young men truly had an uncanny persistence. Did they not possess other interests or hobbies? Perhaps reading, playing chess, painting, or playing the piano? Must they always resort to such frivolity to assert their identities as heirs? One gentleman pointed to another and introduced him, saying, "Allow me to present Mr. Fong from Ding Sheng, the largest investor in your recent production. Miss Song, would you not honor him with a toast?" He extended a glass of wine towards her. Song Yin glanced at the drink, her gaze shifting back to the man with an air of disinterest. As a public figure, such fundamental social interactions are inevitable. Yet, she resolutely abstains. Others may impose difficulties upon themselves, but why should she add to her own burdens? "I do not drink," Song Yin replied. "That is perfectly fine. One may substitute juice for alcohol," the individual responded, as if anticipating Song Yan's evasion, promptly exchanging the glass of wine for a cup of juice and presenting it before her. Chapter 30, A Lesson for You, Song Yan. "Surely you wouldn't deny me this little dignity? That lofty demeanor of yours resembles a command." The man was evidently prepared and had no intention of letting matters rest. Song Yin cast a glance at the glass of juice, a cold, mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. If Jiang Jingnan were present, she would have intervened on her behalf, but now she was absent. Without hesitation, Song Yin turned away, unwilling to squander even a moment on such an individual. Dignity? He is hardly worthy of it. Upon witnessing her blatant disregard, the man grew furious, seizing her arm with force and yanking her back. "How dare you show me such disrespect? Who do you think you are to turn your back on me?" Song Yin frowned, taken aback by his audacity in front of a crowd. Just as she contemplated retaliating, a cup of water was hurled towards her. Instinctively, she closed her eyes and felt the chilling liquid make contact with her skin. Her hair dampened as the orange liquid trickled down her facial contours, cascading from her chin onto her chest, staining her gown. A surge of anger ignited within her. Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes, droplets clinging to her long, thick lashes, rendering her vision hazy. She heard the man's arrogant proclamation. "This is a little lesson for you. Disrespecting me comes with consequences." As his words faded, a resounding slap echoed in the air. Song Yin parted her crimson lips, her voice devoid of emotion. "Am I giving you enough face now?" The man staggered, his face twisting to one side, cradling his stinging cheek in disbelief as he gazed at Song Yin. These privileged young men were accustomed to being the ones dishing out lessons, not receiving them. Infuriated, he vowed to teach Song Yin a proper lesson. On the other end of the line, Jiang Jingnan, still on the phone, heard the commotion and upon recognizing Song Yin amidst the chaos, felt a chill run down her spine. Without regard for her superior on the line, she abruptly hung up and rushed towards the scene. "Yin Yin, are you all right?" Jiang Jingnan quickly produced a tissue to wipe the remnants of juice from Song Yan's face. Unexpectedly, someone forcefully shoved her aside, causing her to stumble. In that moment, she caught sight of a terrifying scene. A man, with a menacing expression, was poised to smash a cup over Song Yan's head. "Watch out!" Jiang Jing and instinctively cried out. Song Yan sensed the impending danger and began to turn when suddenly, a familiar scent enveloped her. It was a distinctive fragrance, subtle yet laced with a hint of nicotine, intoxicating in its allure. As she turned, she found herself shrouded in shadow. Upon recognizing the figure before her, surprise flickered across her features. It was him. At that moment, Yin Ao rushed over, alarmed by the commotion. Upon arrival, he was met with a shocking sight, and, filled with rage, he shouted, "Lin Dong, what are you doing?" The young gentleman, poised to take action against Song Yin, was none other than Lin Dong, who had just conversed with Yin Ao. Initially, he intended to employ a few minor schemes to harass Song Yin, and had even dispatched someone to inform Yin Ao, orchestrating a scenario for a gallant rescue. However, he did not anticipate that Song Yin would be so oblivious to the pretense. The farce had transformed into reality. Yet, Lin Dong's plans did not come to fruition. Just as he was about to strike, he was intercepted by another. At that moment, his hand remained suspended in the air, unable to move. Chapter 31. I truly adore you. Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs? The imprint of a slap was clearly visible on Lin Dong's face, and the painful expression he wore made him gasp for breath. His animosity towards Song Yin deepened, and he growled at the man, "Let go of me, will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong felt the man tighten his grip. The pain was unbearable, and he howled in agony. "You let go!" His face contorted in distress. His body twisted into an awkward position as if his bones were about to be crushed. Lin Dong, a wealthy young man accustomed to a life of indulgence, found himself utterly subdued, with no means to resist. He turned to the onlookers for help, yet they remained as motionless as statues. Although he was aware that these were merely fair-weather friends, he had not anticipated such a lack of loyalty from them. "Yin Ao, why are you just standing there?" Lin Dong shouted in exasperation. It was one thing for strangers to ignore him, but Yin Ao was his close brother. How could he stand idly by? At the sound of his voice, Yin Ao snapped back to reality. He had noticed the imposing figure before him, radiating an undeniable aura of authority that demanded attention. With a serious expression, Yin Ao respectfully called out, "Mr. Gu." If he was not mistaken, the aloof and dignified man before him was the esteemed Gu Chenxiao himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong immediately exclaimed, "You know him? That's great. I believe there's been some misunderstanding. I merely wish to teach an ungrateful woman a lesson. This brother of yours, he isn't." Before he could finish, Yin Ao sternly interrupted, "Lin Dong, be silent." Yin Ao was already filled with ire. He had previously warned Lin Dong against employing such base tactics against Song Yin. Yet he had acted on his own accord, utterly detestable. Now, he audaciously sought to befriend Gu Chenxiao. Did he not fear for his life? Lin Dong, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was displeased by Yin Ao's demeanor. "I'm doing this for your sake. You can't even handle a woman, and, as your brother, I couldn't just stand by. I helped you, yet you show no gratitude. Besides, I haven't harmed her. It's her who has been quite ruthless. Just look at my face." Suddenly, Yin Ao felt a chilling gaze upon him. Turning, he met Song Yan's eyes, and he momentarily froze, hastily clarifying, "Song Yin, it's not as you think. I never intended for him to trouble you. All of this was Lin Dong's misguided initiative. I genuinely care for you. How could I allow anyone to harm you?" The spectators watched with keen interest. Yin Ao's pursuit of Song Yin had been well known, his advances vigorous. However, such a public declaration of affection was unprecedented. Lin Dong's sudden cry shattered the atmosphere, instantly redirecting everyone's attention back to him. His complexion was pallid, his expression contorted in agony as he groaned softly. Gu Chenxiao, with an impassive demeanor, released his grip and accepted the handkerchief presented by his assistant. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he lowered his eyes and methodically wiped his hands. Once he had finished, he carelessly discarded the handkerchief onto the ground. Parting his lips slightly, he uttered a single word, "Leave." Chapter 32. A fashion faux pas song. Yin was lost in thought, fixated on the handkerchief lying on ground. Her hand, which hung by her side, instinctively curled into a fist. Narrowing her eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashed within them. The incessant murmurs in her ears seemed to emanate from Lin Dong, who was unwilling to relent. Someone nearby kindly attempted to caution him, but their tone and expression conveyed more mockery than genuine concern. Lin, do you know who he is? He is Gu Qinshao. Have you lost your mind? Daring to challenge him openly? I must commend your bravery, but perhaps it would be wise to roll away, provided you wish to continue your existence in Yin City. Upon hearing this name, Lin Dong's expression instantly shifted. Gu Qinshao. He was indeed Gu Qinshao. No wonder Yin Ao had addressed him as Mr. Gu. It turned out he was Gu Qinshao. The realization of his previous demeanor before Gu made him wish to slap himself in regret. Lin Dong stammered, attempting to salvage some dignity, but the formidable aura of the man before him was suffocating. Ultimately, he found himself speechless, retreating in defeat. Among the onlookers, someone remarked with a knowing tone, Mr. Gu is playing the hero to the damsel today. Rumors surrounding Gu Qinshao had never implicated him with women. Today, it was indeed an eye-opener. It seemed that, throughout history, heroes have struggled against the allure of beautiful women. After all, how could any man resist the charm of a woman as striking as Song Yin? It appeared Mr. Gu was no exception. The scattered whispers reached Yin Ao's ears, and his gaze toward Gu Qinshao shifted to one of profound complexity. Did the esteemed Mr. Gu have an interest in Song Yin? If that were the case, his own chances would dwindle further. How could he ever compete with Gu Qinshao? Qinshao. Just then, a feminine voice resonated from beyond the crowd. The tone was neither too high nor too low, perfectly pitched to command attention without being jarring. The name instantly captivated everyone present, prompting a collective turn toward the source of the sound. At the focal point stood a graceful silhouette. The woman possessed striking beauty, yet the sudden influx of gazes left her momentarily startled. She awkwardly smiled at the assembly, ultimately fixing her gaze on Gu Qinshao, who was not far from her. Qinshao, she called again. This time, there was no doubt she was the one invoking his name. Throughout the evening, the ever-aloof Gu Qinshao had unexpectedly engaged with two women. However, the expressions of the onlookers soon turned peculiar. Song Yin casually glanced over, and upon seeing the woman, her eyebrows arched in surprise. What a coincidence! A clash of styles. The woman wore a vibrant dress identical to Song Yin's. Song Yin had never feared a fashion overlap, for in this realm, she had never faced defeat. There was once a female celebrity who encountered a wardrobe clash with her, only to be utterly overshadowed and left in tatters. Subsequently, whether at events or ceremonies, other female stars endeavored to ascertain the details of Song Yin's attire, striving to evade any potential fashion faux pas. After all, a clash of outfits is not fearsome. It is the one who appears less attractive who faces the embarrassment. Yet now, Song Yin has just had juice splashed across her face, leaving her hair and gown in disarray. Chapter 33. Have you ever noticed that she bears a slight resemblance to you? The vibrant gown was marred by a conspicuous stain, significantly diminishing its aesthetic appeal. The woman took a couple of steps towards this direction before abruptly halting, as if just realizing the presence of Song Yin. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. They stood facing each other. In stark contrast, Song Yin appeared somewhat disheveled, while her counterpart exuded a poised elegance, unmistakably a product of noble lineage. Nevertheless, even in her current state, Song Yin radiated an alluring charm, her demeanor rivaling anyone present. After a few moments of silence, hushed whispers began to circulate. Someone derisively remarked, "It's true that comparison breeds pain. I feel embarrassed for Song Yin." This comment instantly incited discontent among those nearby, retorting, "Are your eyes faulty? Which part of Song Yin looks inferior? Clearly, she is far more enchanting. Had it not been for that fool who drenched her with water earlier, this would have been a complete triumph for her." The speaker was undoubtedly a staunch supporter of Song Yin. However, everyone possessed their own discernment. The same dress worn by different individuals evoked entirely different impressions. Song Yin could showcase the gown's beauty to its fullest extent, while the unfamiliar woman merely wore it adequately. Even in her slightly disheveled state, Song Yin maintained her allure. Thus, the outcome was evident. Withdrawing her gaze, Song Yin suddenly felt a tinge of disinterest. Her mood had already been soured by Lin Dong's foolishness, and now she encountered Gu Chenxiao. She glanced down at the handkerchief he had carelessly discarded on the ground after using it, silently gritting her teeth. Dog of a man. As she turned to leave, another female voice called out, Rong Jia, I've been searching for you everywhere. Why did you come over here alone without telling me? The tone held a hint of reproach, laced with a girlish charm. Song Yin. This voice. It sounds remarkably familiar. She turned to look, and upon seeing the familiar face, her lips involuntarily twitched. Indeed, it was a familiar acquaintance, none other than Shi Hui, who claimed to be her #1 hater. It seemed the title of #1 was aptly bestowed. In the instant she turned, Shi Hui also spotted her, and her expression immediately shifted. Song Yin, you're here too. Upon seeing Shi Hui, Jiang Jingnan promptly shielded Song Yin behind her. Given that Song Yin had encountered some unfortunate events today that had tarnished her image, Shi Hui, as her devoted detractor, might seize the opportunity to disparage her. However, it seemed that Shi Hui's attention tonight was not focused on that. Shin Xiao Yi. Shi Hui exclaimed excitedly, calling out to Gu Chenxiao, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Gu Chenxiao's indifferent gaze swept over her without a word. Shi Hui felt a bit awkward, but quickly reconciled with the knowledge of Gu Chenxiao's nature. A woman called out to Shi Hui, I couldn't find you earlier, but upon seeing Chenxiao here, I thought I would come over and greet him. Shi Hui's gaze suddenly shifted towards Song Yin, her eyes quickly scanning Gu Chenxiao before a plan swiftly took shape in her mind. Sister Rong, having just returned to the country, you must feel somewhat out of place, right? Allow me to introduce you. That lady over there is the currently renowned actress, Song Yin. Shi Hui pointed at Song Yin and inquired of the woman, do you not think she bears a striking resemblance to you? Chapter 34. In what other ways are they alike besides gender? The hall fell into silence. Song Yin raised an eyebrow. Sister Rong? So, this woman is the esteemed Miss Jiang Yinrong, as described by Shi Hui? Song Yin couldn't help but cast another glance at her. Then, an automatic evaluation formed in her mind. Well, to be frank, it was somewhat disappointing. It wasn't that she was overly vain, nor was Jiang Yinrong particularly unattractive. It was simply that, due to Shi Hui's earlier descriptions of Jiang Yinrong's beauty, she had unconsciously conjured an image of an unparalleled beauty in her mind. Now, upon seeing her, it seemed, perhaps it was the disparity created by high expectations. Song Yin, let me take you to freshen up, Jiang Jingnan whispered. The most important thing to a woman of the Yin Star was her image, especially since Song Yin was so fond of beauty. Song Yin nodded in agreement. She had no intention of lingering longer. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jingnan still took the initiative to greet Gu Chenxiao before leaving. Mr. Gu, thank you for coming to Song Yan's aid just now. I'll take her to freshen up. Gu Chenxiao's gaze swept over Song Yin, who had already turned away, leaving him with only her silhouette. He nodded slightly, and Jiang Jingnan felt a surge of joy as she turned to catch up with Song Yin. Those left behind began to disperse when a deep, indifferent male voice suddenly broke the silence. In what other ways are they alike? The speaker was Gu Chenxiao. Shi Hui paused in surprise. Jiang Yinrong looked similarly taken aback. Gu Chenxiao parted his thin lips, his low, husky voice resonating once more. With a detached expression, he stated, besides gender, in what other ways are they alike? Jiang Yinrong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, seemingly not anticipating Gu Chenxiao's concern over such a remark. It truly was not a comparison. She offered a gentle smile before responding to Shi Hui. Miss Song Yin is indeed a beauty beyond compare. How could I possibly measure up to her? Shi Hui puffed up her cheeks, clearly dissatisfied with her reaction. You're simply too modest. I believe you are far more beautiful than her. Upon hearing this, Gu Chenxiao cast a sidelong glance at her. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned to leave. Shi Hui was momentarily stunned. Why did she feel that Gu Chenxiao's gaze upon her was so peculiar? Jiang Yinrong said to her, Shi Hui, please refrain from saying such things in the future. She is the great Yin Star, a recognized beauty. How could I compare? Humph. It's just that she has good makeup skills. Without it, you would undoubtedly look better than her. Sherhui deliberately raised her voice. Hearing this, Jiang Yinrong chose not to respond further. After all, what woman does not enjoy being complimented on her beauty? Meanwhile, Sherhui felt a twinge of worry. With such a good-natured temperament, how would Jiang Yinrong compete with Song Yin in the future? No, she would need to rely on her assistance. Chérie, feigning surprise, remarked as she watched Song Yin depart. Oh, how is it that you're both wearing identical dresses? I recall this dress is likely the only one in the entire Yun city. Sherhui deliberately raised her voice, causing the crowd, which was on the verge of dispersing, to pause once more. The flames of gossip ignited fervently. This must be true. Could it be that Song Yin is wearing a counterfeit? Sherhui remarked. In this circle, she was quite well known. As the youngest daughter of the Sher family, she was cherished greatly. Her words elicited a mix of skepticism among the listeners. Although Song Yan's status paled in comparison to Jiang Yinrong's, she was still a significant figure, a great star. After all, Sherhui continued, it's utterly ridiculous. Now, even dressing must be learned from you? She must have heard that you would wear this gown today, so she donned an identical counterfeit to draw Brother Chun Zhao's attention. Chapter 35 Song Yin. She is deliberately mimicking my Rongjie. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation of such significant gossip. It appeared to revolve around a love triangle involving Song Yin, Gu Chanxiao, and Jiang Yinrong. Even if they were merely three ordinary individuals, the intrigue would suffice to pique interest. Yet, considering their extraordinary identities, one a rising star, another a powerful figure from Yinqing, and the last a recently returned heiress, the allure was undeniable. It was curious how this information had come to light. The scheming was evident. Someone, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, Sherhui, are you suggesting that Miss Jiang and Mr. Gu are? The sentence trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air, and everyone understood the insinuation. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Sherhui's face. See, it truly had an effect. She nodded and said, you guessed correctly. I have long been acquainted with Chun Xiao Gu through Rongjie, and furthermore, Rongjie is Chun Xiao Ji's. Sherhui was promptly interrupted by Jiang Yinrong. Sherhui pouted and muttered, fine, I won't say anything more. The crowd appeared disappointed. Don't be upset, Rongjie. Sherhui glanced at the inquisitive faces surrounding her and said with feigned innocence, you've just returned to the country. Surely, you have much to discuss with Chun Xiao Gu alone. You should go find him. He despises noise, and we idle folks ought to discreetly withdraw. Initially, Jiang Yinrong intended to clarify, but upon observing the eager onlookers, she swallowed her words, nodded at Sherhui, and hurried in the direction Gu Chunxiao had taken. Once Jiang Yinrong departed, a few gossiping women eagerly surrounded Sherhui, bombarding her with questions. Hey, Sherhui, tell us, what is the relationship between Miss Jiang and Mr. Gu? Sherhui replied, Rongjie forbade me from speaking. If I divulge it, she will be angry with me. Just whisper it to us. We won't tell anyone. They urged. Sherhui cast them a skeptical glance. Did they think she was a child? Such coaxing words were likely not even believed by a 3-year-old. Besides, if they wouldn't share, what would be the purpose of her divulging anything? Just as Sherhui was about to speak, another voice interjected. Frankly, I am far more curious about Mr. Gu's relationship with Song Yin. Did you not witness how he defended her when she was bullied? It was incredibly dashing, exhibiting overwhelming boyfriend energy. This remark resonated with the group. Another chimed in, indeed. I never anticipated that Mr. Gu and Song Yin were acquainted, especially when he told Lin Dong to scram. He was just too handsome. Recalling that moment, the women displayed infatuated expressions, their excitement palpable. Sherhui felt sidelined. Upon hearing them discuss Gu Chunxiao and Song Yin, a sense of displeasure bubbled within her. She had not been present at the time and remained unaware of the entire situation. These individuals remain oblivious to the relationship between Song Yin and Gu Chunxiao. However, she is well aware of it. Yet, she has no desire for them to uncover this truth. Sherhui let out a cold snort and remarked, what do you even know? What standing does Chunxiao possess? And what standing does Song Yin hold? Do not speak carelessly. lest you inadvertently play into the hands of certain individuals. The crowd exchanged glances, perplexed, and inquired, "What do you mean by that? Are my words so unclear?" She retorted, "Did I not just articulate it? Song, Yin is deliberately imitating my sister Rome." Chapter 36. Surely, Brother Qin Shao will have a change of heart. Today, she even deliberately wore the same dress as me, Rong Jia, hoping to capture Brother Qin Zhao's attention. Shi Hui crossed her arms and scoffed disdainfully, remarking, "Some women are truly calculating, resorting to any means to achieve their ends." Someone tentatively suggested, "Are you implying that Mr. Gu mistook Miss Song for Miss Jiang, and thus intervened to aid her?" Shi Hui cast a glance at the speaker, a derisive laugh escaping her lips, as if to say that was indeed the case. The crowd suddenly grasped the situation, their expressions shifting to understanding. Shi Hui seized the moment to elaborate. "As far as I know, she has harbored feelings for Brother Qin Shao for quite some time. She merely lacked the appropriate opportunity. Just consider, what stature does Brother Qin Shao possess that he would even notice Song Yin?" The crowd nodded in agreement, and as she observed their reactions, a sense of triumph gleamed in Shi Hui's eyes. She concluded, "Had I not known her to be such a scheming woman, I would not have despised her so fervently." From a distance, Jiang Yinrong spotted Gu Chanshao and hurriedly approached him. Qin Shao, upon hearing the call, it was his assistant who turned to look at her first, whispering something to Gu Chanshao, who then turned his gaze towards her. Jiang Yinrong suppressed her excitement as she approached him, her face adorned with a sweet smile. "Qin Shao, it's been a while." Gu Chanshao regarded her with a gaze as tranquil as still waters, his lips parting slightly. "And you are?" Jiang Yinrong was taken aback, her smile faltering into awkwardness. "Qin Shao, do you not remember me?" Upon hearing her question, Gu Chanshao scrutinized her once more, then slowly parted his lips to utter the chilling four words, "Do I know you?" His response, coupled with his expression, did not suggest pretense. Jiang Yinrong felt her embarrassment deepen. Gu Chanshao made no effort to linger and departed, leaving Jiang Yinrong staring at his receding figure, her mouth agape, yet at a loss for words. The statement, "Do I know you?" had effectively silenced her. The assistant took a few steps before returning, a courteous smile gracing his features as he addressed Jiang Yinrong. Mr. Gu prefers not to have others address him in that manner. If there is a next time, might I kindly suggest a different form of address? Mr. Gu or President Gu would be more suitable." With that, the assistant offered a slight nod and followed Gu Chanshao away. Jiang Yinrong's face flushed with increasing embarrassment. By the time Shi Hui arrived, Gu Chanshao had already departed. "Rongjia, where is Qin Shao?" Shi Hui inquired, her gaze scanning the area in confusion. Jiang Yinrong lowered her eyes and vaguely replied, "He had matters to attend to." "Oh." Noticing Jiang Yinrong's disheartened demeanor, Shi Hui cautiously asked, "How was your conversation with Qin Shao?" Jiang Yinrong remained silent. Shi Hui bit her lip, offering consolation, "Rongjia, do not worry. I will certainly assist you. Song Yin, that woman is merely your substitute. Now that you have returned, Qin Shao will undoubtedly reconsider his feelings." Jiang Yinrong seemed somewhat distracted. The thought of Gu Qinshao's earlier demeanor lingered in her mind. Fortunately, Shi Hui was not present at that moment. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. "In a few days, Gu's mother will celebrate her birthday, and my father mentioned taking me along. I will ensure to create an opportunity for you and Qin Shao." Shi Hui vowed earnestly. Jiang Yinrong gazed at her with gratitude. Nodding slightly, "Shi Hui, thank you." Chapter 37. Are you still single? After Song Yin finished freshening up in the restroom, she had no intention of returning and simply walked out. Jiang Jingnan understood that urging her would be futile, so she let her go. Upon stepping outside, they encountered the waiting Xiao Yin, and Song Yin felt a slight headache, not wishing to engage. Yet, he approached her directly, blocking her path. "Miss Song," Yin Ao said, appearing somewhat awkward, his expression tinged with guilt. Jiang Jingnan stepped forward and said, "Xiao Yin, Yin is tired today. Perhaps it's best to discuss this another time." "No, I must clarify things today," Yin Ao insisted, gazing at Song Yin. Jiang Jingnan glanced at Song Yin, hesitating for a moment before addressing Yin Ao again. "Xiao Yin, Pursuing someone is not done in this manner. I understand you have feelings for Yin Yin, but Lin Dong's behavior today was utterly unacceptable. He even attempted to harm her. If someone hadn't intervened on her behalf, the consequences could have been disastrous. Yin Ao explained anxiously, although Lin Dong is my friend. His actions today were not directed by me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingnan looked at Song Yin, who remained unresponsive, patiently allowing Yin Ao to continue his explanation. Song Yin, Yin Ao said, I would like to apologize on his behalf. I truly regret that you were put in such a situation today. At last, Song Yan's gaze fell upon him. She spoke with a calm tone. Xiaoyan, does he lack the ability to speak for himself, or what? As an adult, does he require someone to apologize on his behalf? The principle of taking responsibility for one's actions doesn't need reiteration, does it? Yin Ao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lin Dong was not present, and these words were, of course, directed at him. His original intent was merely to clarify that tonight's events were not his doing. However, given Lin Dong's excessive behavior, his intentions were to protect him. Song Yin continued, Moreover, since you are aware that I was wrong today, you should not impede my departure now. Otherwise, it will only lead me to direct my frustration towards you. With that, she sidestepped past Yin Ao. He clenched his fists, unwilling to yield, and abruptly turned to her retreating figure, asking, Song Yin, do you have feelings for Gu Qinxiao? Song Yin paused momentarily. Jiang Jingnan also halted, gazing at her with curiosity. Slowly, Song Yin turned to face Yin Ao. They were not far apart, and he looked intently at her, seemingly anxious for her response. Just as she was about to speak, he quickly interrupted. You need not answer me. Song Yin replied. What a capricious man you are. However, she had no intention of answering him. She merely wished to convey that there are far more intriguing matters in this world than love and romance. And she hoped to advise him. After all, he was a young tycoon with immense wealth, rather than fixating solely on love. Yin Ao looked at her with unwavering determination, declaring, As long as you are single, I have the right to pursue you. Pursuing you is also my freedom. You cannot unreasonably deprive others of their right to seek your affection, can you? Song Yin. This statement does possess a certain logic. Indeed, every individual is entitled to their own freedoms, particularly when one is a public figure. It is even more unreasonable to hinder others from cherishing you. Yin Ao gazed at her intently and asked, I must inquire, are you still single? Song Yin let out a soft sigh. As fate would have it, she truly was. Chapter 38 What methods has he employed? After everyone had departed, Gu Qinxiao emerged from a discreet corner. His assistant followed closely behind, having witnessed the entire scene. President Gu, Miss Song is truly beloved. It is said that countless suitors pursue her, and young Master Yin is merely one among them. The man in front remained silent, prompting the assistant to continue. It is rumored that young Master Yin has exerted considerable effort in his pursuit of Miss Song, employing every conceivable tactic. Despite her lack of response, he remains undeterred, demonstrating a remarkable devotion. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed towards him. Stunned, he quickly forced a sheepish smile and bowed his head in silence. Goodness, what a piercing look. Upon reflection, he felt he had committed no offense. Yet, the intensity of President Gu's gaze had nearly compelled him to flee this beautiful world. Drawing from years of experience, he deemed it prudent to refrain from speaking or acting at this moment. Time passed slowly. Each second felt like an eternity for the assistant. Finally, when Gu Qinxiao spoke, the assistant was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the words that prompted an expression of utter astonishment. Pray tell, what methods has he employed? The assistant was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that his president would pose such a trivial question. Meanwhile, Song Yin, while applying a facial mask, listened to the voice messages exchanged between two other women in the wealthy women's late-night chat group. Li Rao was the one burdened with the most troubles, her monologue of grievances dominating the conversation. Lu Zhening occasionally interjected with brief responses, but, true to her character, offered no words of comfort or encouragement. As Song Yin ascended the stairs, she caught snippets of alarming remarks, such as, Li Rao, sisters, the wedding date is set. I shall never be happy again. Light a candle. Lu Zhanaying. You could make Wei Shiran suddenly pass away before the wedding. Li Zhao. And further, Li Rao. Is it too late to disfigure myself? An accident, perhaps? A man like Wei Shiran, a notorious playboy, surely wouldn't agree to marry an ugly woman. Lu Zhanaying. With today's advanced cosmetic procedures, even disfigurement can be remedied. Lu Zhanaying. I suggest you consider gender reassignment surgery. Li Zhao. As Song Yin listened, she struggled to suppress her laughter, her face nearly cramping from the effort. Regretfully, she thought it unwise to listen while applying a mask. Just as she finished washing her face, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she answered casually, "Hello? Who is this?" "It's me." A deep, magnetic male voice resonated from the receiver. Startled, her hand, which held a cream worth thousands of renminbi, froze momentarily. She quickly looked back at the caller ID, which displayed an unfamiliar string of numbers with no notes. No need to check further. It was undoubtedly him. Gu Chenxiao's voice returned through the phone, causing Song Yan's lips to twitch involuntarily. Did he have his eyes on her? Could he anticipate her every action? Song Yin fell silent for 2 seconds. Just as she was about to hang up, Song Yin, dare to hang up and see what happens. Song Yin. Damn, did this guy really install surveillance on her? A sudden chill spread from the top of her head. Instinctively, she glanced around her surroundings. Chapter 39, When I Cannot Sleep. I ensure others cannot either. It was truly bewildering. How could he predict her reactions so accurately? Song Yin silently gritted her teeth. She found his words unpalatable. What did he mean by dare to hang up? Go ahead and try. Well, she would hang up. What could he possibly do to her? With a quiet scoff, she prepared to press the red button once more. Gu Chenxiao's voice floated through the line. Are you relinquishing your car? Or, after much contemplation, have you decided you would prefer a cup of tea at the police station? Song Yin. Internally cursing, she feigned ignorance. Mr. Gu, what are you talking about? I was just unable to speak earlier. Why are you engaging in soliloquy? The man on the other end responded with a bemused tone. Song Yin continued. Has the repair order been issued? Let us schedule a time. Cash for the car. Mr. Gu, does that sound agreeable? Last time, Gu Chenxiao had abruptly changed the subject, leading to an unpleasant conclusion. Since then, she had neglected the matter. After all, the value of her car would amply cover the repair costs. Gu Chenxiao replied succinctly now. Song Yin paused, somewhat taken aback. You mean now? Yes, Mr. Gu was indeed decisive. Song Yin glanced at the clock. It was nearly 10:30. Could we possibly arrange for another day? At this hour, I should be preparing for bed, she said, having already completed her nighttime routine and ready to indulge in a beauty sleep. Not an option. The two cold words reverberated through the phone, striking her face. Song Yin. MMP. Gu Chenxiao continued. Today's matters must be resolved today. She could not help but roll her eyes, trying to negotiate patiently. It's almost overcast. Could we schedule a time during the day instead? She had no intention of going herself. She could simply send the driver to handle the exchange. In a deep, resonant tone, Gu Chenxiao responded, if I do not receive the money today, I will not be able to sleep. Song Yan's lips twitched. Internally, she thought, why should your sleeplessness concern me? Gu Chenxiao added, if I cannot sleep, I will ensure others cannot either. So what? She could still manage to sleep. If necessary, she would simply turn off her phone. Could he really come knocking at her door? However, Gu Chenxiao delivered his final blow. The reporting line is available 24 hours. Damn it. Song Yin could no longer contain her frustration. Could this man be any more infuriating? It was merely a minor mistake, yet here she was completely at his mercy. Gu Chenxiao, you are a high-ranking CEO, and you are in such a rush for these hundreds of thousands to save your life. Fuming, she contemplated throwing her phone. Unexpectedly, the man on the other end replied with a nonchalant After hanging up, Gu Chenxiao toyed with his phone. The driver watched him through the rearview mirror, eyeing the device in his hand, wanting to speak but hesitating to do so. Gu Chenxiao fell into a moment of silence before instructing, proceed to Tang Qinyuan. Is Miss Song residing there now? Indeed, after their separation, Song Yin had vacated his residence and relocated. Had it not been for this circumstance, he would remain unaware that she had moved to a place not far from his own home. No wonder he had encountered her during her morning jog on his way to work last time. The driver cleared his throat, mustering the courage to suggest, "Mr. Gu, my phone is currently with me." The driver fell silent, yet he could not help but ponder why Mr. Gu, who possessed his own mobile device, required the use of his phone for a call. Chapter 40. There is no need for such grand gestures. Has the boss suddenly adopted a frugal lifestyle? Is he avoiding phone calls to save on expenses? Quite absurd. As the driver started the engine and the vehicle hit the road, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, "Boss, you deliberately avoided Miss Song's call, opting to use my phone instead, didn't you?" The atmosphere within the car shifted abruptly into something eerie. Following his words, an oppressive silence enveloped the space. Once the driver realized his slip of the tongue, it was too late to cover it up. A look of regret marred his expression, lamenting the absence of a recall function. He cautiously glanced at the back seat through the rearview mirror. The man's countenance was ominously dark, as if a storm were brewing. Then, a chilling, magnetic voice emanated from the back seat. "Since when did I permit you to engage in conversation while driving?" The driver's spine stiffened instantly, his posture becoming impeccably upright, as he dared not exhibit a hint of negligence. It seemed he would need to learn the art of discerning without voicing his observations. Gu Chenxiao, in irritation, tossed his phone aside and retrieved his own device. Upon opening the familiar contact, a glaring red exclamation mark caught his eye. Below it, a line of muted black text read, "Song Bian has activated friend verification. You are not yet his or friend. Please send a friend request, and only upon approval can you chat." Ah, splendide. Deleting WeChat was one thing, but even his calls went unanswered. He later discovered that his phone had a feature called blacklisting. Song Yin had attempted to reach the driver multiple times, but to no avail. Finally, she cursed under her breath, changed her attire, and set out herself. Just as her phone rang, Song Yin was stepping out of the elevator. With her head bowed, fixated on her device, she inadvertently forgot about the steps at the entrance, misstepping and feeling a sudden weightlessness that startled her, causing her to lurch forward. As her phone crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, she too fell, bracing herself with her hands as she knelt on the floor. A piercing pain spread through her limbs. In that fleeting moment of falling, her mind went blank, leaving her in a daze. "Song Yin?" A familiar voice called from a distance. At the sound, she furrowed her brows and looked up, only to lock eyes with a pair of deep, black irises. Their gazes met. Gu Chenxiao frowned and swiftly approached her. Song Yin closed her eyes, inwardly chastising herself. Why did she have to embarrass herself in front of him? He couldn't have witnessed her fall in all its glory. Otherwise, it would be even more mortifying. Hastily, Song Yin attempted to rise. But the moment she moved, a sharp pain shot through her legs, preventing her from standing for a considerable time. During this interval, Gu Chenxiao had already reached her side. She followed the line of his polished shoes upward, ultimately tilting her head to meet the man's gaze. She hesitantly began, "If I were to say it was intentional, would you believe me?" The moment the words left her lips, Song Yin regretted her utterance. What was she even saying? Why was she telling him this? Gu Chenxiao gazed down at her for a moment, then softly replied, "There is no need for such grand gestures." Song Yin's lips twitched in distress. "It is good that you recognize your mistake. Let this be a lesson for the future." Song Yin. Chapter 41. If you want me to hold you, just say it's suppressing the overwhelming urge to inquire about his ancestors. Song Yin took a deep breath, almost laughing in exasperation. Casting a cold glance at the hand he extended toward her, she felt an impulse to spit at him. Turning her head aside, she spoke with a peculiar tone, "I wouldn't dare sully Mr. Gu's hand. I have no handkerchief to offer him." Gu Chenxiao furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled by her sarcastic remarks. However, he did not dwell on it, instead focusing on Song Yin, who was kneeling on the ground. He bent down and said, "Song Yin, if you wish for me to hold you, just say so. There's no need for all this circumlocution." A question mark seemed to appear on Song Yin's face. What on earth was this insufferable man saying? Swiftly avoiding his outstretched arms, she glared at him with a wary expression. "Mr. Gu, if you wish to speak, then just speak. Why must you get hands-on?" Gu Chenxiao's arm froze. After their breakup, any contact with her had naturally become inappropriate. He indeed refrained from touching her, merely responding in a low voice, "You should get up. I want tea. I prefer sitting on the ground." Song Yin declared stubbornly, "It's quite refreshing." Did he think she was unwilling to rise? In truth, she simply couldn't tea. If she could stand, how could he tower over her like this? She had no shame left. At that moment, a man and a woman happened to pass by, casting curious glances in their direction. Song Yin lowered her head, anxious that someone might recognize her. After all, she was a public figure and had to maintain her image. The woman approached, her tone laced with discontent as she muttered, "This young couple is arguing late at night? That boy is truly inconsiderate, allowing his girlfriend to sit on the ground. He clearly knows nothing of tenderness." The man chimed in, "If it were me, I'd just carry her away. No need for all this fuss." Though he was quite handsome, what use was that if he lacked compassion? As their voices faded into the distance, Gu Chunxiao bent down once more, his arms brushing against her. Instinctively, she recoiled. Her tone alert, "What are you doing?" Gu Chunxiao replied, "Just carrying you away." Song Yin's face twitched. His ability to learn was indeed impressive. Yet, hey, don't listen to others' nonsense. That only applies to couples. We are no longer involved. Naturally, such behavior was out of the question now. Before she could finish her sentence, he grasped her hand firmly, causing her to gasp in pain. Gu Chunxiao froze, immediately inspecting her injured palm, his brow furrowing in concern. Her hand bore clear abrasions, stained with blood. Without hesitation, he seized her other hand, finding similar, conspicuous marks. Song Yin instinctively tried to withdraw her hands, but he held her firmly. Observing his expression, she bit her lip and awkwardly spoke, "You be quiet." A commanding and resonant voice reverberated above her, abruptly interrupting her thoughts. Gu Chinxiao's expression was grave and profound, and in the next moment, he swept her up into his arms. As her body left the ground, Song Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. He instructed her to remain silent, and she obediently complied, allowing him to take control. Above her, Gu Chinxiao's voice resonated once more. "Song Yin, it appears you're quite the quack." Song Yin was perplexed. What was he referring to with ducks? Chapter 42. Your king? She cast a puzzled glance at Gu Chinxiao, who merely shot her a cold, sidelong glance and let out a dismissive hum, stating, "I see you're not just a duck, but the king among ducks." Song Yin, what is wrong with her? Why would she say such a thing out of the blue? Fuming, she flared her nostrils in indignation, unable to contain herself any longer, and retorted, "You are the Duck King." Upon hearing this, Gu Chinxiao's gaze fell back upon her face. His deep-set eyes, fixated on her furious yet beautiful countenance, raised a brow as he spoke. "Your king?" Song Yin, momentarily at a loss for words, she pondered. Theoretically, he had called her a duck, and in turn, she had labeled him as the Duck King. Thus, he had become her king. It was not entirely unfounded, was it? After a prolonged silence, as if struck by a sudden realization, she regarded him with a peculiar expression and asked, "Do you know what a Duck King is?" Gu Chinxiao offered no reply. His silence spoke volumes. Indeed, he had no inkling. Song Yin pressed her lips together, her curiosity getting the better of her as she questioned, "Why did you call me the king among ducks?" She mused. How could she possibly be associated with ducks? Gu Chinxiao ignored her. "Hey," Song Yin persisted, unwilling to relent. Just when she was about to inquire further, a flash of insight struck her. Dead duck. Stubborn. Song Yin. So that was his implication. How clever of him. She had momentarily thought he was making some lewd remark. Gu Chinxiao lifted her into his car and set her down, his gaze once again drifting to her palm and then to her legs. Noticing his stare, Song Yin instinctively raised her hand to shield her legs. Her expression displeased as she scolded. "What are you looking at? Pervert." Though it was already late at night, the sweltering summer heat lingered. Concerned about the warmth, she had thrown on a casual short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, revealing her long, slender legs. Thus, when she sensed Gu Chinxiao's gaze, her reaction was instinctive. Gu Chinxiao shot her a glance, wordlessly pulling her hand aside. Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she caught sight of the change in his expression and paused. Gu Chinxiao's brow furrowed, his facial features taut with concern. She had been kneeling on the ground earlier, attempting to conceal her injuries, which he had not noticed at the time. But now, upon closer inspection, the wounds on her knees were alarming. Even Song Yin herself had been oblivious to them, but following his gaze, her own expression shifted. Not having seen them was one thing. Now that she had, all the pain surged back in her body. Song Yin felt tears welling in her eyes. Good heavens, how could she be in such a state? To the hospital. Throughout the journey, Gu Chunxiao remained silent, and Song Yin, too, was too pained to speak. The Gu family owned a private hospital, making it the most fitting place for someone of her status. She had visited once before, so the place was not unfamiliar to her. The consultation was conducted by a middle-aged male doctor named Sun, who sported thick glasses. He greeted Gu Chunxiao before approaching to examine Song Yan's injuries. Is there no female doctor on duty today? Gu Chunxiao's indifferent voice suddenly broke the silence. Dr. Sun paused, lifting his gaze to meet Gu Chunxiao's. Doctor, Lin is on leave today. It seems that only Dr. Fong is on duty tonight. Have her come. Chapter 43. Your fault is my fault initially. Song Yin was taken aback, perhaps momentarily dazed by the pain, only to come to her senses when Dr. Sun exited the room. What? Song Yin abruptly lifted her gaze, realizing that he had already left. She instinctively turned to Gu Chunxiao, whose expression remained inscrutable, his intense gaze fixed upon her injury, brows furrowed deeply. Tentatively, Song Yin parted her lips to inquire, the Dr. Fong he just mentioned, could it possibly be? She recalled that there was a female doctor named Fong at this hospital, widely known to harbor affections for Gu Chunxiao. During her hospitalization, she had felt the palpable resentment emanating from Dr. Fong almost daily. However, it seemed Gu Chunxiao was blissfully unaware of this unreciprocated affection, even possessing little memory of Dr. Fong herself. Pondering this, Song Yin felt a twinge of apprehension. She hastily asserted to Gu Chunxiao, I believe Dr. Sun is quite competent, an experienced physician. Why must we change doctors? Gu Chunxiao remained unresponsive. Hey, I mean it. I want Dr. Sun to treat me. Song Yin's tone grew firmer. At last, Gu Chunxiao spoke. I think he is inadequate. His decisive tone left Song Yin momentarily speechless, exuding an air of authority as if he were declaring dominion over his territory. Clearly, a forceful approach would not suffice. After a brief silence, Song Yin attempted to reason with him. I merely fell. It's nothing serious. I just need a nurse to clean the wound and apply some ointment. Gu Chunxiao stood beside her, leaning down to scrutinize her, his lips parting slightly. Are you a doctor? Song Yin shook her head. She certainly was not. Then why are you talking so much? Song Yin. Yet she was the one directly involved. Did she not possess the right to voice her opinion? Stubbornly, she declared, Gu Chunxiao, the injury is mine. I shall decide how to address it, and you have no say. Rather than endure torment from that Dr. Fong, she would prefer to manage on her own. Gu Chunxiao's gaze bore into her, his brow slightly knit, seemingly displeased with her defiance. His deep voice resonated. You fell because of me. I must take responsibility for you. Their eyes locked. Song Yin found herself momentarily taken aback. This was perhaps the only genuine sentiment she had heard from Gu Chunxiao in recent times. She averted her gaze, concealing a swirl of complicated emotions, and murmured under her breath, as long as you acknowledge that my fall was due to you. Had he not insisted on summoning her in the dead of night, she would not have been so unfortunate as to fall. At this moment, she would have been peacefully slumbering at home, dreaming of her charming young man. A few seconds later, Song Yin suddenly regained her composure. No, that was not the topic at hand. How infuriating that she had so easily been led astray by him. Just as she was about to speak, the door swung open from the outside. A woman clad in a white coat entered the room, and upon laying eyes on her, Song Yin immediately felt a shiver run down her spine. She had an inexplicable fear of doctors, particularly when this female physician bore a palpable malice towards her. Upon entering, Dr. Fong paid no heed to Song Yin, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gu Chunxiao. With a mix of excitement and concern, she exclaimed, Mr. Gu, have you been injured? Or is there something amiss with your health? Please, take a seat and allow me to assist you. Chapter 44. If you're so tough. Don't get hurt, Song Yin was not at all surprised. She merely rolled her eyes heavenward in exasperation. Gu Chunxiao, however, did not even spare her a glance, merely gesturing towards her direction and uttering 2 words, "It's her." Dr. Fong finally shifted her gaze from Gu Chenxiao, reluctantly casting a quick glance in the direction he indicated. At that moment, Song Yin was also looking at her, resulting in a brief exchange of glances, wide-eyed and startled. Dr. Fong was the first to speak, her tone tinged with irritation. "You again, Miss Song. What seems to be the problem this time?" The tone was unmistakably odd, compounded by her scrutinizing gaze, which left Song Yin feeling quite unsettled. In protest of Gu Chenxiao's decision, she chose to ignore her. To her surprise, Gu Chenxiao spoke on her behalf, insisting that she undergo an X-ray to check for any potential fractures. Song Yin was perplexed. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? I merely tripped and scraped my skin. While it may look rather ghastly, surely I am not so fragile as to break a leg from a simple fall. Dr. Fong replied, "There is no need for such a fuss, Mr. Gu." Song Yin nodded in agreement, surprised by Dr. Fong's apparent adherence to basic medical ethics. Perhaps her initial judgment of the doctor was misguided. She had anticipated ulterior motives. Before she could finish her thoughts, Dr. Fong continued, "Just a brief examination will suffice to determine if there are any issues with her bones." Song Yan's expression faltered. Dr. Fong approached her, stating, "Miss Song, you've had a fall. Haven to you? It appears rather serious. Don't worry, I will be gentle." She could hardly believe her ears. Could this doctor not control her expression before making such claims? The peculiar smile on her lips betrayed her true intentions. At that moment, Song Yin felt as though she were falling into a tigress lair, resigned to being at the mercy of this deranged female doctor. Just as Dr. Fong's hand reached for her, Song Yin braced herself for resistance. However, Gu Chenxiao's voice rang out, "Get the X-ray." Dr. Fong halted, her voice gradually diminishing as she met his icy, piercing gaze, ultimately falling silent. Relieved, Song Yin conceded to the X-ray. It was certainly preferable to being subjected to the whims of that maniacal doctor. After a series of examinations confirmed there were no other issues, she finally felt at ease. By chance, she caught a glimpse of Gu Chenxiao. In that moment, she was taken aback. The anxiety he had displayed when he had seen her injuries at her doorstep, coupled with the current look of concern and guilt in his eyes, was unmistakable. However, she found herself perplexed. What, after all, was her significance to Gu Chenxiao? A sharp intake of breath escaped Song Yin as a pained expression crossed her face. The pain drew her thoughts back, and she cast a resentful glare at Dr. Fong, who was applying medication to her wounds. "Could you be a little gentler? Don't treat me like a man." Dr. Fong, without even glancing at her, retorted with icy sarcasm. "If you find it painful, then perhaps you should avoid getting injured." Song Yin sighed. "I'm sorry, but I lack the ability." After enduring yet another round of Dr. Fong's harsh treatment, her eyes were brimming with tears. She sighed softly, "Dr. Fong, I've already broken up with Mr. Gu. Could you please refrain from taking this opportunity to retaliate against me?" "What?" Chapter 45. I voluntarily made room for others. Dr. Fong paused her movements and looked up at her. Song Yin understood that she had not misheard. The surroundings were so quiet, with only the two of them present, that there was no possibility of misunderstanding her words. It was merely astonishment. Song Yin raised an eyebrow slightly and, with a composed expression, said, "I have already broken up with Gu Chenxiao." Thus, she truly had no need to harbor such deep animosity towards her. She was no longer her rival in love. The expression on Dr. Fong's face shifted rapidly. After a long moment, she withdrew her gaze and continued to apply the medication to Song Yin. Unexpectedly, she suddenly intensified her grip, pressing hard on Song Yin's wound, causing her to nearly cry out in pain. "You," Dr. Fong sneered, "Miss Song, do you truly believe I can be deceived so easily? Please, find a more credible reason. I genuinely have broken up with him. If you don't believe me, feel free to invite him in to ask me personally." Dr. Fong could hardly be bothered to look at her. Since they had broken up, she questioned, "Then why would Mr. Gu personally bring you to the hospital at such a late hour?" Gu Chenxiao rarely visited the hospital, but ever since being with Song Yin, he had always appeared here for her. Today was no exception. Song Yin opened her mouth to respond. "That's because, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this state. Moreover, She had already shown him such great courtesy. How could he simply disregard her? However, if she voiced these thoughts, their credibility would diminish even further. Explaining would be excessively laborious. After contemplating for a moment, Song Yin abruptly changed the subject and asked Dr. Fong, I heard you have known Gu Chanxiao for many years. You must be aware that he has an ex-girlfriend, right? Previously, Song Yin had learned by chance that Dr. Fong's father had been a subordinate of Gu Chenxiao's father many years ago, and she had harbored feelings for him. So she should have known quite a bit about Gu Chenxiao's past. Dr. Fong furrowed her brows, staring at her. What are you talking about? Song Yin cautiously pulled her legs back slightly, her expression one of trepidation, fearing that Dr. Fong would once again unleash her wrath. She then continued, I want to tell you that I'm truly no longer your rival in love. His former beloved, the White Moonlight, has returned to the country, and it seems good news is on the horizon. I have voluntarily made room for her. Therefore, you are truly misplacing your hatred. I'm not your rival at all. Dr. Fong gazed at her with an odd expression for a long while. Their eyes met, and she suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yet, she said nothing further and roughly yanked Song Yan's legs back to the front, continuing to administer the medication. Song Yan felt somewhat perplexed. This reaction was not what she had anticipated. Ouch, be gentler, please. By the time the medication was finished, Song Yin felt as though she had lost half her life. She was already sensitive to pain. Even a simple injection was beyond her threshold of tolerance. Today, with the fall and the treatment, she had far surpassed her limit for enduring pain. Please find me a wheelchair, she requested. Dr. Fong rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Shall I fetch you a stretcher instead? Such a minor injury, and yet you managed to create quite a hassle. Song Yin shot her a glance, her head resting against the wall, exuding an air of weary despondency. She spoke softly, surely, you wouldn't want Gu Chenxiao to carry me, would you? Chapter 46. Payment and return as anticipated. Dr. Fong promptly procured a wheelchair for her. Before departing, he cast her a meaningful glance and remarked, Miss Song, I had noticed before, but you possess quite a generous bust. Song Yin slowly emitted a question mark in her mind. What was wrong with Dr. Fong? Why would a woman take note of another woman's chest? And to articulate it, how peculiar. Confused, Song Yin was wheeled out, where Gu Chenxiao awaited her. Upon seeing her, he momentarily froze. Her knee injury appeared even more grievous than when she first arrived at the hospital, mottled with bruises, and the recent application of medication made it all the more distressing. Gu Chenxiao's brow furrowed as he took in the sight. Does it hurt? His voice was low and resonant. Those mere 2 words unleashed all the grievances Song Yin had bottled up throughout the night. She turned her head away, striving to conceal her emotions, yet her nose tinged with bitterness and her eyes glistened. Thoughts of the evening's gala, where that woman had intimately called out to him before all, flooded her mind. Song Yin deliberately raised her voice, suppressing her sobs as she angrily reproached Gu Chenxiao. Why must you torment me at this hour instead of enjoying your night? Miss Jiang Yingrong has already returned, voluntarily stepping back. Why must you still pursue her? Is it simply because she left you first? She did so out of consideration, fearing you would be at a loss on how to approach her. Her thoughtfulness and understanding were evident. Why then did he cling to her minor faults with such pettiness? Gu Chenxiao failed to grasp her words. What are you talking about? What night? He feigned ignorance. Who knew you had 2 faces, Mr. Gu? Song Yin shot him a disparaging look. Gu Chenxiao's expression grew severe, and he pushed her further inside. Dr. Fong, intending to return to her office, brightened upon seeing Gu Chenxiao re-enter. He spoke, check her head. I suspect she may have injured her brain when she fell. Gu Chenxiao. As Gu Chenxiao wheeled Song Yin away, Dr. Fong stood at the door, watching their retreating figures with a cold smile. Song Yin's earlier remarks certainly did not stem from mere imagination. The truth was singular. Someone was deliberately attempting to separate Song Yin and Gu Chenxiao. As for her certainty, it stemmed from the fact that Gu Chenxiao had never had a former girlfriend. Having known him for years, she had never heard of any past relationships before Song Yin. Yet, why should she disclose this to Song Yin? Dr. Fong turned away, a detached smile gracing her youthful, beautiful face. Their separation was precisely what she relished. As they journeyed back while escorting Song Yin, She presented a bank card before Gu Chenxiao. He glanced down momentarily before shifting his gaze to her face. With her other hand, Song Yin extended it towards him, stating, "This bank card contains 680,000. The password is 112233. Upon the exchange of funds, the vehicle shall be returned, and from this point forward, we shall have no further entanglements. After today, we shall truly have no ties." Chapter 47. Mr. Gu, there must be a limit to deception. Gu Chenxiao did not respond. He merely gazed at Song Yin for a long while before slowly parting his lips, unhurriedly. Upon hearing his words, Song Yin immediately erupted with frustration. Unhurried? It was the dead of night, and he insisted on receiving the repair fees from her immediately. Now, he displayed such a leisurely demeanor, claiming there was no rush. Taking a deep breath, Song Yin sought to quell her impulsive desire to act cruelly, reciting the mantra of compassion in her mind. After some time, she managed to regain her composure and spoke calmly. "Mr. Gu, there must be a limit to one's games." The man beside her barely registered a frown, his thin lips moving slightly. Song Yin continued, "Yes, I admit my initial mistake, but I have also bravely accepted my fault and endured the corresponding consequences. Shouldn't this matter be over now?" Gu Chenxiao studied her profile, the explanation he had intended to offer interrupted by her words. Now, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After a moment of silence, his low voice finally broke the stillness. "I will no longer use this matter to threaten you." Upon hearing this, Song Yin immediately turned to look at him. "Good. That is what you said, Mr. Gu. Please do not go back on your word." "I won't." With that, her anger subsided. She placed her bank card in the center of their seats and added, "Just have your driver return the car to me at a convenient time. I am not in a hurry." Gu Chenxiao's gaze was intensely focused on her. Each of her words seemed to deliberately maintain a distance between them, creating a sense of estrangement. Was this intentional? Hesitating, Gu Chenxiao began, "Song Yin, the reason I sought you out today." At that moment, the car came to a stop. They had arrived at Song Yin's apartment building. "Sir, we have arrived," the driver announced. An abrupt silence enveloped the vehicle, cutting off Gu Chenxiao's words and darkening his expression. Song Yin glanced at him, noticing his apparent reluctance to continue, and chose not to press him further. After all, he might not articulate anything coherent. After a few seconds of stillness, Song Yin took the initiative. She reached for the car door and addressed Gu Chenxiao. "I won't say thank you. If it weren't for tonight's events, she would not have found herself in this predicament." The resentment lingered within her. After all, she was inherently vengeful. Therefore, expressing gratitude was utterly out of the question. Gu Chenxiao exited the vehicle as well. "Allow me to escort you," he offered. "No need." She firmly rejected, her tone resolute. She was not incapacitated. She could manage this short distance on her own. Moreover, she wished to avoid further entanglements with Gu Chenxiao. Although she was uncertain of his thoughts, she resolved to focus solely on her own actions and self-restraint. Reluctantly lowering his outstretched hand, he watched her gradually fade from view before turning back to the car. Inside, Gu Chenxiao retrieved the velvet box he had kept in his pocket. The box was opened, revealing the bloodstone he had acquired for 10 million at the recent auction. This evening, he had intended to present this exquisite gem to her, hoping to indulge her fondness for it, but merely desiring to deliver it personally. Gu Chenxiao pressed his weary fingers against his brow. Her unexpected fall had completely disrupted his original plans. It seems that he must retain custody of the bloodstone for a while longer. Chapter 48. 2 minutes to depart. Song Yin gazed sorrowfully at her knees. Her heart weighed down with unutterable grief. Today, yet another envoy from the Song family had arrived, likely due to the silence that had ensued after her last encounter. Song Qingye was growing increasingly anxious. After dismissing them, she anticipated a moment of tranquility, but to her dismay, an unexpected visitor appeared at her door. Upon opening the door and recognizing the face before her, Song Yin instinctively attempted to shut it again. The woman, quick-witted, blocked the door with her hand. Song Yin, nursing an injury, lacked the strength to resist for long, ultimately relenting and withdrawing her hand. With a cold expression and an impassive demeanor, she regarded the stranger at her threshold, her face etched with displeasure. "Sister," the young woman outside greeted her with a bright smile, her tone soft and courteous. I am my mother's sole offspring, Song Yin replied coldly. If I am not mistaken, my father has only one legitimate daughter as well. Thus, dear miss, please refrain from being overly familiar upon our first meeting. Though her father was indeed lacking, she was aware that she was his only legitimate child. This fact was somewhat acceptable, unlike some affluent families who, while appearing to be models of virtue, concealed a multitude of illegitimate children. Though I am not biologically related, my father has long regarded me as his own daughter. You are also his daughter, so you are indeed my sister. I have not erred in my address. The woman maintained her gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by Song Yan's demeanor. Song Yan let out a derisive laugh. Before her stood perhaps the most audacious person she had ever encountered. The woman's name was Song Ci, sharing the same surname. It was widely acknowledged that she was the eldest daughter of the Song family, the only one, the esteemed Song Ci. How ludicrous it was, and she had never even attempted to justify her status, relishing in the privileges that came with being the Song family's eldest daughter. Song Ci's gaze drifted past Song Yin and into the room. Sister, you reside here? I assumed you were raised in luxury and would find such an environment uncomfortable. In contrast to Song Yan's evident unease, Song Ci appeared to have smoothly integrated into the elite lifestyle. The smile on her face faltered momentarily, but quickly returned to its previous state. It has been a long time. Won't you invite me in for a chat? Song Yin shot her a glance, scoffing quietly. She was truly overestimating her own significance. Such thoughts were unwarranted. You have 2 minutes to say what you need, then kindly leave. She had no desire to waste her breath on this encounter, her knees still aching from standing. Song Ci scrutinized her for an extended period, and gradually, the smile faded from her face, replaced by a darkening expression. When she spoke again, her tone had shifted. I heard you returned home the other day and mistreated my mother. Is that true? This time, Song Yin found herself laughing. She was no innocent lamb. Why pretend to be docile? There were no outsiders to impress here. There was no need to maintain a facade of meekness. She had always disdained the woman's hypocritical demeanor, acting like a sweet lamb in public while, well, one could only imagine the truth. Finally, it seemed Song Yin was displaying a more genuine side. Song Yin crossed her arms over her chest, lazily leaning against the doorframe, a half-smile playing on her lips. So, are you here today to seek justice for your mother? Song Ci was quite displeased with her demeanor and retorted sharply, Song Yin, the matters between your mother and father have nothing to do with my mother. Understand this. It was your father who abandoned your mother. Any grievances you hold should be directed at him. Picking on my mother is no display of strength. Chapter 49. What can you do to me? Song Ci was utterly displeased by her attitude and sternly retorted, Song Yin, the matters between your mother and father have nothing to do with my mother. Understand this. It was your father who abandoned your mother, so direct your anger towards him. Bullying my mother is hardly a feat. A cold laugh escaped Song Yan's lips as she absorbed these words and their underlying implications. Thus, she believed that her mother's role as a mistress intruding upon another's marriage was not shameful, while her father was indeed at fault. A single hand cannot clap without the other. Her mother was not blameless either. Song Ci continued, my mother has tirelessly cared for my father all these years. Even if she has not earned merit, she certainly deserves recognition for her efforts. What gives you the right to bully my mother? Song Yin lowered her head and chuckled softly, but when she lifted it again, her smile vanished, replaced by a frigid expression and piercing gaze. She coldly declared, I will indeed bully your mother. What can you do to stop me? The atmosphere seemed to plummet in temperature, enveloped in an oppressive silence. Before her stood Song Yin, radiating an aura of darkness, exuding an intimidating hostility. The palpable tension weighed heavily in the air. After a few seconds of confrontation, Song Ci bit her lip in frustration, her eyes a tumult of emotions, complex and furious. It had been several years since she last saw Song Yin. The woman before her was extraordinarily beautiful, her presence more commanding than ever. Born into a prestigious family, her innate charisma remained unscathed despite her fall from grace. Since Song Yin left the Song family, there had been no news of her for years. Eventually, she entered the entertainment industry, And even if Song Si did not actively seek updates about her, she inevitably encountered news of her rising fame. Over the 4 years, she had thrived and flourished. When others spoke of her, women wore expressions of envy and jealousy, while men gazed with admiration and infatuation. As her fame grew, word eventually reached their father's ears. Taking a deep breath, Song Si asserted, "Song Yin, since you have left the Song family and vowed never to return, why do you still concern yourself with their affairs? During the years you were gone, it was my mother and I who stood by my father's side. We cared for him in illness, celebrated his birthdays, and shared all the festivities, mid-autumn, New Year, together. We are already a family, and all he wanted was to give my mother a rightful place. This recognition was long overdue. Why cause a scene now? They're already a family." Such eloquence. Yet, she was so malicious. What of it? The entirety of the Song family would not be handed over to them without a fight. Jean Jia could never become Mrs. Song. Titles are not something she and her daughter could even dream of claiming. "I see. The one eager for recognition is not your mother." Song Yin paused for a moment, a meaningful and wicked smile curling at her lips. "But you, isn't it?" Song Si's expression faltered. As long as Jean Jia remained outside the title of Mrs. Song, her so-called status as the eldest daughter of the Song family was nothing but a fade. Only when Jean Jia truly becomes Song Qingye's wife can she rightfully be included in the Song family's household register. It is only then that the title of the eldest daughter of the Song family will genuinely belong to her. My father has long regarded me as his own daughter, whereas you, quite frankly, are unworthy of being considered his daughter. Allow me to inform you that my father has already obtained a marriage certificate with my mother. So no matter how much you attempt to obstruct this, it will be in vain." Chapter 50. Breaking up reveals character. The smile on Song Yan's face gradually faded, replaced by a darkening expression. She fixed her gaze intently on Song Si, her eyes filled with malice. "What did you just say?" Observing her reaction, Song Si snorted disdainfully and reiterated, "You heard every word, yet you feign ignorance? Very well, I shall repeat it for your benefit. Father has already registered his marriage with my mother. Our names have long been inscribed in the Song family household register. The only reason he hasn't made it public is due to your youth. Song Yin, you are 22 now. It is time you grasp the reality. Father's choice of whom to marry is his prerogative. By what right do you object? By what authority do you interfere?" Every word of Song Si's pierced through to her, and Song Yan's expression tightened, her hands clenching into fists involuntarily. "To put it plainly, at this moment, my mother and I are the true relatives of father, a family in name. And you, since you departed the Song family all those years ago, voluntarily relinquished your status as the Song family's heiress. Given that, why return now? The Song family already has its heiress in me." Stepping forward, Song Si lowered her voice, laced with derision. "There is no place for you in the Song family anymore. If I were you, I would not return to the Song family in such a disgraceful manner." Lu Zhaning hesitantly pushed a bottle of beer towards Song Yin. "Thank you." Song Yin reached out, but Lu Zhaning abruptly reclaimed it. Confused, Song Yin gazed at her. "What is wrong with your hand?" Lu Zhaning frowned, scrutinizing her palm. Song Yin glanced down, revealing the severity of her injury, now made more apparent by the purple antiseptic. She replied dismissively, "I just took a fall." "Do you have injuries on your leg as well?" Lu Zhaning observed her peculiar gait upon entering. Song Yin nodded. "How reckless." This time, Lu Zhaning genuinely took the beer away and instructed the waiter to prepare a glass of lemonade for Song Yin. "It's not serious." Song Yin attempted to protest. She had a strong desire for alcohol that evening, which had driven her to venture here despite her injuries. Yet, Lu Zhaning disregarded her, instead asking, "How did you injure yourself?" "Isn't at all because of that scoundrel Gu Chunxiao." The mere mention of him ignited Song Yan's frustration. She had been experiencing a string of misfortunes lately. Nothing seemed to go her way. "Him?" Lu Zhaning raised an eyebrow. "Is he here to settle the score with you?" After all, her rationale for breaking up was rather flimsy. What on earth happened? He was never this petty before. Ever since the breakup, it feels as though he has transformed into an entirely different person. "It's quite perplexing," Song Yin muttered. "Mr. Gu was not like this in the past. Having been in a relationship with him for 2 years, their work commitments often led to prolonged separations. Gu Qinshiao was wholly dedicated to his career, while Song Yin frequently found herself darting about due to various work obligations. Yet, whenever they had the opportunity, they would dine together and spend time in what could be described as a harmonious relationship. What she understood of Gu Qinshiao was that he would never cling to trivial matters. This is why Song Yin felt that ever since their breakup, all his actions had become exceedingly peculiar. The waiter presented the lemonade, and Lu Zhaning personally pushed in front of her, offering her 5 words. Breakup reveals character. Chapter 51. Informally Rao to transfer the fun song, Yin nodded in agreement, a knowing look crossing her face. Indeed, some individuals are only familiar with appearances, but remain oblivious to the true nature beneath. Take Gu Qinshiao, for instance. By the way, have you seen Li Rao lately? It seems her voice has been absent for the past few days, Song Yin inquired. Lu Zhaning shook her head. Preparing for her wedding, she's quite busy. Oh, I forgot. A woman who has 1 foot already in the grave of matrimony is hardly deserving of a vibrant nightlife. The Li family has always upheld strict moral standards. Li Rao would sneak out to such gatherings, for encountering an acquaintance could spell disaster. The Li family's upbringing forbids their daughters from frequenting such establishments. Furthermore, Li Rao bears the title of Yunqing's foremost socialite, a factor that the Wei family greatly values in their pursuit of a union with her. With the wedding drawing near, the Li family would undoubtedly place even greater emphasis on Li Rao, allowing no room for error. Suddenly, Lu Zhing's gaze drifted towards a distant direction, her tone indifferent as she remarked, in contrast, men are quite different. I dare say that even if they were to marry tomorrow, they could still indulge in revelry tonight. Song Yin raised an eyebrow, following her line of sight. There, engaged in playful banter with a lovely young woman, was none other than Wei Shiran, the man who was about to be betrothed to Li Rao. Hasn't Wei Shiran been coming here rather frequently of late? Song Yin sipped her lemonade, casting a scrutinizing glance at the unfolding scene. Wei Shiran was indeed well known in their circle as a notorious playboy. Despite the fervor surrounding his impending nuptials, he showed no signs of restraint. Previously, Wei Shiran did not frequent these venues. The young gentlemen of their class had far more extravagant places to indulge in. However, for reasons unknown, they now seemed intent on establishing a base here, appearing almost daily. Lu Zhaning prepared the drinks needed from that side and turned to Song Yin. Are you going? Me? Song Yin raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile curving her lips. If I manage to lure Wei Shiran over, then Li Rao need not marry, correct? Without hesitation, Lu Zhaning gave her a thumbs up. Li Rao was already distressed over her impending marriage, and should Song Yin be able to assist, she would surely be so moved that she might kneel and call her father. Song Yin stood up, a confident smile gracing her face. Tell Li Rao to transfer the funds to me. With an injured knee, Song Yin walked slowly, her gait awkward, particularly as she held a tray of drinks. She had to be careful not to spill anything, making her journey all the more arduous. Suddenly, a drunken patron stumbled through the crowd, startling Song Yin. In a moment of panic, her hand tilted, and the drinks on the tray went crashing to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. Chaos ensued. The unfortunate victim of this mishap was a man standing before Song Yin, who now found himself drenched in the expensive liquor, staring in shock and confusion at his now soaked, valuable outfit. Not far away, Lu Zhaning, who had been closely observing, silently averted her gaze. She knew she ought not to overthink. Song Yin was still that unpredictable individual, always employing surprising tactics. Just like now, she had doused the young masterway with wine. Surely, this would leave a lasting impression on him, perhaps even unforgettable for a lifetime. Chapter 52. She's my girlfriend. Lu Zhaning clicked on Li Rao's profile and sent her a brief message. Lu Zhaning, the lesson has been taught. Transfer the funds, 50,000. In no time, Li Rao replied. Li Rao? After years of unspoken understanding, Li Rao swiftly grasped her intent. Another message quickly followed. Li Rao, a flat fee of 5 million. Just take care of him for me. Lu Zhaning. Meanwhile, Song Yin wore an expression of sheer panic. By mere coincidence, the wine in her cup had splashed all over Wei Shiran, and even the bottle had fallen onto him, shattering upon impact. My sincerest apologies, a mistake, a mistake. Song Yin awkwardly offered him an apologetic smile. When had Wei Shiran ever found himself in such a predicament? Yet, he was not the type to hold a grudge against a woman. Sighing, he raised his head to speak, only to be momentarily halted upon meeting Song Yin's gaze. Wei Shiran raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing her. It was her, the woman featured on Gu Chenxiao's phone wallpaper. I truly apologize. Someone bumped into me, causing my clumsiness. Song Yin expressed her regret. Wei Shiran ceased his movements, regarding her with a wry smile. Clumsy? He was certainly not blind. He had observed everything clearly. Indeed, a drunken individual had careened towards her, nearly colliding with her, yet she had remained composed. It was only after she had taken a few more steps that she had begun to fluster. What an extraordinary coincidence. Sir, are you all right? Song Yin met his gaze fearlessly, feigning concern, perhaps due to the intensity of Wei Shiran's gaze. The woman who had just been flirting with him grew irate and stepped forward, glaring at Song Yin. What is wrong with you? Look at the state you've left on Wei Xiao. Do you think an apology suffices? The woman scrutinized Song Yin, her eyes brimming with jealousy. I suspect you are deliberately trying to attract Wei Xiao's attention with this ruse. As she spoke, she pushed against Song Yin's shoulder, though her strength was not considerable. The floor was slick with spilled wine, causing Song Yin to stumble perilously close to falling. Be careful, a male voice called from beside her, and someone promptly steadied her. Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. Yin Ao? What was he doing here? Are you all right? Yin Ao inquired with concern. Song Yin discreetly withdrew her hand and replied coolly, I am fine. Only then did Yin Ao breathe a sigh of relief, turning to address Wei Shiran. Wei Xiao, I assure you, it was merely an accident that led to this incident. I will cover all damages. Please do not take it to heart. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. A playful smile graced Wei Shiran's face as his gaze flitted between him and Song Yin before finally settling on Yin Ao. With a wicked smile, he spoke, Xiao Yin. You are so protective of her. What is the nature of your relationship with her? She is my girlfriend, Yin Ao replied without a moment's hesitation. Song Yin raised an eyebrow in disbelief, her forehead furrowed in confusion as she stared at the back of Yin Ao's head. What nonsense is this child spouting? Wei Shiran, taken aback by the revelation, inquired, What did you just say? She is my girlfriend. So I kindly ask Wei Xiao to refrain from holding any grievances against her in consideration of my face. Chapter 53. Your boyfriend seems rather lacking. The music enveloped the bar, yet the surroundings felt as though time had come to a standstill. Several astonished gazes converged on Yin Ao, who, sensing their attention, wore an expression of smug pride. Who wouldn't he envy him for having such a beautiful girlfriend? Behind Yin Ao, Song Yan's voice pulled him back from his reverie. He quickly masked his emotions, turning to her and saying, Song Yin, you needn't worry. I shall handle this matter. Song Yin was taken aback. Where did he find such confidence? Moreover, this situation was of her own making. Why would she need his assistance? Young Master Yin, you certainly have a remarkable girlfriend. I hadn't heard you mention her before. What prompted you to bring her out today? Wei Shiran interjected, breaking the silent exchange between them, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Indeed, her entrance was quite extraordinary and memorable. With that, it would be challenging for anyone to forget her. A hint of pride flickered across Yin Ao's face, and he was about to respond when Wei Shiran interrupted him once more. The smile on Wei Shiran's face gradually faded, his gaze turning colder as his distinctive smoky voice resonated. But do you truly believe you have the stature to command my respect? The atmosphere instantly froze. Yin Ao's smile vanished entirely. Song Yin observed coolly, finding the unfolding events entirely predictable. Despite Wei Shiran's usual nonchalance, he was, after all, a scion of one of the 4 prominent families of Yin City. While he mingled with idle, rich young men, his lineage remained the most esteemed. The combined backgrounds of those around him could not rival that of the Wei family. Hence, what was Yin Ao in his presence? The woman who had earlier pushed Song Yin spoke again, mocking, Young Master Wei has spoken. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and apologize. Young Master Wei, look at her. You cannot let her off easily. Wei Shiran's gaze playfully swept over Song Yin. She remained composed, meeting his eyes with poise. With a charming smirk, Wei Shiran remarked, Miss Song, your current boyfriend seems rather lacking. Song Yan's eyes flickered. She was not acquainted with Wei Shiran, although they had crossed paths a few times. There was no true familiarity. His address of her as Miss Song likely stemmed from having heard Yin Ao call her by name just moments ago. However, his subsequent words suggested a deeper recognition. As her thoughts returned, she opened her lips to respond, but suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her. The unexpected turn of events left her in shock as Yin Ao, for reasons unknown, slipped and fell heavily to the ground. A fall may be forgiven, yet the ground is now strewn with shards of broken bottles and glasses. Instantly, a pained cry emanates from Yin, startling Song Yin, who then notices the jagged glass embedded in his palm. His brow furrows tightly as blood oozes forth, inciting a wave of panic among the onlookers. Oh dear, how could young Master Yin be so careless to trip while standing? One must blame his girlfriend. Had she not caused this ruckus, would it have come to this? The spectators relish the drama unfolding before them. Song Yin bends down to assist him, her expression grave. Come, I shall escort you to the hospital. Chapter 54. Willing to spin for her song, Yin suddenly felt a pang of regret. Although she had no intention of causing harm, the chaos surrounding her was undeniably of her own making. The disarray was entirely her doing. Initially, she merely aimed to teach Wei Shiran a lesson and playfully set him up, but now, with someone injured as a consequence, she bore the weight of responsibility. Yin Ao's hands were drenched in blood, severely wounded. He grimaced in pain, yet upon hearing Song Yan's voice, he struggled to endure and nodded slightly. His gaze abruptly fell upon her hands, and Yin Ao inquired, Song Yin, how did you injure your hands? Fell, she replied nonchalantly, not intending to elaborate further. Yin Ao managed a bitter smile. So does this mean we share the same misfortune? Our injuries are identical in both manner and location. Song Yin, disinterested, turned away, only to find herself ensnared by a piercing gaze, rendering her momentarily immobile. The man's eyes burned with intensity, his handsome face etched with deep features, his expression aloof as he fixed his stare upon her. Song Yin felt as though an invisible hand had abruptly seized her collar. Gu Chen Xiao, how'd he end up here? What a coincidence. Noticing Song Yin frozen in place, Yin Ao urged, Song Yin, we should leave quickly. If this blood continues to flow, you might bleed out. Finally regaining her composure, Song Yin nodded at Yin Ao and walked past Gu Chen Xiao without a second glance. Az Yin Ao Bao Zid, Bezij Gu Chen Xiao. He instinctively glanced at the man before hastily catching up with Song Yin. Over here, a woman called out in a sultry tone, Wei Xiao, are you really just letting them go? Isn't that too lenient? Wei Shiran replied with a cold smirk. Having resorted to such theatrics, what more can they expect? Should I leave them with my hand as well? Yin Ao's fall had been quite absurd. It was astonishing that a grown man could fall in such a manner. The woman muttered, the one who doused you with wine was that woman. In my opinion, she should be the one to face consequences. One glance at her revealed ill intentions. And how do you propose I punish her? Wei Shiran asked languidly, his gaze already meaningfully directed toward someone in the distance. The woman scoffed disdainfully. She ought to kneel and clean up this mess. Oh, Wei Shiran shifted his gaze back, regarding her with a hint of frost on his typically carefree countenance. Make her kneel? Should he need to consult that individual's opinion first? Suddenly, someone in the crowd recalled. Raising their voice, I remember now. Wasn't he that woman Song Yin? It's been said that Yin Ao has been pursuing her fiercely. Has he finally succeeded? The name Song Yin was no longer unfamiliar. Within and outside their circle, many had heard of her. With her public declaration, it was evident that Yin Ao had indeed won her over. Damn, Yin Ao truly had his fair share of fortune. Even Song Yin had succumbed to his charms. To put it plainly, it is merely because Yin Ao possesses considerable wealth and is willing to lavish it upon her. I have heard that Yin Ao has expended significant effort in his pursuit of her, bestowing gifts of bags, cars, and even homes, showering her with financial support, leaving no stone unturned. Which woman could possibly withstand such an onslaught? The whispers around him were incessant. Wei Shiran gazed at that retreating figure and promptly gave chase. Chapter 55. Ah, she is providing you an opportunity, Chen Xiao. Wait for me. It was only outside the door that Wei Shiran managed to catch up with him. Gu Chen Xiao had deliberately paused, seemingly with something to convey. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Observing Wei Shiran's disheveled appearance and recalling the scene he had witnessed at the bar, it was evident that something had transpired. Wei Shiran cast a glance at himself, and indeed, he could be described as truly reeking of liquor. After a soft sigh, he remarked, "Perhaps it is because I am your brother that I have also suffered collateral damage." He was uncertain how Gu Chen Xiao had wounded that girl's heart, but evidently, she had vented her frustrations upon him. Gu Chen Xiao frowned slightly. To ensure he understood, Wei Shiran kindly elaborated. "This entire state of mind is the handiwork of your ex-girlfriend. She must have already known I am your brother and, fearing to confront you directly, chose to unleash her wrath on me instead." Wei Shiran clapped a hand on his shoulder, gazing intently into Gu Chen Xiao's eyes. "Chen Xiao, you must compensate me. I have borne the brunt on your behalf." Gu Chen Xiao cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. Song Yin did this? Because of him, he felt compelled to question the validity of Wei Shiran's statements. With a cold tone, he said, "You had me waiting for her to come back and reconcile, only to have me witness her transformation into someone else's girlfriend?" Although he had arrived late and only caught the latter part of the exchange, it was sufficient. That man had the audacity to refer to Song Yin as his girlfriend? Wei Shiran wore an expression of disbelief. "Surely, Chen Xiao, you cannot believe this?" Gu Chen Xiao remained silent, his expression taut, his demeanor shadowed. Wei Shiran chuckled. "It's one thing for others to believe it, but you too? With an ex-boyfriend like you, how could Song Yin even consider Yin Ao? Having once been with someone of such caliber, anyone else would merely be a compromise, wouldn't they?" Crossing his arms, Wei Shiran mused, "Today is particularly gloomy, as that scoundrel Yin Ao is playing the role of the male green tea. TSK, he is truly relentless, even towards himself. I must say, I have witnessed quite the spectacle." Gu Chen Xiao might have arrived late and missed out on the details, but Wei Shiran had witnessed the entire affair firsthand. His discerning eyes, honed from years of mingling in such circles, had seen through many deceptions. "Brother, rest assured, your ex-girlfriend is deliberately putting on an act to provoke you." Gu Chen Zhao's brows furrowed deeper. "To provoke me? Is that truly the case?" Wei Shiran spoke with conviction. "It is evident she has not moved on. Otherwise, why would she intentionally douse me in liquor? I believe she is giving you an opportunity." Gu Chen Xiao regarded him with an expression akin to that of a bewildered fool. "What are you saying? This is all nonsensical." Wei Shiran draped an arm around his shoulder, patiently breaking it down for him. "I am your brother, am I not? She splashed wine all over me. I certainly would not let her off easily, would I? You see, had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Yin Ao today, the one who was destined to be the hero rescuing the damsel would have been you, correct?" Listening to his analysis, it indeed seems plausible. Yet, he still felt that something was amiss. Wei Shiran ultimately concluded, "Ah, she is actually providing you with an opportunity to retreat gracefully." Chapter 56. "Do you still need me to personally escort you?" Yin Ao's hand was still embedded with shards of glass, blood trickling down and staining the ground. Lu Zhanaying, upon hearing the news, hurried out to inquire about the situation. Song Yin remained silent, merely instructing her to return and tidy up the mess she had left behind. "Song Yin, I only said that in a moment of desperation to help you. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" Yin Ao asked anxiously. Song Yin's expression was indifferent. She did not respond, but instead inquired, "Did you drive here?" After a brief pause, Yin Ao replied, "Oh, I did. I did not drive. Where's your car?" There was no unnecessary chatter. Her words were direct and to the point. "The car keys are in my pocket, but..." Yin Ao glanced awkwardly at his injured hands before looking back at her. "Song Yin, if you don't mind, could you retrieve them from my right pants pocket?" Song Yin cast a glance at his hand. Though there were valid reasons for his predicament, she hesitated for a moment. Another drop of blood fell from Yin Ao's hand, prompting Song Yin to frown, and she disregarded her reservations. She would handle her own troubles. As her hand reached for his pocket, she moved with a certain awkwardness, trying to minimize any contact. Just as she was about to touch Yin Ao's pants pocket, a sudden snap echoed as someone firmly grasped her wrist. Her gaze fell upon an understated yet luxurious Patek Philippe watch, a renowned timepiece she had seen on the global rankings. Following the watch upward, she ultimately encountered a face all too familiar. Mr. Gu? Yin always exclaimed, astonished. They had just seen him at the bar, but she anticipated he would follow them out. Observing his actions, her attention drifted to Gu Chunxiao's grip on Song Yan's wrist. Yin Ao was even more perplexed. What is happening? Gu Chunxiao's expression was ominously severe, his piercing gaze fixated on Song Yan as he coldly articulated, Miss Song, it has only been a few days since you damaged my car, and you dare to drive again, especially in your injured state. Song Yan snapped back to reality, uncomfortably retracting her hand. It appeared that the car accident matter was far from resolved. Song Yan, did you collide with Mr. Gu's car? Yin, I'll ask it. Both shocked and concerned. Are you all right? Gu Chunxiao icily retorted, a redundant question. Yin, I'll fail to some vat, avard. After all, so much time had passed. Even if there were injuries, what purpose would it serve to inquire now? Gu Chunxiao glanced at Yin Ao's injured hand and coldly commanded, you should hasten to the hospital on your own. Yin Ao felt a twinge of fear towards him, not merely because of his status, but because some individuals possess an inherently commanding presence that evokes both awe and trepidation, discouraging any defiance. Yet, he was injured, and in such a serious manner. Surely, he ought to have someone accompany him while taking a taxi. His gaze instinctively shifted back to Song Yan. With his icy, resonant voice elevated, he questioned, what? Do you still require my personal escort? Yin Ao couldn't help but shiver, instinctively shaking his head vigorously. Upon encountering those piercing eyes, he instinctively averted his gaze, hastily departing without daring to look back. Hey, Song Yin finally spoke, intending to call out to Yin Ao. However, Gu Chunxiao positioned himself directly in her path, effectively obstructing her. Song Yin was forced to step back 2 paces, her eyes warily fixed upon him. What are you doing? Gu Chunxiao regarded her in silence for a couple of seconds before suddenly bending down before her. Chapter 57. Put me down. Instinctively, Song Yin recoiled slightly, her expression one of utter bewilderment as she repeated, what are you doing? Observing his actions, she pondered whether this man, at long last, had come to his senses and intended to offer her a sincere apology. Several possibilities flitted through her mind. She was not one to harbor grudges. Should he genuinely acknowledge his mistakes, she would not stoop to his level. After all, she possessed a generous spirit, unlike certain individuals. Just as Song Yan was mulling over these thoughts and preparing to voice her opinion, Gu Chunxiao's subsequent action obliterated any words she might have uttered. He actually hoisted her up from the ground. Song Yan was taken aback, her world spinning in an instant. Ah! She instinctively screamed, overcome by a sensation of weightlessness and an overwhelming rush of blood to her head. Gu Chunxiao, what are you doing? Put me down. Silent. Gu Chunxiao continued to carry her away, the task seeming effortless for him. Gu Chunxiao. Song Yin gritted her teeth, angrily pounding her small fists against his back twice. To him, it was but a trivial annoyance. If she wished to avoid unwanted attention, she ought to behave herself. Song Yin thought to herself, how could he have the audacity to say such a thing? Since no one could see her face, she resolved to be unruly, defiant in the face of his authority. What could he possibly do about it? Struggling with all her might, she cried out for help. Help! I'm being abducted in broad daylight. Someone, save me. Gu Chunxiao merely observed the growing crowd, clearly amused by the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, his efforts were paying off, as numerous onlookers paused to stare and whisper, wow, he is so handsome. Such a man. I wish I could be in that girl's shoes. That guy's physique is incredible. I envy her. Outside the bar, most of the passers-by were young, and to them, the scene before them appeared perfectly ordinary, merely a playful tussle between a couple. Suddenly, a surge of mischief arose within Song Yan, and she shouted, he is not my boyfriend. He is my ex-husband. He often abuses me. Please, someone help me. Gu Chunxiao raised an eyebrow, bemused. She was truly putting on a performance. As some compassionate souls began to waver in their indifference, he slowly spoke. I apologize. My child is just being mischievous. I was about to take them back for a lesson. He pinched the bridge of his nose, feigning a headache. Yet a hint of a wry smile played upon his lips. A single phrase, a subtle gesture, and an expression ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Oh, he is so handsome, so charming. This is a scene straight out of a comic book. Song Yin was aghast. I'm calling for help here. Yet the crowd remained infatuated, completely disregarding her plight. Truly, the world was a cold place, and humanity was indifferent. Was this what they referred to as beauty is justice? Because he was good-looking, he could act with impunity. His voice resonated, ominously close, yet to her ears, it seemed to emanate from a distant realm. She felt as though she were on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of a cerebral explosion. It appeared she heard Gu Chunxiao call her name once more, but the specifics eluded her comprehension. Her mind buzzed, and the world around her spun in a dizzying whirl. When her feet finally touched the ground, she gazed blankly at Gu Chunxiao and inquired, "What did you just say?" Chapter 58. Your fiancé, Yi Jiang, roamed the world before her remained a blur, including the figure of Gu Chunxiao, which appeared indistinct. After a considerable time, Song Yin finally regained her composure. Gu Chunxiao had been acting unusually of late. He was the most esteemed and aloof man in Yun City, never prone to any erratic behavior. Yet today, he had lifted her and carried her away on the street. This was decidedly not his style. The Gu Chunxiao before her seemed like an entirely unfamiliar person. Gazing intently at him for a prolonged moment, Song Yin came back to her senses. He had seemingly uttered something just moments ago, but she could not recall his exact words. However, her instincts indicated that it was of great significance. Yet, no matter how hard she strained her mind, she could not reconstruct that indistinct phrase. She could only seek clarification from Gu Chunxiao. Just as Gu Chunxiao was about to speak, a sharp female voice abruptly interrupted. "Chunxiao, it really is you." The sudden sound made Song Yan's already spinning head ache anew. She needed not turn to know it was Shi Hui. Naturally, Shi Hui spotted Song Yan too, and after shooting her glare, she swiftly moved to Gu Chunxiao's side, her demeanor transforming drastically as she smiled brightly. "Chunxiao, I thought I was mistaken. What a coincidence to see you here. We were just about to head to that bar. Would you like to join us?" Song Yin stole a glance at Gu Chunxiao. As expected, his face was shrouded in gloom, irritation practically etched on his features. He detested being interrupted while speaking. Noting his indifference, Shi Hui persisted. "Sister Rong is here tonight as well. Come on, Chunxiao, let us have a couple of drinks together." As she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at Song Yin, her eyes brazenly provocative. Song Yin rubbed her temples. She was already exhausted and had no desire to contend with such trivial matters. "Indeed, your fiancé, he has arrived. Shouldn't you be accompanying her?" Song Yin remarked lightly. At her words, Gu Chunxiao's brow furrowed immediately. "What are you saying?" Song Yin smiled. "Your fiancé, Yi Jiang Yinrong. Isn't she back to prepare for your wedding?" At this juncture, he was still feigning ignorance. Mr. Gu was quite the performer. Gu Chunxiao, his brow knitted even tighter. On his handsome face, besides the coldness, there was now a hint of confusion. "Jiang Yinrong? Who is that?" Song Yin's candid revelation caught even Shi Hui off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless and flustered. Song Yin found their reactions amusing, feigning surprise. Oh, could it be that Mr. Gu himself is unaware of this matter? Surely not, surely not. Am I the first to know? Shi. This insufferable woman. She could hardly believe how shameless the other was, still clinging to Gu Chunxiao. It seemed she had been waiting to embarrass her. She felt an overwhelming urge to silence her once and for all. Gu Chunxiao cast a sharp glance at Shi Hui, and in that instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the ground. "Brother Chunxiao, I am fully aware that Song Yin is your girlfriend, yet I have not spoken falsely. I merely conveyed the truth. I have heard whispers that the Gu family is soon to celebrate a joyous occasion, and with Rong Jie returning at this time, I couldn't help but think." Gu Chunxiao's gaze bore into her. "Is this truly the reason you chose to end our relationship, Song Yin?" Chapter 59. The words I spoke earlier were indeed true. Song Yin let out a gentle sigh, a smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Gu, does the reason truly hold such significance?" "Of course," he replied, realizing today the absurdity of the rumors that had circulated. It was utterly ridiculous. The crux of the matter was, did she actually believe it? Was that the reason for their separation? Under his intense gaze, Song Yin pressed her lips together, acknowledging that her sudden proposal to break up, coupled with such an unreasonable excuse, must have left him troubled. Let everything be resolved tonight. She lifted her gaze to Gu Chanxiao and slowly spoke. The reasons for a breakup are simply that love has faded, boredom has set in, annoyance has arisen, or affections for someone else have blossomed. If Mr. Gu insists on a reason for me, then boredom is indeed the truth. The man before her furrowed his brow slightly. Song Yin continued, however, at that moment, I had yet to formulate a way to broach the subject with you. Coincidentally, Shi Hui appeared and brought me news that your ex-girlfriend and fiancé, Jiang Yinrong, had returned to the country. Wasn't that the perfect opportunity for me to make space for her? I took the initiative to speak first to spare you any discomfort. It was a win-win situation. Shi Hui was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of confusion, as if she could not fully grasp the situation. The already low atmosphere now seemed to carry a palpable tension. She dare not look at Gu Chenxiao. Gu Chenxiao's countenance darkened considerably. Song Yin, are you serious? The tone of his voice bore a hint of barely restrained anger. Indeed, she replied, a light smile gracing her lips as her lazy gaze wandered toward Shi Hui. Who could have known it was merely a baseless rumor? In truth, she had known all along. Although Gu Chenxiao had his flaws, he was fundamentally upright and would never engage in such capricious behavior. Their repeated encounters post-breakup had clarified for her that Shi Hui's claims were entirely unfounded. Shi Hui met Song Yan's gaze, her expression shifting to one of perplexity. What did this mean? Had Song Yan secretly intended to break up with Gu Chenxiao from the outset? Was she merely waiting for an opportune moment, and had inadvertently been used by her in this instance? Feeling as though she was being toyed with, Shi Hui's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush. And with Gu Chenxiao present, she dared not express her anger, resorting instead to silent curses. Gu Chenxiao narrowed his eyes dangerously, lowering his voice. I will ask you one more time, are you serious? Song Yin hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. The smile at the corner of her lips widened. Then I shall reiterate, yes. Gu Chenxiao focused intently on her hauntingly beautiful smile, his expression as cold as ice. Song Yin declared, the words I spoke earlier were indeed true. She had uttered many phrases. How could he discern which one she referred to? In that instant, Gu Chenxiao's mind flashed back to that night when she had spoken a particular sentence, and he furrowed his brow deeply. Damn it, how could it possibly be that one? Which phrase could it possibly be? Song Yan's beautiful gaze lingered on his face. This man, indeed, embodied every aspect of her aesthetic preferences. She surmised that at this very moment, he must be racking his brain, trying to recall which phrase she was referring to. With a light chuckle, Song Yin spoke in her melodious voice, Mr. Gu, you are rather dull. Chapter 60. Mother, I wished to marry Song Yin after Song Yin departed. Shi Hui stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by trepidation. The man beneath the streetlight exuded an aura of menacing intensity that deterred any approach. Witnessing such a scene left her in a state of agitation, coupled with an unsettling concern. Was she in danger of being silenced? The individual before her was none other than Gu Chenxiao. He had been spurned by a woman. If this were to leak, it would be hard for anyone to believe. Suddenly, she felt a piercing gaze directed at her, causing her to shudder. Stammering, she exclaimed, Chenxiao, you needn't worry. I won't speak of tonight's events. I assure you, I will remain tight-lipped. Hardly had she uttered these words when she observed Gu Chenxiao striding toward her. Terrified, she continued, Chenxiao, since Song Yin took the initiative to end things, is that not fortuitous? You are bound to part ways eventually. Now, you need not fret about her lingering affections. I acknowledge that mentioning Jiang Yinrong as your fiancé, was inappropriate, yet you are truly meant for each other. Moreover, with her return and your newly single status, it seems an opportune moment for reconciliation. In a bid to invoke Jiang Yinrong's favor, Shi Hui hoped Gu Chenxiao would spare her from consequences. Gu Chenxiao's temples throbbed with frustration. Though they spoke a shared language, He found himself utterly perplexed by her words. The only plausible explanation was that someone was orchestrating this situation. Sure, he had been used as a pawn. However, it seemed that uncovering the puppet master was no longer of consequence. Song Yin had already departed. At the hospital, "Oh dear, my precious son. How did you sustain such injuries? Does it hurt? How could it be so severe?" The elders of the Yin family rushed in upon hearing the news, only to find Yin Ao's hands bandaged like dumplings. Yan's mother wore a pained expression, wishing fervently that she could endure this suffering in his stead. "Who did this? Tell your father immediately. Whoever harmed my son shall not escape retribution," she declared. The Yin family had long awaited a son, and thus they cherished Yin Ao immensely. "I fell accidentally," he lied. "Liar, how could you injure yourself to such an extent?" Yin Ao felt a wave of embarrassment. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had resorted to such a ruse for the sake of pursuing a woman. Could he? Yet what was the outcome of his sacrifice? He had employed such a ploy, and yet where was the beauty? Ultimately, he had arrived at the hospital in a rather undignified manner, alone. As he pondered this, he found himself bewildered by the relationship between Gu Chunxiao and Song Yin. The last incident could be dismissed as coincidence, but this time felt laden with a personal vendetta awaiting resolution. "What are you daydreaming about, son? I'm speaking to you." Yan's mother interrupted his reverie. Snapping back to reality, Yin Ao replied earnestly, "Mother, I wish to marry Song Yin." Yan's mother was taken aback, caught off guard by his declaration. "Who are you speaking of? That little shadow? Why have you not given up on her? She clearly lacks discernment. Why persist in pursuing her? Son, given our family's circumstances, we ought to seek a daughter-in-law of comparable standing, don't you think?" Yin Ao fixed his gaze upon his own hands with determination, resolutely asserting, "I truly like her, mother. I wish to marry her." The Yin family had always indulged their son, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires. Since it was his choice, they naturally held no strong objections. However, the crux of the matter lay in. Yan's mother furrowed her brow and let out a sigh. "If you genuinely wish to marry her, your father and I would not oppose. Yet, have you even won her affection?" Chapter 61. I won't repeat myself. Ponder it yourself, though such words may sting, they ring true. Yin Ao, brimming with audacious confidence, declared, "I shall not yield. Besides, after today, everything may change." What could that possibly mean? Yin Mu pondered, only to be struck by a sudden realization regarding his hand. Heavens, your hand, it couldn't possibly be injured by her. Could it? My dear son, how could you be so foolish? Yin Ao, feeling exasperated, interjected, "Mother, it wasn't her." "Not her? Then who was it?" "It was I." A deep, resonant male voice emanated from the doorway of the ward. At the sound, both Yin Ao and Yin Mu turned to see a tall, imposing figure enter, accompanied by the obsequious Yin Fu. "Mr. Gu?" Yin Ao exclaimed in surprise. "What brings you here?" Yin Mu, unfamiliar with Gu Chunxiao, only knew that this man had harmed her beloved son. Yet her husband's demeanor suggested the man's significance was far beyond her understanding. Gu Chunxiao stepped further into the room, prompting Yin Ao to awkwardly adjust his posture. "I came to assess your injuries," he inquired, his words cool and measured. Yin Ao hesitated, finally responding, "It's nothing serious." Yin Fu took a step forward, saying, "Mr. Gu, it was my son who caused the trouble. There was no need for you to come personally. A phone call would suffice." At this, Yin Mu interjected with displeasure. "How can this be considered a minor issue? Just look at how bandaged his hand is." Yin Fu shot her a warning glance. Though discontented, she fell silent. With a forced smile, Yin Fu turned back to Gu Chunxiao. "It seems we haven't exchanged contact details. Here is my business card." Gu Chunxiao cast a cursory glance at the card offered, but made no move to take it, instead fixing his gaze upon Yin Ao. Yin Ao paused, understanding the unspoken message. "Father, mother, Mr. Gu has something to discuss with me. Perhaps you could step outside for a moment?" "Very well." Yin Fu awkwardly retracted the card, ushering Yin Mu out of the room. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the space. Gu Chunxiao, with one hand casually resting in his suit pocket, regarded Yin Ao with an indifferent expression. Yin Ao's heart raced. How had he managed to summon this formidable presence? In this standoff, he felt utterly outmatched. Swallowing hard, he summoned the courage to shatter the silence. Mr. Gu, my injury was due to my own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with you. Why did you say that earlier? Without engaging in further pleasantries, Gu Chunxiao cut straight to the point. Dispose of everything you intended to post online. If I see even a whisper of you and her on the internet, I will ensure the Yin family vanishes from Yin City entirely. Yin Ao's expression shifted rapidly, and after a moment of stammering, he managed to reply, I don't understand what you mean. Gu Chenxiao's piercing gaze bore into him. Yin Ao found himself unable to meet his eyes. I want to repeat myself. Think it over. In a succinct manner, Gu Chunxiao made no further delay. As he turned to leave the hospital room, Yin Ao unexpectedly inquired from behind, what is your relationship with Song Yin? To his astonishment, the unusual dynamics, which even Song Yin had failed to detect, were discerned by Gu Chunxiao. Furthermore, he had personally come to the hospital for this matter. Considering all the circumstances, their relationship was undoubtedly intricate. The moment Gu Chunxiao cast a cold gaze upon him, Yin Ao's fleeting courage dissipated into thin air. Chapter 62, the final time, once Gu Chunxiao departed, his previously erect posture gradually succumbed to a languid demeanor, reverting to its former despondency. Gu Chunxiao uttered not a word. However, Yin Alphen discerned 5 words from his gaze. What gives you the right to ask? Before long, Yan's parents entered, anxiously inquiring about his conversation with Gu Chunxiao. Yin Alphen sighed silently, offering no response, but requesting his mother to hand him his phone. Yin Alphen, plan cancelled. Despite his usual defiance, in Gu Chunxiao's presence, such behavior was merely trifling. Upon returning to the car, Gu Chunxiao's assistant, seated in the passenger seat, turned to him and asked, Mr. Gu, have all matters been resolved? Gu Chunxiao offered a subtle nod in acknowledgement. The assistant, puzzled, remarked, typically I handle these affairs. Why did you personally attend today? Given that the relationship between Song Yin and Gu Chunxiao had yet to be publicly disclosed, the messy situations caused by Song Yin were routinely delegated to Gu Chunxiao for resolution. Yet today, he had chosen to intervene personally. The assistant felt a surge of excitement. What could this signify? Mr. Gu was evidently unreserved about their relationship, seemingly untroubled by public knowledge. It appeared that an official announcement was imminent. Mr. Gu, are you planning to make it public? The assistant ventured. The driver, catching wind of the conversation, interjected candidly, with Miss Song's temperament. Who knows how many people she could have offended these past 2 years if Mr. Gu hadn't been there to clean up her mess. Now that the announcement is finally on the horizon, with the title of Mr. Gu's girlfriend, who would dare to create turmoil for her? Both men shared a sense of joy for their employer. However, the assistant soon sensed an unsettling shift. The man in the back seat remained silent, gazing out the window, his profile accentuating a flawless jawline. Mr. Gu? The assistant tentatively called. After a brief moment, a low, husky voice emerged from the man, calm yet laden with gravity. We have broken up. What? The assistant's astonishment was palpable as the smile frozen on his face began to fade. Just a short while ago, he had accompanied Mr. Gu on a business trip abroad, only for Mr. Gu to abruptly return home, leaving all responsibilities to him. Without Mr. Gu's charisma, the task became significantly more challenging. He had taken over a week longer than anticipated to finalize the affairs and had only just returned. What transpired during that fortnight? The driver appeared to be on the verge of speaking, but refrained, mindful of Gu Chenxiao's presence. A heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. The final time, it seemed as if he were addressing them, yet also speaking to himself. With that, he closed his eyes, concealing the multitude of emotions swirling within. Song Yin was roused from her slumber by the incessant ringing of her phone. With her eyes still shut, she swiped to the screen, and Jiang Jingnan's anxious voice immediately resonated through the speaker. Ancestor, you've been hacked. Song Yin responded with a vague murmur, lazily saying, do elaborate. A paparazzo has captured you in close association with a certain wealthy individual, and has revealed that you have an illegitimate child. Song Yin replied, oh? Jiang Jingnan, incredulous, raised her voice slightly. Is that all you have to say? Song Yan's voice remained languid, though it sounded a touch more alert than before. What else would you have me do? Jump up and argue with them? There is a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a soft retort emerged. This is not the first time you've engaged in such antics. Chapter 63. I intend to withdraw from the industry. Song Yin, having just embarked on her career, quickly rose to prominence, inciting jealousy in more than just a handful of individuals. She obstructed many paths and seized too many opportunities, and coupled with her temperament, the number of those offended by her continued to grow. During her peak, the vitriol directed at her reached its zenith, and, as a result, Song Yin became addicted to reading comments. She could easily engage in hours-long exchanges of insults with her detractors, refusing assistance from anyone. At that time, Jiang Jingnan and the management agency were quite alarmed. Unexpectedly, after several days of trending topics, Song Yin's fanbase not only held steady, but even increased. Following closely, her new drama premiered, wherein she played a supporting role, yet her character was both fierce and captivating. Netizens exclaimed that this role was tailor-made for Song Yin, and her acting prowess was evident for all to see, thereby solidifying her public persona. Ironically, with fewer individuals criticizing her, Song Yin found herself checking comments less frequently. Returning to the crux of the matter, Jiang Jingnan rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. This situation was notably more complex than usual. Had it been easily resolvable, she would not have called Song Yin, as she could have dealt with it effortlessly. However, this time was different. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Song Yin felt a sense of clarity. She turned to sit upright, casually brushing back her disheveled hair. By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you. Song Yin paused for 2 seconds, her eyes tranquil as she spoke. Sister Nan, I intend to withdraw from the industry. What did you say? How could Mr. Gu act in such a manner? The assistant's incredulous voice erupted, prompting the anxious driver to gesture for him to lower his voice. Although Mr. Gu was not present at the moment, caution was still warranted, as walls have ears. Wait, is it true that Mr. Gu wouldn't even lend an umbrella to Miss Song? The assistant whispered, his expression still one of shock. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand, there's no doubt about it. The driver animatedly recounted the scene, and the assistant listened, shaking his head in disbelief. After a moment of silence, the assistant sighed, concluding, Mr. Gu has gone too far. If I were in her position, I would break up with him too. The driver immediately gestured for him to lower his voice. Keep it down. I've noticed Mr. Gu has been in a foul mood lately. I dare not even breathe too loudly while driving. For the past few days, he has truly been enveloped by a low-pressure atmosphere, and only now has he found the time to engage in such idle chatter. The assistant nodded in agreement, fully empathizing with this observation. The typically composed Mr. Gu seemed to have lost his temper recently, a sentiment shared by the employees in the executive office. Now, he finally understood the underlying reason. Just then, a notification pinged on the assistant's phone, and as he glanced at the screen, his expression grew increasingly complicated. What's the matter? Is Mr. Gu looking for you? With a sigh, the assistant bore a troubled expression. Miss Song has encountered some issues. What do you think? Should I report this or not? The answer was all too evident. On the top floor, in the president's office, the assistant placed the brewed coffee on the desk. He observed Gu Chenxiao, engrossed in his work, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Gu Chenxiao signed at the end of the document, closed it, and set it aside, before casually picking up a new one, engrossed in his work without raising his head. The assistant couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. The CEO had reverted to the emotionless, workaholic machine he had been during his single days. Suddenly, Gu Chenxiao parted his lips to utter a single word. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, snapping back to attention. CEO, the coffee is ready and placed here for you. Receiving no response, a protracted silence ensued, and the assistant dared not make a move. It was not until that frigid voice echoed again. Aren't you leaving? Do you intend to stay and serve me? Chapter 64. Believing she would eventually return to reconcile, the assistant trembled in fear, hastily waving his hands in denial. No, no, no. Do you hear the dreadful words being spoken? Even he, as the assistant, was not spared from this tempestuous temper. It is no wonder Miss Song chose to part ways with you. When that piercing gaze shot towards the assistant, he nearly believed that Gu Chenxiao possessed the ability to read minds. However, having served as Gu Chenxiao's aide for many years, he soon regained his composure and tentatively uttered. President Gu, it is actually Miss Song. She's in trouble. At this juncture, he paused. After years of close observation, he was adept at reading a room. Seeing that Gu Chunxiao had no intention of speaking, he continued, Miss Song has been maligned. Her reputation online is currently quite poor. Should we suppress this? In the past, there would have been no need to even ask. Any matter concerning Song Yin would have been swiftly resolved. But now, the situation is different. Just recently, President Gu himself stated, this is the last time. Such words carry weight. Did Yin Ao instigate this? Gu Chinxiao inquired, parting his lips. No, he likely lacks the capacity for such mischief. Besides, he has always admired Miss Song and only wishes to pursue her. He would not harm her, the assistant reasoned. Moreover, didn't President Gu personally warn Yin Ao just a few days ago? Even if he had 10 times the audacity, he wouldn't dare to defy Gu Chinxiao. Gu Chinxiao remained silent. The assistant then took it upon himself to present the rampant rumors circulating online. Song Yin secretly meets mysterious tycoon at midnight, blushing with embarrassment. Popular starlet gives birth out of wedlock, shocking the entire internet with the identity of the father. The sensational headlines, boldly emblazoned and strikingly prominent, incited the assistant's ire, prompting him to chuckle incredulously. This is utterly absurd. President, Miss Song has been in a relationship with you for 2 years. How could such a thing occur? What tycoon could possibly compare to you? It's downright laughable. As for giving birth out of wedlock, how ridiculous! The assistant lamented. You know Miss Song best. She is simply not that kind of person. Gu Chinxiao's eyes darkened with intensity. Did he truly understand Song Yin? No, he did not know her at all. She had long harbored thoughts of breaking up, yet he remained blissfully unaware. Foolishly believing Wei Shiran's words that she could not let go, that she would eventually return to him. Observing the grave expression on Gu Chinxiao's face, the assistant thought to himself that the president indeed could not set aside his concerns for Miss Song. He promptly continued his report. However, the pressing issue is that the situation has escalated significantly and may not be easily resolved. The masterminds behind these rumors are likely not ordinary individuals. In a short span, the news has spread like wildfire across the internet. Miss Song's management company is also formidable in public relations, yet this time, they've been caught off guard and are defenseless. The methods employed are so sophisticated that they bring to mind a particular individual. Unconsciously, his gaze fell upon Gu Chinxiao, while a daring thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Could this all be a scheme devised by Mr. Gu? On that day, when Mr. Gu personally met with Yin Ao, he began to ponder the situation. Why, despite having already severed ties with Miss Song, did Mr. Gu not shy away from revealing his connection with Song Yin? It was as if he deliberately sought to make their relationship known to others. Now, he has orchestrated a situation to tarnish Song Yan's reputation, compelling her to return and beseech Mr. Gu for assistance. How cunning! In terms of strategy, none can rival Gu Chinxiao. This tactic is utterly despicable, truly remarkable. Chapter 65. Discomfort from the Avatar. Nauseating content. Gu Chinxiao suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy as he scrutinized his assistant. In an instant, the assistant was stripped from his rich inner world, returning to the stark reality before him. He awkwardly averted his eyes, clearing his throat in embarrassment. It seemed as though the man beside him possessed the uncanny ability to read minds. His piercing gaze appeared capable of unveiling the assistant's innermost thoughts. After spending considerable time in his presence, the assistant concluded that one must avoid making eye contact with him when feeling guilty, lest they face dire consequences. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, the chilling voice rang out beside him. It seems you have already deduced who is responsible. The assistant, feeling cornered, thought to himself, indeed, the very fears I harbored have come to pass. Steeling himself, he replied earnestly, Miss Song has offended many during her years in the industry. It could be a new grievance or perhaps an old vendetta. Any of those she has crossed in the past might seek retribution against her. It is also possible that they have conspired together to orchestrate this incident. As of now, I have no specific suspects. What are your thoughts, Mr. Gu? His response was impeccably crafted. Only when Gu Chinxiao averted his gaze did the assistant secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If Mr. Gu were to discover that his primary suspect was actually himself, the repercussions would undoubtedly be severe. Fortuitously, he was clever. The assistant continued, Mr. Gu, this incident might also serve as an opportunity. If Miss Song cannot resolve this predicament on her own, your intervention would surely inspire her gratitude. Gu Chenxiao expressionlessly closed the page, coolly uttering 2 words, boring. This reaction took the assistant by surprise. Thus, Mr. Gu has no intention of intervening? Although Mr. Gu had previously stated that it would be the last time, the assistant still held onto a glimmer of hope. Yet, judging by Mr. Gu's current demeanor, alas, Mr. Gu truly is heartless. With this realization, the assistant discreetly prepared to withdraw. Just as he reached the doorway, Gu Chenxiao's voice resonated behind him. Blacklist the accounts Yunqing's premier entertainment reporter, Midnight Gossip, and Yunqing Morning News indefinitely. The assistant immediately turned around, bewildered. After a moment's pause, he finally grasped the situation. He had anticipated a twist in this matter. These 3 accounts were the most active marketing channels involved in this incident, one of which belonged to a major company. The account that first broke the news was the official Yunqing Morning News, while the most egregious in its language was the Midnight Gossip marketing account, clearly intent on defaming for profit, lacking any moral boundaries. By commanding the blacklisting of these leading marketing accounts, Mr. Gu was effectively sending a warning. Other marketing accounts would surely think twice before attempting any further mischief. Suppressing a smile, the assistant inquired, Excellent. What justification shall we provide? Discomfort from the avatar, nauseating content, came a reply. The man seated there remained oblivious, continuing to peruse the documents in his hands while calmly issuing commands. His facade of indifference prompted a stifled laugh from his assistant. The rationale behind his demeanor was indeed quite unreasonable. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Once the assistant departed, Gu Chenxiao set aside the papers, pausing for a mere 2 seconds before reopening the recently viewed pages. The more he looked, the deeper the menace in his gaze became. Chapter 66. Prepare for your reckoning. When Gu Chenxiao received a call from Wei Shiran, he was still working late at the office. The entire executive office was aglow with light, each individual diligently committed to their duties. Occasionally, they exchanged furtive glances, stretching their necks to sneak a peek toward the president's office. Upon seeing Wei Shiran displayed on his phone, the coldness in Gu Chenxiao's gaze was suddenly tinged with a menacing intensity. He allowed the ringtone to fade away without answering. After a moment, another call came through, this time from Lucien. Gu Chenxiao answered, and immediately, Wei Shiran's boisterous voice erupted from the receiver. You, Gu Chenxiao, purposely ignore my call. How outrageous! His tone was laced with a sense of grievance, reminiscent of a wronged spouse. With an unyielding expression, Gu Chenxiao replied, If I were you, I wouldn't be foolish enough to call at this hour, tempting fate. Huh? What do you mean? Wei Shiran, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, sounded utterly perplexed. Gu Chenxiao glanced toward the floor-to-ceiling windows on his right. It was nearly 7 o'clock, yet summer's embrace meant the sky remained only partially darkened. From his vantage point, he could see the clouds, oddly shaped like a massive blade. Squinting, his voice dropped to a dangerously low whisper. Wei Shiran, prepare for your reckoning. What? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you. Wei Shiran's attempts to decipher the ominous message led him astray. Wait, did you say to prepare my rear? The sheer terror in his voice resonated through the phone, causing Gu Chenxiao's ears to ring. His expression darkened further, a desire to reach through the line and silence him for good bubbling within. Wei Shiran continued to fret, exclaiming, I considered you a brother, and yet you wish to. The call was abruptly terminated by Gu Chenxiao, his face shrouded in clouds of discontent. Undeterred, Wei Shiran called back, prompting Gu Chenxiao to ignore him, only for Wei Shiran to bombard him with messages in a different manner. Wei Shiran, your call disconnecting was reminiscent of a careless scoundrel. Wei Shiran, speak. I demand you speak. A mere 2 seconds passed. Wei Shiran, I truly have something serious to discuss. Hurry to the half-drunk bar. Wei Shiran, hurry, hurry, hurry. Wei Shiran, if you don't come, prepare to regret it. After a brief silence, lasting less than a minute, Wei Shiran, photo, the coffee at hand had grown cold. and Gu Chanxiao was about to request his assistant brew him a fresh cup when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the incessantly lit screen of his phone. Half-drunk bar. At that very moment, a popular star embroiled in scandal sat cheerfully at the bar, engaging in lively conversation with the resident singer. She appeared utterly unaffected by the online backlash, laughing and chatting as if trouble were but a distant concern. Sister Yin, what song would you like to hear tonight? Feel free to choose. As the time approached, the resident singer, with a smile, inquired about her preference. Free to choose? Song Yin raised an eyebrow, her gaze drifting towards Lu Zhaning, who was nearby, the mischievous glint in her eyes. Lu Zhaning had already made a rough guess. She smiled innocently and said, "Then I would like to hear Good Luck Come." The resident singer. Chapter 67. Don't take it to heart. Song Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth as she watched the live singer reluctantly take the stage, exuding an air of resistance. Despite his hesitations, he summoned the courage to ascend. His gaze swept in her direction, prompting Song Yin to greet him with a sweet smile, an expression laden with an irrevocable implication. The singer resigned himself to his fate, a consequence of his own brash words. "Isn't this the great Een star, Song Yin?" A greasy male voice called out from beside her. Song Yin, too weary to respond, pretended not to hear. However, the intruder was undeterred, moving closer and leaning against the bar, fixating on her. "Ah, the great Een star, what a pleasure to see you again," he drawled, his proximity triggering a wave of nausea that made her frown. She shifted away, her disdain evident. "Look at you, pretending to be so dignified. Who are you trying to impress?" The mocking laughter that ensued was a stark reminder of how many had once idolized her, only to discover her true nature behind closed doors. Lu Zhaning's expression darkened, the fruit knife in her hand glinting ominously under the lights. In contrast, Song Yin remained composed. After 4 years as a star, she had developed an impressive capacity to filter out such trivial insults. Just as Lu Zhaning prepared to take action should the man speak again, a sudden female voice interjected. "Lin Dong, how could you speak like that? In Rome, did you hear that?" The man paused, then hastily defended himself. "I just wanted to teach this woman a lesson. She caused me great trouble last time, and Yin Ao was hurt because of her. Moreover, I am not fabricating anything. The netizens are saying the same." At the mention of that name, Song Yin finally shifted her gaze, landing on a strikingly beautiful woman who was admonishing the wealthy scion. This was none other than Lin Dong, the same man who had doused her with alcohol previously. "Ah, Jiang Yin Rong, Lin Dong, what unexpected coincidence. Do they know each other?" Jiang Yin Rong scolded Lin Dong with an irritated frown. "You cannot use such language to insult a lady. Besides, what others say is their business. Why follow the crowd?" To her surprise, Lin Dong adopted a meek demeanor, nodding in acquiescence. "All right, I understand. I will heed your words." Satisfied, Jiang Yin Rong then turned her attention to Song Yin. Their eyes met, and with a gentle smile, she addressed her. "I apologize, Miss Song. This man can be quite rude. Please do not take it to heart." What a lovely white lotus. Song Yin felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears by the kindness shown to her in such a situation. This moment illuminated why Yin Baisher Hui had become her adversary. With a smile that concealed her true feelings, Song Yin responded, "His rudeness may be superficial, but it is the malice in one's heart that is truly insidious." No sooner had she spoken than another voice eagerly piped up. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Sister Rong kindly speaks on your behalf, yet your words seem to cast a shadow of sarcasm upon someone. Why such impatience? Aside from Shi Hui, who else could it be?" Song Yin cast a fleeting glance her way, languidly parting her lips. "What is the rush? Are you hastily assigning blame?" "You." Jiang Yinrong pressed Shi Hui down, her smile unwavering, nodding in agreement. "Miss Song is indeed correct." Chapter 68. Are you relying solely on your looks? Song Yin cast a glance at her. Jiang Yinrong was adorned in a silver-gray sequined dress this evening, her hair neatly styled into a bun, exuding youthful vitality. Song Yin then lowered her gaze to assess her own attire, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence indeed. They were wearing similar outfits once more. Tonight, Song Yin donned a mermaid-style dress adorned with a starry sky pattern, featuring a plunging V-neck that elegantly showcased her collarbones. Her softly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders, and under the dim lights, she radiated a captivating brilliance. Jiang Jingnan had advised her to remain low-key during this tumultuous period, to avoid venturing out until matters were resolved. The reasoning held merit. Given the current scrutiny surrounding her, she ought to adopt a discreet demeanor, keeping a low profile. Yet, she continued to be unabashedly flamboyant. Rongia, why are you still defending her? Aren't you being a bit too kind? She remuteur de discontentedly. By all accounts, they were rivals in love. Although Song Yin and Gu Chanxiao had parted ways, one could never be certain she would conjure up some mischief. Especially now, with Song Yin embroiled in scandal, where she found herself desperate and shamelessly sought out Gu Chanxiao again. Thinking of this, Shi Hui instinctively glanced at Song Yin. This time, she noticed Song Yin's attire and raised her voice, dramatically accusing, Song Yin, why are you wearing something so similar to Rong Jie again? You're such a copycat. This is enough. Song Yin nonchalantly toyed with the cup in her hand. Ask anyone in this bar. Who do you think resembles whom more? Her tone was calm, yet it carried an air of arrogance. Jiang Yinrong's expression faltered ever so slightly. Undoubtedly, Song Yin was far more beautiful than Jiang Yinrong. Setting aside biases, anyone with discerning eyes could see the truth. A flicker of jealousy crossed Shi Hui's eyes as she retorted, Aren't you just relying on your looks? Do you think everyone is so superficial, only capable of judging by appearance? Upon hearing this, Song Yin couldn't help but laugh. Shi Hui shot her a strange look, demanding, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I just thought of someone rather shallow. Song Yin replied with a smirk. Shi Hui quickly realized who she meant. Recalling that day and the fright she had endured, her resentment towards Song Yin deepened. You vixen, Shi Hui seethed. Song Yin, with a subtle smile, replied, if someone's dog isn't properly restrained, it will inevitably run wild and bite. You. Finally, Jiang Yinrong interjected to diffuse the tension. All right, Shi Hui. That's enough. As she spoke, Song Yan's knowing smile returned. Oh, is that your dog? Shi. Jiang Yinrong. Both women wore displeased expressions. Lu Zhaning cast a knowing glance at the waiter, who promptly approached Shi Hui. Excuse me, miss. The waiter began. But Shi Hui, already in a foul mood, responded with palpable irritation, turning to see the waiter holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, no disturbances or pets allowed. Shi Hui's face turned a deep shade of green instantly. How dare you assume I am causing a disturbance? I am not the troublemaker. It is she exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger directly at Song Yin. Song Yin couldn't help but chuckle and added, but pets are not permitted either. Chapter 69. Masters among the people you. Shi Hui exclaimed in exasperation. Sister Rong, do not stop me. I am determined to teach her a lesson today. Shi Hui, please refrain from such behavior. Jiang Yinrong urged her, managing to persuade her after much effort. However, Shi Hui continued to glare at Song Yin with a fierce intensity, as if poised to pounce on her at any moment. Jiang Yinrong stepped forward to stand before Song Yin, her every movement exuding grace and decorum. Unmistakably the demeanor of a well-educated lady. Miss Song, it is true that Shi Hui's harsh words were uncalled for. However, I must admit that you too have erred. I harbor no ill intentions, yet it seems you have harbored a deep-seated hostility towards me since our first encounter. Have I unwittingly offended you in some way? Song Yin regarded her with a cool glance. Before she could respond, Shi Hui, unable to contain herself, interjected, she is simply envious of you. Song Yin chuckled. Perhaps that was indeed the crux of the matter. The presence of such a mindless admirer, who had formed an opinion without ever having met her, had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Certainly, upon their first meeting, her instincts had proven accurate. She found herself disliking Jiang Yinrong entirely. Jiang Yinrong appeared taken aback, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes, so swift that it was almost imperceptible. To be honest, I quite admire your performances. I consider myself a fan. I would love to be friends with you, as I believe your candid nature is quite suitable for friendship. Really? Song Yin feigned surprise, her expression one of astonishment. Jiang Yinrong smiled and nodded, suggesting, Let us share a drink and put our past grievances behind us. After all, we both reside in Yin City, and there will be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. Song Yin regarded the raised wine glass with a deepening gaze, remaining still with no intention of moving. She simply observed with cold indifference. At that moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Jiang Yinrong suddenly shrieked, stumbling backward several steps, while someone behind her promptly caught her. The sound of the wine glass shattering on the floor, echoing loudly. Song Yin stared, momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was this some sort of jest? Did Jiang Yinrong perhaps have some hidden ailment? Yinrong, are you all right? Lin Dong swiftly supported her from behind. Jiang Yinrong's complexion turned pale, her expression one of fright. She shook her head, casting a complicated glance at Song Yin. Lin Dong, realizing the situation, stormed towards Song Yin, fury evident in his demeanor. You wicked woman! How dare you harm Yinrong? You are courting death. It is not her fault. I merely lost my balance. Jiang Yinrong hastily attempted to intervene. Sure, we cut her off, Sister Rong. Do not interfere. She deserves to see the consequences of her actions. From Shi Hui and Lin Dong's perspective, they could not comprehend what had transpired. Yet, from Jiang Yinrong's actions, there was only one plausible explanation. She had been pushed by Song Yin. Do not say that. Lin Dong, I am perfectly fine, truly. Lin Dong was infuriated. The more Jiang Yinrong insisted that she was okay, the more his anger intensified. How could she remain so kind despite feeling wronged? It was remarkable. Song Yin began to applaud, for when it came to acting, she truly was an expert, a master among the common folk. This entire performance was orchestrated to turn Lin Dong into a tool in her hands. Impressive indeed. Chapter 70 Song Yin was utterly unperturbed by the prospect of Lin Dong acting against her, for he could not inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Just as it was now, Lin Dong's hand remained suspended in midair, his movements abruptly halted, for a sharp blade was poised against his throat. Lin Dong! Jiang Yinrong gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld Lu Zhaning brandishing the knife. What are you doing? Put the knife down. Lu Zhaning's demeanor was icy, her ears deaf to her words. With swiftness and precision, the blade was now pressed against Lin Dong's neck. A mere instant passing in which his forehead became beaded with perspiration. The anger that had previously consumed him dissipated, swiftly replaced by a wave of fear that enveloped him. He began to grow anxious. What do you want? Please let us speak calmly. Lu Zhaning's voice was chilling as she warned, I advise you not to move. When I dispatch a chicken, I prefer to slit its throat slowly, allowing it to suffer in agony. Lin Dong swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as it grazed the blade, the frigid sensation sending a cascade of sweat down his back. She is merely a woman, he thought, yet her expression and demeanor exuded a terrifying aura. I almost forgot to mention, I have the most reliable bodyguard in the world, Song Yin declared with a sense of pride. If you wish to act against me here, you shall be carried out today. Lu Zhaning's domain, she would not be wronged. A preposterous notion. After all, she was a fierce woman quick to draw her blade at the slightest provocation. Did they not consider that if Lu Zhaning lacked capability, how could a mere girl possibly uphold an entire bar? Lin Dong's face turned an ashen hue. Jiang Yinrong, equally distressed, implored Song Yin, tell your friend to lower the knife. If someone gets hurt, it will be disastrous for everyone, won't it? I cannot control my friend. If she becomes angry, even I might find myself on the chopping block, Song Yin replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yinrong gritted her teeth. What do you want? Song Yin turned her gaze towards Lu Zhaning, who remained expressionless, her lips parting as she stated coldly, kneel and apologize. To bully her friend beneath her very eyes, such an affront was intolerable. Absolutely not. Lin Dong retorted vehemently. The thought of kneeling to a woman was unthinkable. What would become of his dignity if word got out? How commendably resolute. Song Yin remarked with a mocking smile, then addressed Jiang Yinrong. Miss Jiang, your friend has stirred up trouble for your sake. Perhaps you might kneel in his stead? Jiang Yinrong's expression grew grave, her lips pressed together in silence. You see, he has done so much for you. Shouldn't you also do something for him? Song Yan's smile was wicked. Jiang Yinrong had merely exploited Lin Dong. Some women wield their influence with such cunning, effortlessly compelling men to do their bidding. Song Yin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Dong. Look, she isn't even willing to do this little thing for you. Lin Dong's countenance darkened with fury. Although he was aware that Jiang Yinrong held no feelings for him, merely harboring unrequited affections, he still subconsciously yearned for her to do something for him. Jiang Yinrong spoke in a low voice. Song Yin, you are, after all, a public figure. Are you not afraid of the scrutiny of online public opinion with such actions? Song Yin, with an expression of innocent bewilderment, retorted, What have I done? It is they who, one after another, insist on seeking discord, using me as their source of amusement. Chapter 71. Chun Xiao, please assist my friend swiftly. Lu Zhaning, exhibiting a lack of patience, urged coldly, Hurry. You have the capability to kill me. Lin Dong declared, his demeanor suggesting a reckless resolve, as if he were certain that a mere woman would not dare to take action. Song Yin pressed her forehead, a sense of unease creeping over her as Lin Dong's bravado unexpectedly ignited her worries. Oh dear, she is not one to be easily provoked. Indeed, the very next moment, a slender line of crimson appeared upon Lin Dong's neck. He inhaled sharply, disbelief washing over him at her audacity to strike. Instantly, he became cautious, fear evident on his countenance. Shui gasped, Goodness, there's blood. Do not act recklessly. Do you understand his status? If something were to happen, none of you would escape unscathed. The commotion had already attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Song Yin, with a fleeting glance, suddenly paused, her gaze returning. This time, she immediately spotted Wei Shi Ran amidst the crowd. He blended effortlessly with the spectators, engrossed in the unfolding drama. He has returned. It seems he truly treats this place as a second home. No wonder Li Rao has refrained from showing her face here lately. The potential awkwardness, should these two cross paths, is palpable. Wei Shi Ran noticed her gaze, and upon meeting her eyes, flashed a mischievous grin. Song Yin thought, after my previous antics with him, he must remember that debt. What does this smile signify? An unsettling premonition washed over her. Just as she was about to avert her gaze, something caught her attention in her peripheral vision. She focused further afield. In that direction, a familiar figure approached, walking with an air of confidence, as if he had stepped out from a television drama. Song Yin withdrew her gaze. Hurry up, with so many eyes upon us. It feels rather embarrassing. Upon hearing her words, Lu Zhaning nodded, without hesitation delivering a solid kick to Lin Dong's knee. The force of inertia sent Lin Dong crashing to the ground. Shi Hui covered her mouth, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. She wanted to assist, but feared the flames of trouble might engulf her. The woman wielding the knife appeared formidable, akin to a female tyrant. Though she wished to aid Lin Dong, her hand were tied. Jiang Yinrong bit her lip fiercely, her face a picture of distress. She had not anticipated Lin Dong's ineptitude. He could not even contend with a woman. Initially, she had hoped to leverage him to teach Song Yin a lesson. But now it seemed that not only had her aim failed, but she had also become the target of a lesson herself. As Jiang Yinrong anxiously contemplated how to rectify the situation, she suddenly spotted Gu Chun Xiao arriving from the edge of the crowd. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried towards him, exclaiming, Chun Xiao, please assist my friend. Wei Shi Ran, mid-conversation with Gu Chun Xiao, abruptly fell silent, scrutinizing Jiang Yinrong and Gu Chun Xiao with keen interest. Such familiarity? Is there a story here? Do you know each other? Wei Shi Ran inquired. Endowed with a keen sense of smell, he detected an unusual scent in the air. Jiang Yinrong cast a hurried glance at him before turning her gaze towards Gu Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao, I implore you to assist my friend. All of this is due to me. Miss Song surely did not intend to push me. I am unscathed. Yet Lin Dong must have acted out of momentary anger, leading to this impulsive behavior. However, he has truly harmed no one. It is merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 72. Do I appear to be idly relaxed? A few days ago was Aunt Gu's birthday, and she held a very favorable impression of her. With the assistance of Shi Hui, Aunt Gu now regards her with renewed admiration. Notably, Aunt Gu even specifically advised Gu Chun Xiao to keep an eye on her in the future. Jiang Yinrong could hardly contain her joy and never anticipated that she would encounter Gu Chenxiao here today. Gu Chenxiao cast his gaze in the direction of the crowd, where a woman of alluring figure clad in provocative attire perched upon a high stool at the bar. Her long, slightly curled hair cascaded down her back, and her bare shoulders were tantalizingly visible. She sat sideways, her slender waist accentuated with long, straight legs elegantly displayed. One hand propped her head as she wore a subtle smile while observing Lu Jing and the man kneeling before her. Jiang Yinrong, observing his gaze, instinctively tightened her grip. Chenxiao, could you kindly tell Miss Song that we should let this matter rest? I know she did not mean to push me, and I hope she can forgive my friend's rudeness. Ingjia, you are far too kind. You nearly fell because of her. Shi exclaimed indignantly from behind her. Enough, do not say any more. She likely did not intend any harm, Jiang Yinrong replied, glancing at Lin Dong, who appeared awkward in his situation, then at Gu Chenxiao, whose expression had grown cold. His previous look directed at Song Yin was not one of indifference. With a bite of her lip, Jiang Yinrong, undeterred, pleaded once more, Chenxiao. Do I seem idle? His voice, frigid and aloof, abruptly silenced Jiang Yinrong's words. An awkward tension spread through the air. The remark had been rather pointed. Jiang Yinrong bit her lip, appearing on the verge of tears. Gu Chenxiao remained expressionless, barely sparing her a glance. Turning, he inadvertently met Wei Shiran's inquisitive gaze. He shot a cold glare at him, his eyes hinting at impending wrath. Wei Shiran's smile gradually faltered, an inexplicable foreboding creeping over him. Hey, a gentleman uses words. Not violence. Calm down. A scream escaped him as he was abruptly dragged away before he could comprehend the situation. What was happening? Gu Chenxiao's demeanor exuded an air of righteous indignation. Or had he offended him? Hey, are you really not going to intervene? You're truly going to ignore this? Wei Shiran protested, still struggling against his captors. Yet Gu Chenxiao was impervious to his pleas. His mind singularly focused on one thought, to teach him a lesson. Is Brother Chenxiao really leaving like this? Shi questioned, incredulous. Upon seeing Jiang Yinrong's complex expression, she hastily consoled her. Ingjia, Brother Chenxiao simply dislikes meddling in others' affairs. I believe if he were being bullied, he would not stand idly by. Leaning closer, Shi lowered her voice. Moreover, he likely does not wish to see Song Yin. This is for the best, really. Just think, if he were to confront her at this moment, that would be far worse. A grown man, upon parting ways with his ex-girlfriend, resorts to petty actions against her. Can such a man truly be considered a man? Jiang Yinrong nodded, gazing at Shi as she remarked, You are absolutely right. It seems she must devise another approach. As Yin Ao made his entrance, he headed straight for the bar. Song Yin, Lin Dong, what transpired? He inquired. Lin Dong, what mischief are you up to again? After the previous incident, Yin Ao was well aware that Lin Dong had established a contentious relationship with Song Yin. Chapter 73. Many seek to undermine me this time. It seemed that yet another scheme was afoot, but judging by the circumstances, Song Yin appeared to have emerged unscathed, which brought her a measure of relief. Shi recounted the entire sequence of events to Yin Ao, primarily emphasizing the incident involving Song Yin as push against Jiang Yinrong. Although Yin Ao was not acquainted with Jiang Yinrong, he was aware that Lin Dong had harbored feelings for her since childhood, nurturing a one-sided affection for years and willingly playing the role of her standby. Yin Ao suggested, Song Yin, perhaps you should ask your friend to let Lin Dong rise. All right. Responding to Song Yin's glance, Lu Jing nodded, tossing her knife onto the bar with a chilly demeanor as she glared down at Lin Dong. Ensure you do not appear before me again, or each encounter shall compel you to kneel. Lin Dong, humiliated, rose to his feet. When Yin Ao attempted to assist him, he brushed his hand away, leaving Yin Ao to stand by with a complex expression. What are you staring at? Lin Dong bellowed in a fit of anger at the onlookers, glaring fiercely at Song Yin and Lu Jianing. You shall pay for this. With that, he ignored Jiang Yinrong's calls and stormed off without a backward glance. Yin Ao, feeling awkward, reassured Song Yin, do not worry. I will speak with him and ensure he does not trouble you again. Song Yin, unfazed by the turmoil, merely worried about the potential impact on the bar's business. Glancing at Yin Ao's hand, she inquired, "How is your hand?" She had not accompanied him to the hospital due to a certain man's involvement and had failed to check on his injury afterward, which she felt was her oversight. "It's nothing," Yin Ao replied, concealing his hand behind him, gazing at Song Yin with a tender expression. "Song Yin, are you concerned about me?" Song Yin responded with a silent pause. I suppose one could say that. Yet, she sensed that it was not the type of concern he was implying. Observing Yin Ao's expectant and touched expression, just as Song Yin was about to dismiss his thoughts coldly, Lu Jing interjected, "You're overthinking it." She was merely asking out of politeness. With that, she slipped behind the bar to resume her duties. Song Yin felt an urge to leap up and high-five her. Truly, a knowing ally. Yin Ao, after a moment of awkward silence, shifted the conversation. "Song Yin, do not worry about the matters online. I will find a way to assist you. By the way, do you know who is orchestrating this against you? There are many who wish to undermine me. I am indifferent and lack the inclination to investigate," Song Yin replied nonchalantly. Yin Ao frowned. "You are too nonchalant. Such significant events cannot be disregarded. They greatly impact you." Song Yin offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Whether the impact was considerable or not was her own affair. It was of little concern to her what others thought. Seeing her indifference towards her own troubles, Yin Ao felt a sense of discontent. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "There is something I am uncertain whether I should share with you." Song Yin could not suppress a roll of her eyes, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Speak or remain silent. It was quite simple. Why must a grown man be so indecisive in his words? Yin Ao had long since grown accustomed to Song Yin's demeanor. He glanced around before lowering his voice to inquire, "What is your relationship with Gu Qianxiao?" Upon hearing that name, a fleeting yet distinct change flickered across Song Yin's face. However, she swiftly reverted to her usual composure. Twirling her wine glass, her melodious voice remained indifferent as she replied, "It is of no consequence." Chapter 74. Marry me after a prolonged contemplation. Yin Ao suddenly declared with conviction, "Song Yin, the person orchestrating this against you is none other than Gu Qianxiao." Song Yin raised an eyebrow, having anticipated a different revelation. This assertion, however, piqued her curiosity about how Yin Ao discerned that Gu Qianxiao was behind her troubles. Yet, Yin Ao did not pursue the topic further. He merely hinted at it before falling silent. Out of the blue, Yin Ao knelt on one knee before Song Yin. She instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, startled, her face twitching in surprise. What prompted such a grand gesture? It was perplexing. She had no intention of reporting him to Gu Qianxiao, so why the exaggerated reaction? As Song Yin grappled with confusion, Yin Ao signaled to a friend behind him, who promptly handed over a black velvet jewelry box, placing it in Yin Ao's carefully bandaged hands. The onlookers had yet to disperse, and Song Yin felt an odd sensation. The abrupt kneeling was one thing, but this seemed almost like an audacious act, as if he were seeking to provoke a response without hesitation. Clearing his throat, Yin Ao gazed up at Song Yin and declared in a clear voice for all to hear, "Song Yin, I like you. Please marry me." Since she had asserted her lack of ties to Gu Qianxiao and was single, he felt liberated to pursue her and propose without reservation. Though somewhat unexpected, Song Yin maintained her composure. Having been confessed to countless times, she had long since grown accustomed to such declarations. Moreover, this was not Yin Ao's first confession. It merely included a proposal this time. Among the crowd of spectators, some began to cheer, "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" It was unclear whether this was a deliberate orchestration by Yin Ao or it was simply a natural inclination for people to rally in such situations. Once one person initiated the cheer, others quickly joined in, forming a resounding support team. The chant, "Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!" echoed throughout the bar, drawing an increasing number of onlookers. Song Yin, accustomed to being the center of attention due to her profession, remained unflustered, displaying no signs of nervousness despite the spectacle unfolding. In response to the crowd's uproar, Song Yin coolly remarked, "You really aren't my type. It would be best not to waste your time on me any further." A flicker of hurt crossed Yin Ao's eyes, yet he remained undeterred, insisting, "Song Yin, give it some more thought. With your current scandal, Marrying me would dispel those rumors. I promise to treat you well and ensure no one harms you again. On the fringes of the crowd, Wei Shiran, with a bruised face, was pulling Gu Chunxiao to witness the unfolding drama. Wei Shiran cast a sidelong glance at the gloomy-faced man beside him and jestingly remarked, "Chunxiao, if you had sought lessons from Yin Ao sooner, perhaps the child would already be adept at fetching soy sauce by now." Wei Shiran's silence was preferable, for at the sound of his voice, Gu Chunxiao's knuckles crackled ominously. How could he still have the audacity to speak? With a hint of exasperation, Wei Shiran once again offered a suggestion. Why not simply approach and kneel before them without uttering a word? Chapter 75. Did I insult someone? Gu Chunxiao's eyes, filled with an aura of menace, swept across the room as Wei Shiran confidently asserted, "I assure you, this time it will be effective. Truly, I am not deceiving you. She will surely soften and reconcile with you." However, having been bitten by a snake once, Gu Chunxiao no longer believed his nonsensical words. He had encountered deceit before, but never in such an egregious form. With a cold tone, Gu Chunxiao stated, "Before anything else, I would like to see you kneel." Suddenly, a fresh wave of commotion erupted in the already chaotic bar. A throng of paparazzi surged forth from an unknown source, converging on Song Yin and bombarding her with relentless questions. Is the recent news circulating online true? Song Yin, have you really become a mistress and given birth to an illegitimate child? Reports suggest that 3 months ago, you were photographed with your child, and have since threatened those who exposed you, even resorting to violence. What do you have to say about this? So many people adore you, yet you choose to engage in such disgraceful behavior. Do you believe you are worthy of your devoted fans? They praise you as the rose of the earth. But do you truly feel deserving of such a title? In my eyes, your involvement in another's marriage as a mistress renders you less than the lowest of women. Voices rose in a cacophony, each sharper than the last. Had it not been for Lu Jining and her subordinates restraining the crowd, the situation would have spiraled out of control. The vitriol spewed by the agitated paparazzi was particularly piercing. Were it not for Song Yan's intervention, Lu Jining would have likely charged in with a blade once again. "Calm down," Song Yan urged her. "This is merely a minor scene. I am more than capable of handling this." Yin Ao rose from the ground, lowering his voice to address Song Yan. "Right now, agreeing to my proposal is the best course of action. I will help clarify the situation and silence these people. Once you accept my marriage proposal and stand by my side, the rumors will naturally dissipate." "There is no need for that," Song Yan retorted coldly, her impatience evident. "Song Yan," Yin Ao persisted, but she chose to ignore him. She was uncertain whether the orchestrated appearance of the paparazzi was part of his proposal scheme for today. All she knew was that these individuals were due for a reckoning. With a flick of her hair, she crossed her arms and allowed a cold smile to grace her lips. Under the camera's gaze, she emanated a radiant glow, captivating and dazzling. Amidst the clamor, she finally spoke, and the surroundings fell silent, her melodious and distinct voice resonating. Addressing the most verbally offensive paparazzo among them, she remarked, "If we were to discuss illegitimate children, then what about you? How did you come into existence with a mouth so foul? Oh, I forgot. You were raised on a diet of filth, which explains your repugnant speech. You." The paparazzo's face flushed with indignation, ready to retaliate. With a mocking smile, Song Yin scrutinized him and added, "Enough. With so little time, you might as well give your fellow brothers and sisters a chance to speak." The other paparazzi also wore grim expressions. "Song Yin, as a public figure, you must take responsibility for your words. Have you considered the consequences of your harsh remarks? Did I insult anyone?" A look of astonishment appeared on her radiant and captivating face. Noticing her deliberate emphasis on the word anyone, the paparazzi's expressions grew even more severe. Chapter 76. I hold no desire for their affection. Song Yan's ability to insult without resorting to profanity was not a newfound spectacle. Unlike other celebrities who at least restrained themselves before the cameras, she exhibited no reservations, articulating her thoughts with unfiltered candor. Many journalists had suffered at her hands, and while they attempted to tarnish her reputation in their reports, they inadvertently bestowed upon her the moniker of the king of sharp tongues among netizens. You cannot obscure the truth by manipulating perceptions. You have deceived countless fans with your facade, betraying their affection. Does your conscience not ache? An agitated paparazzo admonished her. Do you not feel the slightest remorse for being the third party that disrupts a family? Do you possess no sense of shame? With an air of indifference, Song Yin replied, if those who admire me are nothing but foolish individuals incapable of discerning right from wrong, then I have no desire for their admiration. With that, she declared, I shall grant you 2 minutes to vacate. Turning on her heel, she left the handling of the situation to the professionals. Soon, the crowd was ushered out, and the bar returned to its former tranquility. The surrounding patrons gradually dispersed, maintaining their distance. Having witnessed the scene unfold, Yin Ao stood in stunned silence. As he opened his mouth to speak, Song Yin shot him a piercing glare. You can leave too, she said, her tone frosty and unwelcoming. Song Yin's temper was notoriously foul. Although Yin Ao felt a surge of indignation, he recognized that further persistence would yield no fruit. As the throng dissipated, Lu Jianing spotted Gu Chunxiao and Wei Shi ran. However, Song Yin remained oblivious to their presence. Thank you so much. Without you, I shudder to think how Lin Dong would have reprimanded me, she exclaimed, yet her expression betrayed no hint of fear. Lu Jianing scoffed, unwilling to engage further. This drama queen is at it again. What else with that attitude? I was genuinely frightened, Song Yin pouted, murmuring to herself. Lu Jianing cast her a sidelong glance. Yes, I can see that. Song Yin couldn't help but chuckle, feigning a pitiful demeanor as she playfully uttered, I'm fortunate to have you. Unlike Jiang Yinrong, I have no gallant protector, just you, my dear. Lu Jianying's lips twitched, prompting her to inquire, who is Jiang Yinrong? That little white lotus from earlier. Song Yin paused before adding, oh, and she's also Gu Chunxiao's fiancée. Lu Jianying's expression shifted slightly, her brow knitting in confusion. Fiancé? Indeed, Song Yin affirmed with a nod. Lu Jianying's frown deepened. She is Gu Chunxiao's fiancée. Upon witnessing Lu Jianying's unusually strong reaction, Song Yin chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, in this day and age, what is so remarkable about having a fiancé? But he was dating you before, Song Yin recalled, an ache piercing her heart at the thought. She gazed at Lu Jianing, who clearly seemed to empathize with her plight. Song Yin, wishing to spare her from worry, nonchalantly remarked, who hasn't had a fiancé or fiancée? Oh, let me tell you, I too have a fiancé. He is exceptionally handsome and remarkably skilled, truly a gem. Life is long, and with just one man, there won't be enough memories to cherish our youth as we grow old. Will there? Chapter 77. More human than him, Lu Jing regarded her with a peculiar gaze, yet Song Yin did not dwell on it. After all, Lu Jianing's character was such that matters of love and affection seemed to hold no weight for her. So Song Yin did not harbor any expectations that she would comprehend her words. At this moment, she could leverage her experience as a predecessor. She remarked, if you ever find yourself in a romantic relationship, for heaven's sake, do not hang your hopes on a single tree, and absolutely refrain from pursuing a man devoid of any romantic experience. Heed my advice, it will lead you astray. The absence of romantic experience was one thing, but particularly if he was the type who could infuriate with just a few words. Such behavior was sheer self-torture. Song Yin, in a spirited mood, declared her intention to celebrate with a drink. When Lu Jing inquired what the occasion was, she replied, to commemorate my unexpected windfall of a son. Lu Jianing, accustomed to her unconventional thought processes, poured her a glass of light alcohol. Otherwise, one drink might lead to a drunken state. And who knew how Song Yin would further torment her? As Song Yin accepted the drink, she paused and curiously asked, Lu Jining, upon hearing that I have a fiancé, why do you seem utterly uncurious? Aren't you going to ask me anything? Lu Jianing, perplexed, countered, ask what? Song Yin conceded. Fine. It seems I was hasty to assume that Lu Jining would possess the same penchant for gossip as ordinary individuals. After a moment of serious contemplation, Lu Jining resumed speaking, as if she were merely posing a question for the sake of inquiry. Then allow me to ask, how does he compare to your ex-boyfriend? Song Yin blinked, responding without a moment's hesitation, he is more human than him. Lu Jining nodded in agreement, deeming that sufficient. Nearby, the bartender having overheard their exchange, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth in disbelief. What kind of celestial dialogue was this between the two? Having downed her drink, and since it was light alcohol, Song Yin was not yet feeling the effects. Her gaze drifted to the live singer on stage, who was crooning a heartfelt ballad, and she suddenly recalled the song she had requested earlier, which had yet to play. After wiping a glass, Lu Jing glanced behind Song Yin, as if remembering something, and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, your ex-boyfriend was just behind you." Song Yin. However, she chose not to turn around. If she were to hastily look back now, it would only suggest that she cared. Maintaining an air of indifference, she said, "Hearing that is fine, but I hope that scoundrel can soon come to terms with himself and learn to behave like a decent human being." Lu Jiang added, "Just now." This implied that he had already departed. Since he was no longer present, she felt liberated to speak without restraint. Lu Jiang then calmly added, "He is still here." Song Yin. At that moment, she could almost sense a burning gaze directed at her from behind, scrutinizing her intently. This time, she resolutely refused to turn around. Just then, a familiar background melody began to play, the very song she had been yearning for, which had arrived late but not absent. Good fortune comes. Song Yin glanced toward the stage, where the live singer winked at her, sending forth an electric charm. The lively and festive song playing in the bar seemed rather inappropriate. However, after the resident singer's skilled interpretation and modification, it transformed into a completely different essence. Initially, she had chosen the song merely out of her own mischievous whim. Yet now, the lyrics, coupled with her current emotions, truly evoke a unique flavor in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, Song Yin finally turned to look back. The space behind her was utterly vacant. Where were the people? Song Yin was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she had been deceived by her own simplicity. Chapter 78. Regrettably, you must concede your position. The rumors surrounding her on the internet have escalated once more, with public opinion intensifying. Following the revelation of her alleged illegitimate child, a myriad of whispers has emerged, reporting on various interactions between Song Yin and male celebrities throughout her career, insinuating her inability to withstand solitude and suggesting a chaotic personal life filled with ambiguous entanglements. Numerous old photographs have been unearthed, manipulated, and republished, transforming into yet another captivating narrative. In recent days, the internet has been inundated with scandalous tales about Song Yin, and despite the agency's repeated pressure, there has been no relief. At the press conference for the new drama, Chun Man stood alluringly in the center, and during an interview, a reporter queried about Song Yin's absence as the lead actress. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Man subtly derided her with every word. The producer attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, but the reporters, disregarding the agreed-upon protocol, relentlessly directed questions towards Chun Man, urging her to expound on her views regarding Song Yin and the current situation. "I am from the same company as Song Yin, and she is my junior. We have collaborated several times, and perhaps I am too naive, but I never perceived her as the person described in recent online discussions." After a brief pause, she smiled and continued, "However, the rumors regarding her illegitimate child seem rather excessive. I recall that Song Yin has been in the industry for 4 years now, and aside from a 2-month disappearance last year, she has consistently worked hard. It seems implausible that she could have given birth during that brief absence." The staff nearby exchanged glances, signaling her to change the subject, yet she pretended not to notice. The reporters gasped in astonishment. Chun Man's remarks, while ostensibly in defense of Song Yin, were laden with implications. "As for her rumors with those male celebrities, I merely wish to state that they are both unmarried, and there is nothing scandalous about it," she added, deliberately pausing before smiling and elaborating. "Of course, this presupposes that both parties are indeed unmarried and engaged in a legitimate relationship." The atmosphere in the venue was becoming increasingly tense, prompting the producer to interject once more in an attempt to refocus attention on the press conference. "Today is our new drama's press event. We kindly ask that you direct your attention more towards our television series. Regarding other interviews, let's address those after the event, shall we?" a reporter inquired. While today is the press conference for the new drama, one of the lead actresses, Song Yin, is absent. Given the significant negative impact of this incident, Will your production team implement contingency plans, such as replacing the actress? The director and producer exchanged glances, their expressions grim. This was indeed a press conference for their new drama. Yet these reporters, having been compensated, seemed intent on disrupting the occasion. As the chief director issued a few instructions to the staff, preparing to act, the atmosphere in the audience suddenly shifted. Song Yin. It's Song Yin. Quick, take a picture. The flashes erupted, and the sound of shutters clicking was more fervent than ever before. A figure clad in a striking red gown, adorned with 10-inch suede stiletto heels, made her grand entrance, gracefully appearing before the crowd. Today, Song Yin's attire is nothing short of a modern incarnation of a character from a play. She appears as if she has stepped directly out of the narrative, strikingly vivid and dazzlingly radiant. I apologize for my tardiness, she greeted before making her way toward Chun Man's position. How does it feel to stand in this spot? Quite pleasant, I presume. Unfortunately, you must relinquish it. Her voice, neither warm nor cold, resonated softly, and Song Yin observed as the smile on Chun Man's face faltered. Her beautiful red lips curling into a mocking arc. Chapter 79. Her arrogance knows no bounds due to Song Yin's absence. Chun Man had quite consciously occupied the lead role that rightfully belonged to her. However, now that Song Yin had arrived, Chun Man greeted her with a smile. Song Yin, the press conference has been underway for over half an hour. I thought you weren't coming today. Sorry to disappoint you, Song Yin replied. Her entrance nothing short of dazzling. In her radiant presence, everyone else appeared as mere embellishments, including Chun Man herself. Struggling to suppress her jealousy, Chun Man remarked, how could that be? Such a significant moment should be perfect with everyone present. We were all waiting for you. I would have been quite disappointed had you not come. Song Yin nonchalantly nodded. So, can you return to your designated position now? Chun Man felt a pang of resentment. She glanced toward the director and producer, but they remained silent, showing no reaction. They had initially allowed her to stand in this position. Yet, upon Song Yan's arrival, it seemed their attention was solely focused on her. To be compelled to step down in front of so many was nothing short of public humiliation. Clenching her teeth in frustration, Chun Man discreetly signaled to a reporter in the audience, who immediately confronted Song Yin. Song Yin. There was no explicit arrangement regarding the positions of the actors. Since you arrived late, you should have willingly stepped aside. How could you demand others to yield their places? Such arrogance on stage is unimaginable. One wonders how many have suffered your tyranny behind the scenes. Flashes erupted incessantly as Song Yin, with a hint of amusement, responded. What can I say? I simply lack that awareness. Turning back to Chun Man, she raised an eyebrow and taunted, but you are remarkably self-aware. Chun Man's expression shifted between shades of pale and green, and she begrudgingly relinquished her position. Yet, she remained resentful. As she departed, a malicious thought crossed her mind, and she deliberately stepped on Song Yan's foot. Song Yin winced in pain and instinctively pushed her away. Chun Man stumbled back, dramatically falling to the ground. Gasps echoed through the crowd. Flashes continued to illuminate the scene, zooming in for close-ups. How could she push someone like that? This is outrageous. Truly excessive to have pushed someone down. Song Yin furrowed her brow, her toes throbbing from the impact. If not for her restraint, she would have struggled to maintain her balance in her 10-inch heels. Chun Man, that foolish girl, resorting to such underhanded tactics. The proverbial hidden arrows are indeed hard to defend against. Song Yin had never anticipated that she would dare to execute such a maneuver in front of so many cameras, playing the victim to garner sympathy. She had indeed underestimated her. Aside from her acting skills, her aptitude for manipulation was quite remarkable. The other actors rushed to assist Chun Man, who, feigning injury and distress, stood up with their help, casting a sorrowful glance towards Song Yin. Although no words were spoken, the prowess of her acting was evident. A mere glance sufficed. Song Yan's behavior was utterly excessive, as she was vehemently demanded to leave the venue. Otherwise, I would refuse to participate in this press conference. Indeed, her arrogance was intolerable, and I concur with the demand for her departure. I wholeheartedly agree. Song Yin incited the ire of the crowd, and the situation gradually spiraled out of control, leaving the entire crew in a state of utter disarray. Song Yin, this cannot continue. Perhaps you should step down for now. The producer attempted to communicate with her in a tactful manner. Chapter 80. Farewell to the Jianghu song. Yin shook her head, causing the producer to grow anxious. He had been cordial with her out of respect for his friendship with Jiang Jingnan, but the current situation was becoming increasingly difficult, especially with her refusal to adhere to the arrangements. If this continued, he would have no choice but to resort to force. "Give me 2 minutes," Song Yin stated. The producer hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Song Yin removed the microphone and spoke. "Firstly, if anyone does not require their eyesight, please consider donating it to those in need. Secondly, I did not come here to attend this press conference. I am here to settle scores." She turned her cold gaze towards Chun Man, who still wore an innocent and aggrieved expression, and icily inquired, "Will you voluntarily come down with me? Or shall I compel you to do so?" Chun Man, panicked, stammered, "What do you want?" "I have suddenly grown weary of this drawn-out affair," Song Yin replied, clapping her hands. In an instant, several bodyguards clad in black emerged, swiftly restraining Chun Man. Now, genuinely alarmed, Chun Man attempted to struggle, but was firmly held in place. "What are you doing?" "Song Yin, what on earth do you intend to accomplish?" With a mere glance from Song Yin, the bodyguards understood their cue and forcefully escorted Chun Man away. Song Yin took a step, paused, and turned back to the audience, raising her chin defiantly as she proclaimed, "Feel free to capture this moment. Do not hold back." She had discovered that Chun Man was the one orchestrating the malicious rumors against her. The trouble had begun with a photograph. It appeared that Chun Man had snapped a picture of her with a Rolls Royce as she departed after filming that day. It was the day her father had sent someone to deliver a wedding invitation. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the extent of Chun Man's collusion, which had enabled such rumors to escalate to this magnitude. However, Chun Man would not be spared. The events that transpired at the new drama's press conference quickly trended online, with Song Yan's name dominating the headlines. Song Yin pushes Chun Man publicly. Song Yin hits someone. Song Yin get out of the entertainment industry. Song Yin disrupts press conference. Netizens fervently typed, taking on the role of justice warriors, condemning Song Yan's actions. Later that evening, a netizen discovered that Song Yan's Weibo had been updated. Within a minute, all her fans received a push notification. Song Yin, farewell to the Jianghu as night fell. Winter days tend to darken more swiftly. Outside, snow fell, blanketing the ground in a pristine white layer. A door separated 2 seasons. Entering through the grand entrance led into a banquet hall, warm as summer. Within the opulent hall, crystal chandeliers radiated dazzling light. Under the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo, glasses clinked amidst joyous laughter, creating a delightful atmosphere. In one corner of the banquet hall, small groups of 3 to 5 engaged in conversation. "Who is this Chun Man?" someone inquired. "She's an actress, perpetually cast as the second female lead. But didn't she just encounter a scandal recently?" "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I saw someone mentioning her in the chat, so I was just curious." The individual responding to her inquired, "What did you say about her?" "That several years ago, she intervened in another's marriage and has an illegitimate child. Even her wealthy boyfriend was infuriated upon discovering this, and he berated her in the group chat." Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of disdain, revealing the chaotic nature of the entertainment industry. Speaking of marital interference and illegitimate offspring, another name comes to mind, Song Yin. The group echoed in unison.